Hello and welcome to DevFest 2020. I'm Jason Titus, VP of Engineering at Google, joining you from my home in California. Each year, we at Google truly feel the anticipation for DevFest. It's a one-of-a-kind series of developer conferences, and we're glad you can join us and the local developers within your community. Your local DevFest event this weekend is one of hundreds taking place all around the world right at this moment. And what makes DevFest truly unique is that it's run by volunteer community organizers on a mission to help other local developers grow and share a passion for Google technologies. Let me introduce you to my teammate, David, to share with you some great examples. Welcome, David.
Hi, Jason. Thank you. And welcome, everybody, to this year's DevFest season. I'm David McLaughlin, Director of Developer Ecosystems at Google. So I've been with DevFest since the very first year in 2010, when I was able to join a large percentage of them. Back then, they were a series of targeted events in just a handful of countries. In the years since then, we've had massive growth to countries all over the world. I'm happy to be able to continue this celebration of developers and tech in a new virtual format and bring people together to learn and to share what we're all building. Now let's take a look at a really inspiring story from Uganda. It shows how a community member started learning about machine learning and ended up building a really nifty app using TensorFlow that detects diseases in plants and helps farmers reduce crop devastation. Take a look.
Growing up in the city, I never expected to work in agriculture, but when fall armyworm attacked, it affected us all. Since its arrival in 2016, this crop pest has caused massive devastation. I've met farmers who have lost everything.
Tubadde tukozako ddagala okulaba nti akako kulya ki kasooli naye akantu ako tekayinza kumalawo obulwadde obwo ssebo.
So I wanted to use my skills as a software developer to help. At a Google Study Jam, we taught ourselves TensorFlow. We started by building an Android app on top of an open source API. The app allows farmers to spot infestations early, far beyond the capability of human eyes, and suggest an effective treatment. When I was younger, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but then I discovered app development, and I was excited to show people something they never thought possible. Machine learning gives us the advantage against fall armyworm, ultimately saving harvests and reducing pesticides.
Kunkyusizaamu kubanga taata oba jjajja teyalina ennyumba y'ebbaati. N'ebbaati nazimba ennyumba yange nga tetoonya. Tulina essuubi ne tufuna embeera ennungi mu kulima.
We are just getting started, and there are so many other sectors like health and education that machine learning could really improve. Farming is a crucial aspect of life in Uganda, and I feel proud I'm part of a team driving to ensure our culture can continue.
Earlier, you saw a beautiful inspirational video about how machine learning and Android were used to create an app to detect crop diseases. So for DevFest, I wanted to get together a few of my friends from Google and beyond to show you how you could get started in building something just like that from scratch in a few minutes. We'll build an Android app and a web app.
I want to create an app that's able to recognize information about plants. It's going to need camera functionality as well as machine learning inference. Let's see what that looks like in code. The app is written in Kotlin and uses NgRx to take the pictures and MLKit for on-device machine learning analysis. The core functionality is in Take Photo, where we take a picture, analyze it, and display the results. First, we call Take Picture on a NgRx image capture object that was created earlier. One of the parameters is a callback object, which has this on-capture success function. We get the received image into the format we need for MLKit, then we create an image labeler object and process the image. When this succeeds, we receive a collection of image labels, which we turn into text strings and display a toast with the results. Let's see what the demo looks like. So we'll take a picture and it says, I see an insect and a plant. So that was pretty easy, rigging up NgRx and MLKit to detect arbitrary objects in the camera view. But the results were pretty generic because the dataset didn't have enough information about our domain. So let's dig a little deeper.
Okay, let's go deeper. Now we need a model for something very specific, detecting diseases in bean plants instead of cassava. Let's explore how to build it. On this guide, we'll use some of the great TensorFlow tooling available. Let's start with Colab. You can understand Colab as a cloud-hosted development tool. We will do all our coding on it, and you will not need to install anything on your machine. Let's start with a new notebook. Let's just turn the title to beans. We will need to install some packages that we are going to use later. These packages are not installed on your machine. They are on a cloud machine that was created for your Colab. Nice, it finished installed the packages. Let's download the data and do some visualization to understand how our data is separated. Perfect. We download the data. Let's take a look on some of the images so we can have a better understanding of what we are doing here. Here they are. These are some of the images that will be used for training our model later. Now we have the data. We need to create a model. We are not going to create one from scratch. We are going to use a technique called transfer learning. TensorFlow Hub is a repository for TensorFlow models. You can find all kinds of models here. Let's start with this one. Let's go back to our Colab. Let's define a model handle. Nice. Now we have the data and the base model. How can we do transfer learning? To do that, we are going to use one of the tooling that I mentioned before called Model Maker. Model Maker makes your life way easier when you need to do transfer learning. Let's create the spec for our base model. Let's create our training variables here using the dataset beans that we've just seen. And now we're going to put everything together with Model Maker by defining a model with the training data and the spec that we got from TensorFlow Hub. This will take a couple of minutes. It finished training. And as you can see here, our accuracy is at 87%. Of course, let's evaluate the model with some data it didn't see yet and see how good it is. Nice, 95%.
The TensorFlow Lite model Gus just created contains all the metadata Android Studio needs to recognize it and automatically build classes for it.
To get started, you can update your build.gradle file to include the following TensorFlow Lite dependencies. Then, you'll want to import your generated TF-Lite file into the ML folder of your project. Let's check out the details of our imported model. From here, we can see an example of how to use the model in our app. Let's move over to the main activity class to take advantage of it. Inside of our image capture callback, here on line number 78, we create an instance of our model. Next, we use it to process the captured image here on line number 84. And finally, here on lines 92 through 98, we display the results of consuming the output inside of a toast message. Let's run our app. Now, instead of telling us it's looking at a leaf or a plant, it can actually tell us if it's looking at a bean leaf and give a diagnosis. Sweet.
So this concept works, but it's very much a raw demo. What if we want to make this a more successful app? Well, we'd probably need to add services like authentication so our users can sign in, analytics and A/B testing so we can find out how our users are really interacting with our app, some crash reporting or performance monitoring, and an easy way to save our users' data to the cloud. Luckily, that's where Firebase comes in. Now, the new and improved Firebase plugin in Android Studio makes this simple. I'll start by adding some analytics so I can find out exactly how our users are interacting with our app. And the plugin does most of the work to get the library integrated into my project. Now that I've done that, well, we can get an instance of the library up here, and then we can log what kind of results we're getting from MLKit. And then once we've done that, there's a lot of ways to get at this data. It'll start showing up here in the Firebase dashboard, but I find one really fun way of viewing this data is to use Stream View, which kind of gives you a real-timey sample of what kinds of analytics results we're seeing. Looks like I've already recorded several of these select content events, and I can dig into these event properties and see what kinds of results our users are getting. And I could start using that information to maybe refine my MLKit model or A/B test different alternatives. Firebase helps you build better apps, and analytics is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. Maybe we could let our users upload their own pictures and store them in the cloud using cloud storage for Firebase. There's so many possibilities.
This is a sample app, but if we were to productize this, it's important to keep in mind how our AI design decisions impact our users. For instance, we need to consider if and/or how it makes sense to display confidence intervals to help your users interpret the ML model output. Or say how you design the onboarding experience sets user expectations for the capabilities and limitations of your ML-based app, which is vital to app adoption and engagement. For more guidance on AI design decisions, check out the People Plus AI Guidebook at pair.withgoogle.com/guidebook.
And don't forget about the web. I built a PWA that can be installed across all your users' platforms. It combines the web camera with TensorFlow.js, and by integrating machine learning, we can make an amazing experience that runs across all browsers.
This isn't a finished project by any means, just a proof of concept for how a minimum viable product with a roadmap to completion can be put together using Google's developer tools and APIs.
You might also want to open source this project too. We'd love to help you with this, and you can learn more about the process at opensource.guide/startingaproject.
Hi, developers. My name is Annie Jean-Baptiste, and I'm the head of product inclusion at Google. The demo you just saw shows how Google's products can come together to create an amazing app. But what about product inclusion? You may be wondering, well, what is product inclusion and why is it important? At Google, we believe that giving power to new voices is the core of innovation. When we bring an inclusive lens to the product design process, we amplify underrepresented voices and allow all users to feel seen and validated in the moments that matter for them. We look beyond ourselves and seek out diverse voices to shape the products that we build. We also believe that we have a responsibility not to disappoint our users, no matter who they are, what they look like, how much money they make, who they love, how old they are, or anything that makes them them. And so when you're developing your own apps, I challenge you to incorporate the principles of product inclusion into the design process, because we believe that you can do well and do good by being intentional about including underrepresented voices at key points in the product design process. Remember, those closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. You can learn more about product inclusion at Google by visiting accelerate.withgoogle.com.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jen Cole, and I'm the Global Developer Communities Program Manager at Google. Now it's time to meet and hear from your local developers. These sessions will cover a variety of technologies, such as Android, Google Cloud Platform, machine learning with TensorFlow, web, Firebase, Google Assistant, and Flutter. Follow @GDG on Twitter for highlights from DevFest around the world, and try out the DevFest AR filter and avatar. Share what you're learning or your favorite part about the event on social media with #DevFest.
Hello everyone, I'm Louisa from the Google Developers team, and I'd like to welcome you today to the very first UK and Ireland DevFest. We're really sorry we can't be together in person, but I know you're going to have a brilliant time with us today, as it's a rare opportunity to get to hear from and interact with developers from across the UK and Ireland and beyond. I'll hand over to Jen now, one of the main organisers of today, to tell you more about what we've got lined up for you. Enjoy DevFest.
Thank you, Louisa. Hi everyone, I'm Jen Ashley, and I'm one of the many GDG leads who are delivering this event to you today. There are 16 Google developer groups who came together to plan and create a wonderful event for you. We are also joined by 2 developer student clubs who have been very active in spreading the word to the student community in the UK and Ireland. I feel very fortunate and happy to have worked with these 29 other individuals to deliver this to you today. Please meet the team. So thank you to this wonderful team, and to you, our attendees and speakers. Thank you for being here, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello and welcome. I am Casey Nir from GDG Oxford, and this is the web track for DevFest by GDG UK and Ireland. We have some really fantastic talks lined up for you today, so we hope you have a wonderful time and maybe learn something new. First things first, the code of conduct is available at the link on this slide. Read it, follow it. It basically boils down to be nice to each other, which I think we can all manage. We do have prizes, so remember to tweet about the event using the hashtags DevFest and DevFestUKI, and you will be eligible. So come to the party at the end of the event to find out who wins. Without further ado, I will bring your hosts for the first part of the morning, who will introduce the first speakers. So we have Jason and Ashnita.
Hi everyone, I am Ashnita Belli. I'm from GDG Reading.
And hi, I'm Jason Berryman, and I'm from GDG Milton Keynes.
And we're your hosts for the morning session.
So, Ashnita, I'm already through my second cup of coffee. How's your morning so far?
Brilliant. I'm super excited for DevFest UK and Ireland, and happy GDG DevFest.
Yeah, it's a great day we've got ahead. We've got several tracks going on. We've got web, cloud, ML and AI, many others. So hopefully we'll all have a fantastic day. So Ashnita, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, I am a front-end web developer. I work with Angular. You can see my Angular.
We've got some great Angular sessions that on the web track today. So hopefully you can look forward to those.
Absolutely. I am super excited to hear all the talks today. So Jason, tell us a little bit about yourself as well.
So I'm from GDG Milton Keynes. I'm a cloud architect. I'm a freelance cloud architect, and I'm also a GDE for Firebase and cloud. So you'll find me here on the web track for the morning, and you'll find me a little bit later on this afternoon on the cloud track.
That's great. Thank you for joining us on the web track as well, Jason. We have got some great speakers on the web track this morning. Would you talk us through the agenda for the morning?
Yes, certainly. So starting at 10:15, well, in fact, that's now. We're so due on any moment now. We've got Nikhil. He's going to be talking about web backend end-to-end. And then 10:45 to 11:15, we've got building progressive web apps with Michael. And finally, for the morning session, 11:15 to 11:45, we've got Angular and the supercharged CLI. So that with Mark Thompson. So that sounds interesting. I'm interested to find out what a supercharged CLI is.
Absolutely.
So we're already a few minutes behind schedule, so let's rush in. So our first speaker is Nikhil. He's going to be talking about web backend end-to-end. So Nikhil, welcome to DevFest, and I'll hand over to you.
Yeah. So hey everyone, welcome to DevFest 2020. Hope everyone is doing good. I'm Nikhil, software engineer from Google India. Now we'll look into backend engineering. So today we are going to look about how to structure resource-oriented API design, then about input validation, output serialization, then look into what's an ORM is about, and finally into what is role-based access control. So moving forward. So first we'll consider an example which we take forward throughout this session. So consider online coding mentorship. So there are two constraints to it. Each student can have only one mentor, and one mentor can have like many students. So the table schema structure looks like this. We have three tables: student, test, and mentor. Student have the following fields: student ID, name, email, password, phone number, address, mentor ID, which is the foreign key to the mentor, then followed by batch number, which batch the students belongs to, then active. Active denotes like whether the student subscription is active or not. Then we have a table called test, It has fields like test ID, description of the test, date at which the test is conducted, the student ID, the student who wrote the test, then marks scored by the student. Then followed that, we have the last table, mentor. It has mentor ID, email, password, and name, the personal details. So we'll consider this example throughout this session. So first we'll look at resource-oriented API design. So first, what is resource? So a resource can be like defined as group of related stuff. You can take the first example, student. So this student resource is not same as the database which we saw before. So a resource is something like what we want to, a group of entities, what we want to expose to the outside world, to the users. So first, take the example first, user is student resource. It has like fields like name, mentor name. So the schema before we saw had mentor ID. So here we have mentor name. So mentor name is fetched from the mentor table. Then we have total marks. So total marks is from the test table. We do an aggregation of marks scored by the students. Then we have batch ID. So then we'll have a other thing called student personal details. It's one more resource. So student personal details is kind of like sub-hierarchy to the student details. It comes like there is a relation between student resource and student personal resource. So student personal resource, we call it as a sub-resource. So it is like student is the topmost in hierarchy, student sub-resource, student personal details is a sub-resource to the student. So personal details include like personal details like email, address, and phone number. So I hope you got what the crunch of resources. So we'll now see how to structure APIs around these resources. So I have listed down the CRUD operation, create, read, update, and delete operations of the student resource. So always you need to structure your API in such a way that it should be n/student, the resource name. It should not be like get student or create student. You should not use any verbs in it. So let us go through the APIs one by one. So the first thing is list. So get /API/version1/student. It returns the collection of student records. So next is like get /student/API. It returns a student resource, a particular student. Like post verb, it uses /student.
Hi everyone, we seem to have lost Nikhil. It seems his internet is frozen. In the meantime, we shall try and entertain you. Perhaps Ashnita and Casey, if you want to join us, and we can all have a little chat together until Nikhil rejoins us.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the joy of doing things on the internet. But fingers crossed.
So we'll hope he's coming back. I'm sure there's people working in the background trying to get him back as soon as possible. So what else can we talk about? We've got some things going on today. We've got a lot of activity on Twitter. You can tweet about DevFest, and we're constantly tweeting out. I believe there are some JetBrains licenses and prizes up for grabs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And do any of that? I must admit, I don't know how you get a JetBrains license. Who here knows how to get a free JetBrains license? No, that'll be none of us. We should really find this stuff out. So there is a competition. The answer will be announced at the after party later on. We will find out that information for you, and we'll feed it back to you a little bit later. So, in the meantime, has Nikhil rejoined? He hasn't. So, Casey, we had a little bit of an introduction from myself and Ashnita. What exciting things do you want to tell us about your morning, or about your general day-to-day things? Which GDG you're part of, and what you do in general?
Yeah, so I'm a part of GDG Oxford. My main focus is computer security, but I've also just started an MSc program in computer science. So I am looking forward to being a student again.
Cool. That's good. And Ashnita, you said you were working on Angular. Is that something you've been doing for a while?
Yes, so I worked with AngularJS, and then I shifted to Angular, and that's pretty much my passion. I love JavaScript, TypeScript, Angular, so yeah, front-end web development. But Casey, are you are more focused on security, is that right?
Yes, I do a lot of web security.
Web security.
So okay. I have, but I also like development on the side.
Absolutely. We do have one web security talk lined up later on today. It's an area I want to focus more on, so I'm really looking forward to that talk.
Yes, it's on OAuth, I believe, which is a topic that is very interesting and can be a little tricky to get right.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I must admit, I tend to, when it comes to security and authentication, I tend to pass that off to things like Firebase authentication or Google Cloud Identity Platform. It looks like we've got Nikhil back.
Yes, so I will add him. Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off.
It's all right.
So, are you?
Yeah.
If you
so
share your screen, we'll put you back in the spotlight.
Yeah, sure.
We've just been having a little chat while we've been waiting for you to come back.
So, which slide did I stop? You haven't.
You were showing one with the. Go on.
I think it was the one that you had.
Okay, I'll go ahead with this. Yeah.
All right, I'll let you continue.
Yeah. Hey guys, sorry. So right now we'll look into how to structure resource-oriented API design. So at first, what is a resource? So resource can be defined as a entity, group of related stuff which we want to expose to the outer world. So for example, take the first thing, which is a student. It has name, mentor name, total marks. Total marks is fetched from like the test table. We do aggregation over the marks and display it as total marks, then have batch ID. So we also have second resource, which is student personal details. So student personal details has details like email, password, and phone number. So if you see this, like student personal details is type of sub hierarchy to student. Student is on the top of the hierarchy, and student personal details is related to the student. So we call student personal details as a sub resource. So right now we'll see how to structure APIs around this resource. So these are the APIs that CRUD operations, create, update, and delete operations we create around this resource. So if you see each API, it ends with /student. So student is the resource which we are dealing with. So normally I find people use like create student, get student. So you should avoid those verbs. So it is evident like /student relates to the student, and get, post, put. So these are the verbs speak what is the operation we are going to do. So moving forward, we'll see about sub-resource. So sub-resource, take the example like get slash API slash v1 slash student slash ID. So we are retrieving a student's detail slash his personal details. So student slash ID denotes the top hierarchy. Under that, we are getting his personal details. So why do we need to structure it as sub-resource? The first thing is it helps us with more readability. Other is like it facilitates to for security using role-based access control. So for example, consider we have a mentor who has access to students' general details, but not his personal details, students' personal details. So we might give the mentor the access to the following APIs, student resource APIs, but not to his sub-resource / personal details. So mentor can access only those 4 APIs, not these 2. So it is breaking into sub-resource helps to define accesses like that. Then apart from CRUD operations, sometimes we need some custom method. We normally call it actions. So consider like we want to activate a student subscription, deactivate student subscription. So the post /v1 / student / ID activates the student subscription / deactivates. So normally actions use the post verb into it. So this is all about resource. Next, we'll see about how to do input validation. So once an API enters into a backend, we need to sanitize the input, whether they are in correct format. So let us look few examples of what type of input validation must be done. So is the email is of correct format, mark is an integer, name has no special characters, phone number is present. So these are few examples. So let us look at code. Normally people code like this. So this is a Flask framework. So this is a route. At the top you can see @app.route /API /student. It is student endpoint. The method is post. So in this method, you can see like name equal to request.form.get name. So you're getting the name from the body and you're checking whether it is exist. If that name doesn't exist, you throw a bad exception. Again, you check whether it has only alphabet is alpha. If not, you're throwing an exception. Then you do this kind of validation for each and every field. If you see below email, I'm checking whether it is present and is it matching with regex. So the regex corresponds to email format. So this is like a clumsy. When some other developer looks at your code, he doesn't know what all the validation you're performing, and he doesn't know what all the fields the body has. So how to structure it better? So what we use is templating. Like we define a schema. So you can see class, create student, input schema. So I'm using a library called Marshmallow. It is used to define schemas in Python. So there are many famous other libraries you can explore with. So our current schema has 3 fields: name, email, and age. For name, I'm using validate field.string. It is of string type. Then it is required equal to true. It's required field, and validate equal to validate_name. So validate underscore name is a validate_name is a function. If you look up the function about the validate name, under that we are checking whether the name contains only alphabets. So if it doesn't contain, we raise a validation error. So what I'm trying to say is like you can have your own custom validations. So Marshmallow facilitates you with that. Then you have email. Email is of fields.email. It's required type. Then you have age, which is of int type fields.in. Then you do validation and whether the age lies between 1 to 100. Then in the API.route under create student, you see whether you call create student input schema, you create an object of the class, then you call something called validate. So validate is provided by Marshmallow again. So you pass the request.form, the body into it. So if there is any errors get populated, and you check if there is any error, you throw an exception. So this is better, cleaner way to deal with it. So more cleaner, you could use a decorator to, you can use a decorator. So the above thing, like the 3 nested functions, that is how you define decorator in Python. So I want to focus on the region which I highlighted. So you can see like schema.validate request form. So to the decorator, we are passing the schema. So we are checking, we are validating like as before we did, we are passing the body and check whether the schema is valid. If any error, the error gets populated, we throw an error. After that, if you see the return statement, if there is no error, the code comes to the return statement that where we call the function with the body. So if you look at down, create student, we can see the decorator at the rate of validate. So this is more cleaner way to do input validation. So next we'll move ahead to see about output serialization. So when a developer gives code something, we must be very careful what an API returns. It must not have any confidential details like password, or for example, the mentor should not see users' personal details. By mistake, you should not pass some personal details of the student to the mentor. So again, we can do that by creating a template or schema for the output. So how the output should look like, what are the fields it should have. So if it has some other fields which it should not have, we can like trim it out. So let's take a look at look at a code again. So again, I'm using Marshmallow library. So now focus on the create student code at the bottom. So we have a decorator called output_serializer. So the serializer takes in student schema. So coming to student schema, class student schema, which inherits schema from Marshmallow again. So right now it has 3 fields: name, email, and address. So name is of string type, email is email, address is string. So right now we don't have any more validation, because as a developer, we are sending the response. So we don't need to do any validation over it. And if you see, there is something called class meta, unknown equal to exclude. So this is provided by Marshmallow. So unknown means like unknown fields. What should happen when we have unknown fields? So we need to exclude it, not throw any error or include it. So Marshmallow provides other facilities like include unknown fields. So we want to exclude. So we made it exclude. So coming to the decorator, when you look at the highlighted code, object equal to func parenthesis. So we are executing the function and getting the object. So after we are getting the object, we do schema.dump object. So we are dumping the object into the schema. So what it does is it creates a new object with only the fields which we whitelisted. So name, email, and address. If you have any extra fields, it will get like trimmed off. So this way you can ensure that only what fields you want to send to the front end exist. So you need to do like this output serialization only in languages like Python or JS, where you don't have types. In Java, C++, like we have types. Like a function, this is going to be the response. We define student is the object which should be the function's output. So in Python, you don't have like that. In Node.js, you don't have any function return type. So you need to put output serializer constraint into play. Then moving forward, so we'll look into a concept called database pool. So if you look at the left diagram, you can see it is like without database pool. Right side diagram is with database pooling. So normally when a database request comes in, database creates a new thread, database connection. That is the blue line. Red line is the request coming in. So when a database connection request comes in, there are like a lot of steps involved. It's an expensive operation. You need to do network session, authenticate, authorize. So it is like time-consuming task. So what we need to do is, it is all normally provided by much of the drivers behind this thing. So you won't work like first-hand with it. So database pool, what it does is like database pool, what it does is like it has predefined threads within it. Like as you see, like 5 blue lines exist within the box. So what database pool does is like it creates thread and set it up beforehand. So when a request comes in the red line, so it picks up one of the existing blue lines and it gets executed. So you don't do, there is no task like creating authentication or network sessions happening here. It is like you are saving much time over it. So when you use any driver, you have options to set the pool size. So when you have like very high amount of query per second, you need to increase number of threads in the pool. So this is all about database pool. You can explore later. So next we'll look at about object relational mapper, ORM. So ORM facilitates us to write queries in object-related way. So to write queries in object-related way, we need to like define tables in classes. So this is how you define a table in classes. So I'm using a library called SQL Alchemy. So it's a famous library to define models. So if you look at the class right now, class student. So the student relates to the table name student. And you can see like there are many data members, ID, name, email, password, and so on. Each and everything corresponds to tables column name. So like we have a name, email, password column in students table. Similarly, we have members, email, password in the students class. So let me read out a few things. Like ID is db.column, it's a column. db.integer, it's of integer type. Primary key equal to 2. So it's a primary key. Auto increment equal to true beyond it. So then if you come to name is db.string, it's of string type. Then coming to mentor ID, last before one, db.column, db.integer, it's mentor ID is an integer, comma, db.foreign key, it's a foreign key to mentor.id, it's a foreign key to mentors table ID row, ID column, sorry. So this is how you define table in object-oriented way. So once you have a table like this, so SQL Alchemy or any ORM gives you a command called migration run. So when you run migration, what happens is this table automatically creates the table needed for you. So if you're using MySQL, so this class creates the student table with all the necessary fields and constraints by looking at this class. So you don't need to manually go to the login into MySQL and create each table. So this class does it for you once you give migration run command. So how does this facilitate us to write easier queries? Let's look into it. So the first thing is like the normal query, select star from students. The next thing is student.query.all. So this is like using object-oriented way. Student is our class, .query is a function provided by it, .all fetches all these student records. Next, we have select star from students, where age is greater than 25. Student.query.filter, age greater than 25. So we are adding a filter, filter active equal to true, only active records we are getting it. So how this facilitates? First thing is like when you write queries in the native way, everything is string. When you make a mistake, you won't know. So you need to execute the query to know it. When you're using object-oriented way, like your ID highlights this is an error, so you can go ahead and fix it. Next, what other advantages this query has is like you can construct your query on the go. If you see the first line, query equal to student.query. So you're not adding any filter or you're not executing it. You're just storing it into a query variable. Then you have an if-else class. In the if-else class, you're checking request.args. So request.args is nothing but getting query parameter in Flask, and you're getting the category query parameter and checking whether it is equal to adult. So if it is adult, you are adding a filter, query equal to query.filter, age is greater than 25. So you are adding a filter, age is greater than 25. If the category is teen, so you are adding a filter if age is less than 25. So you are having one more if class, which checks only active records should be included or not. So finally, you execute the query.all, that gives you the result. So the thing you need to understand is you can construct your query on the go. Next, we'll look into insert example. So the top highlighter black one is normally how you write a query in SQL. The below the blue one, student._object, you are creating an object equal to student, and you pass the variables into it, and you create a student object. So after creating a student object, you can like change the values, like student object .name. You're accessing your .name equal to Nikhil. So I'm overwriting Joe name with Nikhil. So when you're using object-oriented way, it's like more advantageous. Like you can manipulate the objects as the way you like, and you can operate many logics over it. Then finally is db.session.add student underscore object. So after you made all the changes on the object, you can commit the object. So this is all about ORM. Next, we'll look about role-based access control. So now, to facilitate roles, we will break the tables in a newer format. So we'll create something called user. It has user ID, name, email, and password. The generic stuff from student and mentor, we put it under a table called user. Then under student, we use user ID that maps to the user. Then we have phone number, address, mentor ID, batch number, same as before. Then we have a new table called role. The role has role ID, description of the role, and role name. So role is something like student is a role, admin is the role, mentor is the role. Before we had separate tables for RB, role-based access control, to enable it. So we are breaking the tables like this. So we have user table, roles table, and user role. So user role is an association table which maps user to a role. So you can see like user ID and foreign key exist. So each user can have many roles. So this is how you break up your tables. So let's look at a code again. So look at the route at last. So you can see a decorator at the rate of RBAC mentor. So what it means, what I'm saying is, create student can be accessed only by mentor, the list which we are passing to the RBAC decorator. So coming to the decorator above, you can see like user equal to get current user. So assume that get current user returns the current user who is active. Under that, now we need the roles which the user have. So I'm querying the roles table. So I'm doing a join of user role table with role table. Like I need the roles of the particular user. So I need to join role and user role. After doing this operation, then I'm doing join, then I'm fetching only role name, then doing a filter equal to user ID equal to current user.id. I'm fetching all the roles the user has. Then I'm checking if one of the roles match up with the needed role. The needed role is mentor. So if the current user has one of the role as mentor, if it matches, we return the function. Else we are going to throw 401 error unauthorized. So this is how you enable role-based access. Then finally, we'll look, instead of giving database calls each time, you can also embed the roles within your token. So if you're using token-based authentication, you can embed the roles into the token itself. So when you give a request, you don't, like each time when you give a request, you don't want to hit the database for checking the roles. So this is a better way to do this. So with this, I conclude my talk. Thank you, everyone. Hey.
Hi, thanks, Nikhil. That was great. So amazing talk, web back end to end from Nikhil there. Now we also have, I'll just bring up the details. I found out the details. I promised you I'd get the information about the JetBrains licenses. So if you tweet about the event and to either hashtag DevFest or hashtag DevFest UKI, you can find out and exchange information on DevFest across the whole globe, as well as with DevFest UKI, what's going on in the UK and Ireland. And particularly if you tweet with hashtag DevFest UKI, you can win a chance to get one of 10 JetBrains licenses, and we'll be announcing the winners to those in the after party. Right, we're a little bit behind. We had to run over a bit due to some technical issues, but I'll hand over to Ashnita, and you can introduce our next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Jason. So our next speaker is Michael Solati. Michael is a developer program engineer at Google, focusing on web and Chrome. And Michael will talk to us about building progressive web apps. So welcome, Michael.
Thank you guys. Sorry, just realized my sound wasn't working. Real quick, hi again. My name is Michael. I think my sound should be working. Just gonna see. Still no sound?
All right, yeah, sorry, we can hear you now.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so my background is a web developer. I actually started with a web framework called Meteor, which used this rendering engine called Blaze. I eventually dove into Angular, and I've done other stuff beyond Angular. But when I say that my background is a web developer, it's really, really true, because that's one of my first programming things. I actually grew up loving the web. I remember how things were like in the 90s, in the 2000s, and even now in our modern web development environment. And it's compelling, it's exciting, and we have these incredible tools to make amazing and compelling experiences for other users. I will also mention that I have a MAS product. For those of you who aren't familiar, MAS stands for Memes as a Service. Just putting that out there, it's memogram.com. I invite you to take a look, though it kind of only works in the US, so that might be moot here. And finally, I will say I have made a lot of mistakes. So I am hoping that you guys can take something away from my painful experiences. That way you don't have to have the same painful experiences. Well, so answering this potentially simple question, what exactly is a PWA? And it's simple. It's not that. A PWA is not supposed to be that. PWAs, honestly, you can think of them as just like regular web application. Just like a PWA is just a web application that has amazing experiences. And that's mostly because they are fast. They're going to respond quickly, whether that's loading or responding to user interactions. They're integrated. They're going to show up on a user's home screen and have access to different sensors and can handle push notification. They are reliable. They'll load instantly, and you would never see something like the dinosaur. And finally, they're engaging. They should feel like a natural app on the device with an immersive user experience. And I've been trying to come up with a joke because, fast, integrated, reliable, engaging is fire. And I used to really like Chappelle's show. So I'm just going to leave this here for you guys to come up with your own joke for this. So why PWAs? Well, users spend most of their time on native applications rather than web applications or websites. And that's because apps are seen to be more predictable. They're reliable, they typically work offline, they're available on the home screen, and they support push notifications. And 78% of time that a user spends on their phone is typically within their favorite 3 apps. So the space on a home screen is like really, really valuable, because what you're really asking for is a commitment for time and space on a user's phone. On average, a user installs no new apps on a monthly basis, whereas they might be more likely to visit websites, but just not to install them onto the phone. So PWAs, well, they're important because building a high-quality PWA has these incredible benefits, making it easy to delight users, grow engagement, and increase conversions. PWAs are essentially web applications that provide these near-native experiences on mobile devices. They're installable on a user's device, and Chrome will actually prompt users to install PWAs onto their device. With service workers, you can start to cache assets and resources, making sure that your site can load fast, quickly, and even work offline. Also, with the service worker, you can support push notifications, which allows you to increase engagement, meaning that you can allow users to get updates as well as re-engagement to the application by clicking through those updates. And when users are typically averse to installing applications from the Play Store or the App Store, and would rather visit a website in some cases. A lower barrier to entry, like a website, may be all that you need to be a citizen on a user's home screen. Native apps start quickly, they work in the background, offline, and have access to all these different sensors. But unfortunately, you have to build different versions of the native application for different platforms. Web applications, in contrast, have an amazing reach. You only need to develop one website to work on every platform, and they can be safe. But what's really important is implementing features that native apps have to web applications. And that brings us to this web application. I'm just going to play a little video that I've recorded before, and we can just like talk through the experience. So this is just a Twitter web application. Things load in pretty quickly. I'm able to scroll. It's pretty silky smooth. Posting a post looks and behaves exactly how I'd expect the application to behave if this was the native app. And I'm able to take advantage of the camera and the video camera to take a picture and just attach this to my tweet. Really simple native web application. Simple in the sense that it doesn't necessarily do anything complicated, but it provides a near one-for-one experience for the native application. So why is the web application a more compelling experience for me than the native application? Well, it came from a time I was just like tinkering between getting into PWAs, and I was looking at the differences between the PWA and the native application. And when I went into my Android devices like apps installed screen, I saw the Twitter PWA and the Twitter native app installed side by side. And I didn't really think anything about it until I just looked at the install size, and I saw 250 and 250. And my brain wasn't smart enough to be connecting at the time that 250 megabytes is not the same as 250 kilobytes. I just saw 250. And when I realized that the native Twitter application was taking up 250 megabytes of my device versus the PWA was only taking 250 kilobytes, I made the switch. Immediately. There was no loss in performance, no loss in anything. It provided virtually the same experience at a fraction of the cost. That just made the switch so much easier and made so much sense to me. So let's talk about a simple PWA that I kind of created for the purposes of this talk. It's just a web application that's designed to showcase popular movies. You can click on a movie to get more details, and it kind of has some vibe that you might notice on something like an Android tablet, just because the web application follows these material design guidelines. But it does a few things also under the hood, like performance bits, to kind of provide it that silky smooth experience that you would expect from a native application. So this is a web application, but can it be considered a progressive web application? And that's a really simple question that can be answered by a tool called Lighthouse. So we're going to just pop open Lighthouse here. We're going to run it through some tests. And while that's going, I'm just going to take a sip of coffee. And that is still hot. OK. So the tests run, and there's not a lot of green there. And for Lighthouse, green is going to be the color we want to see. So let's take a look at the actual results. So here we go. A lot of not green, a lot of red, a lot of warnings. And where are we failing here? Well, the first thing is that web application didn't respond with a 200 status code when the device wasn't connected to the internet. If you're building a PWA, you're going to want to consider using a service worker so that your application can work offline. And like I mentioned, if it registers a service worker, we could use this application offline, but it doesn't have a service worker installed, which is really the technology that is required to enable many of the PWA features, such as offline support, the ability to add to the home screen, and push notifications. Another thing it doesn't have is the web app manifest, which is one of the requirements for that installability, and kind of tells the PWA how to behave like a native app. When you open a native application on your phone, you end up getting a custom splash screen, right? Like you might see a white background and the Twitter logo will kind of pop in until the rest of the page loads in. So those are some of the configurations that's actually set by the web app manifest or the web manifest file. It doesn't set an address theme color, which you don't see as much, but I actually did really like in older versions of Chrome on Android. And I think actually does have an impact on some of the behavior that a PWA actually has once installed. And it doesn't provide a fallback when JavaScript isn't enabled. For me, I actually think this feature or this tidbit is actually really important. I used to work in a dev shop where we were working on a project for a client where we were all Android users. So like whenever we tested on our phones, everything worked great because it just worked well in Chrome. But our client kept on saying that no matter what they did, whenever they visited the website, they just saw a white page. And so we couldn't really pin it down to anything. So we asked them, what device are you using? And they told us an iPhone. So being the young, scrappy startup that we were, my CEO went and bought us all iPod Touches because they were $200 and there was no way he was going to buy us all iPhones. But the web application continued to work just fine on our iPod Touches. And so one time when we had a client meeting, we just asked to look at their device, and we discovered that they had disabled JavaScript on their web browser. Honestly, I don't recall why they had decided to do that, but that ended up leading to a lot of headaches where the user thought there was something wrong that we were doing. We thought that there was something wrong we were doing. But if we just like simply enabled something small, even if it's just to say that, hey, this experience isn't going to work with JavaScript disabled, if we actually informed a user of that, that would have saved a lot of headaches on everyone's end and prevented anyone from feeling like they were actually doing something wrong or incorrect here. At the end of the day, the web application was neither fast, integrated, reliable, or engaging. It failed all the hallmark necessities that would constitute classifying it as a PWA. Now, I mentioned a tool called Lighthouse earlier. If you don't know what Lighthouse is, it's an open source automated tool for improving the quality of web pages. You can run it against web pages that are either public or that require authentication. And it has audits for things like performance, accessibility, SEO, and whether an app could be or website can be considered a PWA. You can run Lighthouse. It's built into the Chrome DevTools. You can use Lighthouse as a Chrome extension, which I use because I feel like it's consistently more reliable than the DevTools. Or you can use it via the command line or as a module because it's available on NPM. You can install it and include it into your build pipeline for your website for testing things. So with knowing where we're falling short and knowing the tools that we have to test and what we want to gear our web application for, let's make this better. And a really important thing about making this web application better is that we want to make the website more reliable. And reliable means that there's no surprises. And the biggest surprise is when the Chrome dinosaur just pops up. We don't want that. Here's a Smash Brothers reference. I used to be good at making jokes for these things. I've given up on making jokes. No one ever appreciates them. So being reliable. When launched from the user's home screen, the service worker will enable a PWA to load instantly, regardless of the network state. A service worker is written in JavaScript, and it's kind of like a client-side proxy, and it puts you in control of the cache and how you respond to resource requests. By pre-caching key resources, you can eliminate the dependency of the network and ensure an instant and reliable experience for your users. This is an awesome diagram that I have found on the web. I forgot where, unfortunately, but it's an example of how a service worker could be implemented. And this example here is a cache-first example, which is ideal if you're building an offline-first experience. And this is how you might handle a majority of requests. So the web page would make a request for a resource that'll go to the service worker. The service worker will check to see if that asset exists in the cache. If it doesn't exist in the cache, it'll go to the network for that request and return that information to the page. At the same time, it will cache the asset that was requested. That way, the next time the page requests the same asset or resource, when it goes to the cache to see if it's there, it'll be there and it'll return it straight from the cache rather than having to make the round trip to the network and back. And there's other strategies that you can apply for building your service worker. But introducing a service worker to your website can actually be super, super easy. If you're an Angular developer, Angular has a schematic that you can install and apply to your project with the command ngadd pwa, ngadd at angular/pwa. It sets up a lot of stuff and some of the other things we're going to be hit on later. But it makes it super, super easy in this regard. For React, Google I/O in 2017, we had actually announced that Create React App actually includes a service worker and PWA support out of the box when you create your applications. And also in I/O of 2017, we announced that the Vue CLI had been updated to enable service workers with the Vue create command. It's actually really easy. You go to the manually select features options, toggle over to PWA support, enable it, and then you can go with the default settings for the rest. But it's pretty much all there. I will say that customizing and configuring your service worker is something that you'll still need to do. While the platforms can guide you with what you could and should do, they can't really know everything that you would want to do. So taking Vue, for example, you can actually modify aspects of the service worker that's configured by adding a PWA property to your Vue config file or to this like a Vue field in the package.json. But what's really cool about Vue and React with how they generate service workers is that it's actually built on top of a library called Workbox. So Workbox it's a library agnostic tool for building service workers. It bakes in a set of best practices and removes a lot of the boilerplate every developer ends up having to write when working with service workers. It can actually help handle things like pre-caching assets, runtime caching strategies, request routing, background sync. It provides some helpful debugging and provides a greater flexibility and feature set than some other tools that you might use. Now, like Lighthouse, it's available on NPM. And there's actually an amazing article written about Workbox on web.dev. It's written by a member of the web developer relations team at Google, Jeff Posek, and he actually specifically works on the tool Workbox. So I would definitely recommend giving it a read if you want to get more familiar with service workers. You can find it at web.dev/Workbox. But by just implementing our service worker, we've built an application that is more reliable because it'll consistently work offline. And I would say it's a little bit faster, but we can be faster than a little bit faster. So the average load time for most mobile websites is 19 seconds over a 3G connection. And so what ends up happening is that 53% of users will abandon a site if it takes longer than 3 seconds to load. And once loaded, users expect them to be fast experiences without this janky scrolling or slow to respond interfaces. About 1 out of 2 people expect a page to load within 2 seconds. And about half of the people say that waiting for web page to load is what they dislike most about browsing the web on mobile devices. Luckily, with our service worker configured, we kind of address a lot of these concerns. However, we can still optimize the initial page load, the parsing, the computing, and the rendering of our applications. Because there's a massive concern with how we build our web applications. I'm actually stealing this slide from an amazing propagandist for the web who works on the Chrome team, Adios Mani. Keep in mind that if we want to be fast at JavaScript, we have to download it, parse it, compile it, and execute it quickly. And it's important to keep in mind that not all bytes weigh the same. A 200 kilobyte JavaScript file has a very different set of costs than a 200 kilobyte JPEG image. And this is outside of the raw network transmission speeds for both sets of bytes. They might take the same amount of time to download, but when it comes to processing, we're dealing with very different costs. A JPEG image may need to be decoded, rasterized, and painted onto the screen, versus a JavaScript bundle, which needs to be downloaded, parsed, compiled, executed. And there's also a bunch of other steps that a JavaScript engine needs to complete. I say this because it's important to keep in mind that the costs for these types of files aren't necessarily equivalent. It's important to remember that JavaScript is being sent down the wire and has to be computed and rendered for our web applications, and this takes time. However, we can take some of this burden off of the user and put this onto our server with something called server-side rendering. Now, every major framework actually has decent support for server-side rendering. And as a front-end developer who doesn't really want to write a full back-end solution, I found some of these really, really simple and easy to implement myself. Now, there are also non-first-party solutions that streamline the daunting task of configuring your own server-side rendering environments. In the React world, you have Next.js, and in the Vue world, you have Nuxt. But if you don't want to use any specific framework, you can use Puppeteer. Puppeteer is a node library which provides a high-level API to control Chrome or Chromium over the DevTools protocol. It runs headless by default, but it can be configured to run in a full Chrome environment. And you can actually do a lot with Puppeteer. You can generate screenshots of pages, PDFs. You can run tests in Chrome. You can crawl single-page applications. And you can actually generate pre-rendered content, i.e. server-side rendering. So like Workbox, it's available on NPM. And this is actually a really simple implementation for building handling server-side rendering on using Puppeteer. You just set up the Express endpoint. When a user makes a request, you'll launch Puppeteer. You'll navigate to the URL that the user wants, allow the page to render. Once it's rendered, grab the HTML and send it. And if you want cache this as a resource, cache it on the network. That way you don't have to continually run this function to execute or render it on the server. But it's a really super simple implementation that doesn't really require that much of a change in your web applications. So now with that, we have a reliable and fast experience. But the last thing we want to do is we want this experience to be engaging. We want it to feel like a natural application on a user's device with an immersive user experience. Now, PWAs are installable, and they live on a user's home screen without the need for an app store. They offer immersive full-screen experiences with the help of the web app manifest. And so I want to talk about the web app manifest because it kind of dictates how our web applications are going to look on a user's home screen and how they're launched. Now, this is a really awesome tool that makes it simple to generate a manifest file. I'm going to just pop in here because I have this open here. And I'm just going to quickly show you how simple this tool is. So we can just give our application a name, a short name, just in case the name ends up being too long on a screen. So this would be like a shorter concatenated name if we wanted. We can choose the theme color, which will be, I'll stick with white, which is just like the accent color, the sort of color that you might see in the notification panel or notification bar on your phone. And the background color is just the color that a user sees when the user opens up your application. You see the splash screen, and that's pretty much what that background color is. Browser mode, we'll do a full screen application. We can lock the orientation of the application to portrait, landscape, or allow rotation. So we'll allow rotation. And then here, we're just going to pick an image. Here, this app icon. And what this will do once I click submit is it generates a file. I'm going to bring this over here. Here we go. So here it is with the manifest JSON file over here, which I understand might be hard to see, but what's more important is that it generates all the image icons in all these different sizes. So you can see we have a 72 by 72, 96, 96, 128, all the way up to 512 by 512. So it resizes all the images for us. And what you really need to do with the output of this is just dump it into your site. So if you want to tinker with this tool, it's available at manifest-gen.netlify.app. But once you have that, you just dump the manifest JSON in the root of your application. Also dump the image asset folder in the root of your application. And so you can see here's just my the HTML of this Angular application that I have here. And all I have is updated these 2 lines where I set the manifest JSON, set the theme color. Now, with that in mind, our application is fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging. We have pretty much everything we need in place for this to feel like a native application on a user screen. I do want to mention that there are a ton of other APIs available to us as web developers that we can use. And one of the really, really cool things that is kind of new to PWAs has been these app shortcuts, kind of like you experience on native applications on your phone, where if you press and hold the icon, you get shortcuts to do different things or jump straight into things in an application. It's supported in Android starting with Chrome 84, as well as Windows with Chrome 85 and Edge 85. I recommend tinkering with this. It's one of these things that if you modify your manifest JSON file, you can define these shortcuts, not too difficult. And if I was going to assign homework, I'd recommend checking out these URLs. The first one is the app shortcuts, which kind of tells you how to set up these shortcuts in your applications. That way a user can press and hold the icon, get a bunch of things, jump to different parts of your web application. The second one is the badging API. So just like you might see on some devices where if you get notifications, you might see a little badge saying, hey, 3 unread messages sort of thing. You can do that with PWAs as well. And the last URL here is for kind of discusses the experience of something called Trusted Web Activities, or TWAs. TWAs, simply like describing it in the simplest terms possible, is a way for you to wrap your PWA and ship it in the Play Store. So without having to do any additional work, well, barely any additional work, you can take your PWA and make it available in the Play Store. I definitely recommend taking a look at it. But we implemented a bunch of different stuff. And actually, the last thing I kind of want to do is now that we have server-side rendering, a service worker, and all that other stuff, I just want to run Lighthouse on the finished product of the web application I showed before. So here we go. I'm going to pop open Lighthouse here. Just going to make sure the settings. So we're testing for PWA support, and we're just going to generate the report. I'm going to let this go as I sip some more coffee. Hopefully it won't be so hot. All right. And now you can see that is one beautiful green check mark where all these things and requirements that Lighthouse has for an application to be considered a PWA are all met. So now if you were at home, like you might be right now on your cell phones, you could go to pwa.otta.dev, experience the web application on your own phones, install it onto your own phones, have a somewhat native-like experience. I invite you guys to enjoy it. The slides for this talk are going to be made available on bit.ly/building PWAs. It is case sensitive, so I'll leave this up for a second so you guys can just make sure you guys get that. And I'll take another sip of coffee while I do that. Anyway, so with all of this, I'd like to say like the Chromosaur ends up being one of my favorite things about Chrome. But if I could hope for anything, is that by taking away some of these things we talked about implementing PWAs, that the Chromosaur could go the way of the dinosaur, which is to say extinct. Anyway, my name is Michael Solati. I am available on the web pretty much everywhere by just my name. So Dev2, GitHub, LinkedIn, Twitter, at Michael Solati. I hope to hear from you guys there if you have any questions. And thank you for your time.
That's great. Thank you, Michael. I was first introduced to PWAs back at the Potanina Summits in London a few years ago. So it's great to see how they're developing. And I really love tools like Lighthouse. So thanks to Michael and that session on PWAs. Remember, tweet about the event for your chance to win one of 10 JetBrains licenses. You can tweet using the hashtags DevFest and DevFestUKI. So I'll hand over to Ashnista and she will introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Jason. I am super excited to introduce our next speaker, Mark Thompson. Mark is a developer advocate for Angular at Google. Besides coding, Mark loves teaching. So you can follow him on Twitter to find out more about his teaching. It is just about before 6 a.m., I believe, in Chicago, where Mark is joining us from. And this is one of the things I love about an online DevFest. We have speakers joining us from various locations. We really appreciate that. So today, Mark will talk to us about Angular and the supercharged CLI. Welcome, Mark.
Hey, how you folks doing? I am so pumped up to be here, and I can't wait for us to get started. All right, so as we're getting started today, here's the first thing I need you to do, because this event is going so well and it's really exciting. I need you to get your left hand up and watch this. That's me giving you a high five, because we're about to have a party. This talk is called Angular and the Supercharged CLI. My name is Mark, and as it was mentioned, I work at Google and I'm on the Angular team. So one of the things about me is that not only do I love to code and teach, but I also have a dream job. I know, outside of working at Google, I actually want to be a hand model one day. All right, let's get started. So let's talk about what Angular is, in case we have folks who maybe have never heard of Angular or don't know why people would want to consider Angular. Well, here's how I describe Angular. Angular is a platform for building scalable applications. Okay, so as your application starts out, maybe you start out small, Angular has a lot of cool things for you to do there, but inevitably your application is going to grow. And as your application grows, that we will grow with you. Angular will scale up with you. Here's some of the things I love about Angular, and I think make a really compelling story for Angular. One, we have some amazing integrated tooling. So things like the CLI that we'll talk about today, the integration with the IDEs and the Angular language service, things that really help to boost your developer productivity. Then we are what we call batteries included platform, where we try to reduce a lot of the decision fatigue by bringing in things that you need. Things like first-class support for routing already built in, things like animation, and so much more. So best practices are a part of the overall story. And then this is my favorite part, the power of the community, because you know what? We build Angular together. Meaning the Angular team, we open pull requests on GitHub just like you folks do. So together we build Angular, and together we drive the future of Angular. Let me tell you a story. So this is my kid. I call him the heir. And the reason I call him the heir is because he's the heir to the Thompson fortune. Now, mind you, the fortune isn't really there yet, but I am really hopeful that one day I'll say, here, I'll turn over the kingdom to you, my child. But here's what happened. He came up to me. Now, he's 3 years old, and he said, hey, Dad, can you make a cool app for me to help people find food pantries? And food pantries is a place where you can get groceries and supplies if you need help, right? For your family, if you folks need help. That's what food pantries are really excellent for. And he's like, how can you do that? And I'm like, whoa, this kid's only 3 and he wants to do this. Okay. So I was like, you know what, son? I have an idea. We can solve this problem. So I came up with the design for an app called Helpers. And in Helpers, we're going to have a list of locations, and then we're going to have the details for that location when you click on one of those. All right, so this is what we're going to build today to fulfill this goal. Now, you may be asking yourself, okay, Mark, well, you're going to use Angular. How would you approach something like this? Well, the answer to that lies in one word, and that word is components. So in Angular, components are the fundamental UX building block, right? So if you can think of your Angular app as a bunch of different blocks put together to build something really great, well, components are the fundamental smallest block that you can start with to build your UI. And components in Angular require 3 things. First, you need TypeScript, because that's the language that we use to write Angular code. Then we use CSS for our styling. And then we use HTML for our structure. So those are the 3 components, or the 3 parts of a component. There are 3 components to a component. I like that energy. Okay. So now that we have that in mind, let's try to identify some of the components that we see in our application. Now, mind you, there are multiple ways to do this, but let's just take one approach. Our first approach here, I see like a container component, like maybe an overall app component. That's the first thing I see. Then I see this smaller component that represents an individual food bank location. And finally, I see a larger component that's going to contain the photo and the details of the selected food bank component. Now, to do this, we're going to use the CLI. Now, the CLI is going to bring in a lot of magic, but let me first dive into a little bit of what a CLI is. Well, that stands for command line interface, and that's just going to be the place on your computer, usually through your terminal or command line, actually, where you can issue actions and commands to make things happen. So you can do things like create files, create projects, a lot of really cool things you can do with CLIs. And CLIs are wildly popular these days. Even GitHub has a CLI, and then they use their CLI to do lots of things with your repositories. They just released their 1.0 version. And so we're going to be using the power of the Angular CLI. And it's not just a regular CLI, it's a supercharged CLI. And as we do this, you'll understand why I say that. Here's how we get started. Okay, first thing, you're going to need something like npm or yarn. So some package manager, right? You do npm install -g Angular/CLI. Now, this is going to bring in the Angular CLI tool, and it's going to bring in all the things you need to build your Angular app. So you'll be ready to go with this thing. Now, we do a -g here because we want to install it globally. Here's why that's important for you. That's going to give you the ability to run your commands from the Angular CLI anywhere on your computer. Once that's done, we get access to the ng command, which is the Angular CLI. And then and this is the format that we use. We do ng and then the command. Ng here, fun fact, this is just a community abbreviation that came from ANG, like Angular. We do ng for short. Okay, now we're ready to be cooking with some fire. This is exciting. Okay, now we have the ng new helpers app. So this is going to create our application. Now, to speed up this process, I've already done this, but let's take a look together to see what the output is. This is VS Code, and here is my helpers app directory. All right, I've already so when I get started, I have a source folder, and then I have an app folder under source, which is representing my component here, and then I have some styles, which we mentioned. We have some HTML, which we mentioned. And then we have a couple of more files. We have our component class with TypeScript and some other files that we'll need that are already included. Let's do something else. There's another part of this story, because you probably want to say, well, what do I get out of the box when I run an ng new? Let me show you. When you go to the command line, we can do ng serve. Now, this is running in the same folder as our project. ng serve is going to kick off a development server for your project. So, and it has live reload built in by default. So when you make your changes to your code, you're going to see those changes reflected in the browser without a refresh. So that's really exciting. Now, the ng server is doing the compilation because TypeScript we're going to compile our TypeScript down to JavaScript code. It's going to do all the other important things like all of our building steps. And then once it's done, it's going to give us a message that lets us know we're ready to party. Look at that. Angular Live Development Server is listening on localhost 4200. Let's go check it out. So here it is in the browser. And then this is the default app that you come with. Now, this is just some stuff to help you get started if you don't know what to do, where you can go next. That's there. But we don't need this because we have a plan to build a really cool application. Let's get this part set up. All right. So let's get that outer application set up. We'll do that now. So I'm going to go into the app component HTML. This is all that code that comes with it. I'm going to delete all of that, and I'm going to do what I know in your heart of hearts you want to see. Would it be a new app if we didn't test with Hello World? Now, I just switched back over, and this is just the power of the live dev server running for you, right? So now you see that it updated it without me doing refresh. let's get to building. So first thing I want to do is I know that I have some styles that I want to add to my entire application. So I'm going to go into my source folder, and then I'm going to go into my style CSS. I already have some global styles that I've already pre-done. Now, I did these in snippets. That way, you don't have to watch me go to Stack Overflow and CSS tricks to figure out how to style everything. All right, so this is setting up our font, everything else we want, plus we get our cool background. Let's go back to our other page. We're going to change back. So we're in our app.component.html, and I'm just going to build out the basic structure for this web page. And we'll do that like this. So I want to have a main, and then inside there, I want to have a header that has an H1 in it, plus I want a section. Now, this is not Angular code. This is just Emmet abbreviation. So Emmet's like a little tool that's a really great tool for cranking out your HTML code really quickly. Okay, but that's not Angular specific. That actually comes built into Visual Studio Code. All right, so let's throw in our helper's title. We'll save that. Okay, it looks kind of okay, but I think that we can do more. So I also want to throw in the logo, which is an SVG. So let's minimize this so it doesn't distract us, but that's just an SVG of our logo. Okay, it looks okay, but I think, you know what we're missing? We need some more styles to make this really pop the way that we envisioned in our application. So I have some styles for this. I have my app component styles. All right, look at that, folks. Friends, look at that. Get that hand up again. High five. Doing great. Excellent. So now we have our outer component looking good. I think the next thing we need to work on is this. Let's make these food banks actually show up on our screen. Now, this is a list of data. So whenever you're going to work with a list of data, you could probably guess that you need something like an array. Let's include an array here. So my array, I'm going to put it in the app component here in my component class, and I'm just going to type that in there. Okay, so here's what the data will look like for us. It's going to be in a property on the class called food banks, and then we have the name, description, the image, location, and the hours. So now we have that. Let's actually do this on the screen. We're going to make this show up. So for this one, we need to do, and then I have a list. Okay. So I want to comment this out just for a second because I just want to work us through the steps. Okay, we're going to work through the steps here. So we just have an article and we have class equals food bank listing. And if I wanted to, just for fun, here's what we can do. I'm just going to throw a p tag in here, and then I'm going to do an ng-for. This is the way in Angular that you do a for loop, like to repeat over an array for a certain number of times. So I'm going to say let fbank of food banks. Now, if you look closely, this property food banks is being suggested through IntelliSense in VS Code because I have a plugin installed called the Angular Language Service. And I don't have to go back to the component class to know what the name of this is. This is actually showing up for me, boosting my time, so I don't have to spend that time looking. But wait, there's more we can do here. So I'm going to do some interpolation, which means let's take whatever goes inside these double curly braces and let's show that on the screen. Here we go. If I do fbank, it knows that variable, but look at that. It's giving me those. Oh, okay, you already see it. All right, let's go. Let's go. Very exciting. So we go back here, and now we can see our food bank names showing up. But we really want a nice style, and ideally, we want this to be its own component. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to do this. This is the component that we want to use. The HTML template is giving us an error here, letting us know that this component doesn't exist. Well, let's fix that. If you've ever done Angular before, you're probably used to this idea that you got to go in and create a bunch of folders and create some stuff. I'm not doing any of that. I don't have time for that. We have a lot of code to write and not a lot of time to do it. I'm going to use a supercharged CLI to make this party happen. So if I do ng-generate, and I say, what do I want to generate? A component. Spell it right. Got it. And then what do I want to call it? So let's make sure we use the same name. Okay, so it should be food bank location. Okay, very fun. Now it's been created for us. Let's go That feels good. And if you look inside the application on our HTML line 19, that giant red line is gone, right? Because the HTML template now knows about this new component. All right, but we don't see anything on the screen. Let's start making sure we get this thing configured. So one thing I'm going to do is jump into the food bank location. All right, so we're here. We need to define an input, because what you want to do is this. You want your component, right, that food bank location. If we look at it, I want it to have these data already inside. So the name, and then the location and hours, etc. So we need to pass it in to that component so it can know how to draw it on the screen or how to render it. So let's set up that input. So I'll set up the input to work like this. I'll say input, I'll import it. Then we'll use it here. We'll say, here's an input. What's the name of it? Well, let's make sure we got the right name. It's going to be called details. Let's make sure we put details. So now we have access to the details. So now we have access to the details. That looks great. So I'll save that. All right. It says food bank location works. And this is actually on purpose. This is just a little signal to let you know that your component that you generated, we have a little bit of default HTML just so you can see something on the screen. Because now you don't have to worry, did you create it? Did you link it? Did you do something? The CLI and all the tooling in Angular is just making your life a little bit easier here. All right, so now we go into the food bank location again. We've already done that. Let's go into the HTML template and start building it out. And how am I jumping from file to file? Well, I'm on a Mac right now, so I'm using the command key, and then I'm holding command and then hovering and clicking. So now I'm jumping right into the file. All right, so that's that information. I have a tool for this already. Okay, so I've already created a food bank location structure. If we look at lines 2, 3, and 4, this is us saying, take the details property on the food bank location component, and then you interpolate to make it render on the screen these values. But there's one error that we're going to have to solve before we go. Now, there's a button. If you look, there's a button here called details. When you click, that's going to generate an event. And so to do an event, I need to use my event listener. And so I say, when this button is clicked, do this code. Okay, run this code. Let's set this up. So this is going to be called an output. To use an output, we just need to bring it in. So we're going to bring in two things, the output and the event emitter class, which lets us actually do that sending it up. Great. Let's go. I'm so excited. Okay, I'm really, really excited. Let's do this. So we do output. And then this is called details change. Now, this was a convention that I decided to just follow, where I have details is the thing that I'm looking at, and then the change. Okay. So I do new event emitter. All right. We are cooking with gas. So if we go back to our template code, looks like we're good to go. No more errors. We have all our things. Let's go. If this works, we're good. This is going to be a party. If this works, get your hands up. Get ready. Let's go. Okay, get the hand up. Not yet, actually. Put the hand back down. We're going to do one more thing. It doesn't look quite like our designer gave us. And as good engineers, we're going to be, we're going to follow that design guide. Even though it may be hard to style, we're going to follow it. So let's go into our styles here. And I have some styles. Okay, so we got so this is a style to make it look nice and crispy. Let's go. Okay, get that hand back up. You see it coming? You see it coming? Double clap. Bam. Double high five for you. Very cool. We just need to add in the next part here, which now we're missing. So we did this last thing and we're home free. We just need to set up the details component. Let's do that now. So if I go back to the app component.html, just to keep us all on track, this is our parent component. Then I've already set up our list of locations, and that comes from this code. That's our list of locations, okay? So we're still there together. All right, and finally, we just got to do one more. So we're going to I have one more thing I want to do here. All right, so we have our locations list. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. We did that one already. we have our details container. Yes, there we go. Okay, there we go. So we need to place the details here. Let me show you what we're going to do. So I'm assigning a value here. There's a small thing, but it's important. So when this details change event happens, I want to say the selected. So this is a property on our main app component. I want to set the value to the thing that was selected. So what I want to say is that if something is selected, is it selected? Then if it is, let's just output selected dot name. Otherwise, we'll do select location. Now this is an expression, right? So this is a ternary if statement where I'm saying on the left-hand side of the question mark, this is the thing that I'm trying to see if this evaluates to true. And then on the right-hand side, I'm just going to say if it's true, do one thing. If it's false, do the other thing. Well, let's see how this looks on our screen. Okay, very fun. So if I click details right here, let me zoom out just a little bit. I think we can still see that. That still looks viewable. Okay, there we go. But our designer's looking at us again. That's not what I gave you. That is not what I gave you. Make what I gave you. So we're going to finish working on this part. All right. To do that, we probably would need another component. So let's create that component. So let's say if I want to call it, we can call it food bank detail. How does that sound? I like that idea. So we're going to generate another component. Bam. So we got that. Now we're going to put app food bank detail already suggested for us. In case you're out there wondering, just as a side note, why all of my components have app dash in front of them? Well, that's a convention in Angular. And then that's going to be just a nice way to distinguish your components from any other elements, right? So now we have app dash food bank element. Save it. Okay. Food bank detail works. Let's go. We're cooking with, look, it's so hot in here. We are cooking. Okay. Finally, I probably want to say display the selected item. So I should send it in. Now, if you're out there at home, how do we send in things to a component? That's right. You got to use an input. So let's do that. We're going to do some property binding here. Okay. So I'm going to just say, call this selected, and then I will just use the same name. So what? Okay, there we go. So let's make this input work. So we jump in here. I'm in the food bank detail component. We jump in. We do our at input, and what do we call it? We call it selected. So let's make sure that we are cooking our application. Oh, okay, we missed something. Let's make sure we fix it. Okay, we broke it. We got to fix it. All right, let's add it. Let's add back in some styles here. And then I have my application detail components. Okay, so these are the details set up. Then I have some styles for these. Let's set up our styles as well so we can wrap this one up. Okay, so then we'll do helpers, and then we have our, is this our style? I think this is our styles. Yes, these are the styles. And we broke something, so let's find out if we can find any information. So I'm going to go back to the other panel and see what we broke. Okay, so we got an error. So there's the word helper in one of the files, and we have to figure out where we saved that. So that's probably a mistake that I put into one of the component classes, but we could figure that out right now. I think when I was typing in my, it's not going to be there. It's probably going to be here someplace. Okay, where could we have put that? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Let's see if we can get some more information. If I can figure out. Okay, so you can see at the bottom here, I have stack trace. And so this is really great for you to know how to solve these types of problems. All right, so I tried to put, okay, that's what I did wrong. Okay, so it says I tried to bind to an attribute name. So let's go back to our app.component, and I must have put something here that is not what we want in our helpers app. Okay, So let me do one quick thing, because this could be a residual error that like it got clogged up in there. So I'm going to just restart my development server. The restart's going to be super fast. Okay, let's see if we're back. Okay, we're back. Yeah, it just got clogged up. That type of stuff happens. So we should be good to go. Wait, are you ready? Drum roll, please, at home. Brrr. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We did it. We did it, folks. Oh, I'm so excited. We did it. Way to go. Way to go. Okay, so we built our application. But wait, there's one last part that we're going to do, and we're going to wrap this up. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get this off of our computer and on to the internet. Let me show you how we're going to do it. We're going to deploy to Firebase. The CLI is going to come to the rescue to make this a sense, because I know what you thought right in your mind. As soon as I said deploy, you thought we had another 20 minutes of configuration to do. I don't think that's the story here. So we're going to do NgAdd, which is another command. And this is going to let me add packages and other things to our project. So if you saw the last talk, he mentioned that there was a thing that we can add for PWAs. Well, you can also add Firebase support with an NgAdd. Now, as this is configuring, let me tell you what else you can do. I'm going to deploy to Firebase, but we could deploy to GitHub Pages. We could deploy to Heroku, AWS. I mean, if you could think of the platform, there's probably already a package out there that will let us deploy to it. Okay. And if it doesn't exist, then you have the power to add that support for that platform. This makes the CLI, and this is going into why I call it supercharged. I'm really excited about everything, but I'm serious about this excitement because you're going to see how our developer productivity is boosted with using the CLI. So once these packages are successfully installed, we're just going to choose where we're going to send it. Oh, food bank demo. That's what we're working on right now. Okay, sounds good. So what should I do here? Ng deploy. All right, Ng deploy. So now it's going to do my production build for this. So we've been working on our development process, our development build. Now we're going to do a production build so it's more optimized. And we're going to just get this out into the internet. Once this is done, so again, I chose the Firebase project. You would have had to have configured it beforehand. So keep that in mind, right? You would have had to set that up. But if you set it up, you should be good to go. All right, so with that, we're there. We're there, look at that. And our application is live on the internet right now. So I'm gonna put this in the chat, so if you folks wanna try it. Okay, and I'm gonna try it with you. So I'm gonna open up a second tab. I'm gonna put that right there. And there we go, this is live on the internet. You can go there and check it out and make sure that it works. All right. Finally, Mark is spending time with me. We've done it. We've done it. Here's the tools that we used today. We did ng-new to bootstrap our application. Then we did ng-serve to do our live development server working locally. Next up, when we needed new things, we used ng-generate to create our component. But you can create other things that you need for Angular. You can create pipes, components. I mean, just so many things you can create with the generate command. Then finally, to get our app off of our computer, we did an ng deploy. There's so much more to the CLI. I just showed you 4 commands, well, technically 5 with the NgAdd. But you can add schematics. You can use schematics. You can do server-side rendering. You can do PWA support. You can update your projects. You can search the documentation, internationalization, linting. I mean, this is only a small section of what you can do. And then each of these are further configurable to add even more power to your development lifecycle. So you're probably asking yourselves right now, what should I do next now that I have all this newfound knowledge? Well, I think you should go build great apps. Can't wait to see what you make. Thank you.
Hi, great. Thanks, Michael. And a big high five for you from us. That was a fantastic session on Angular, and good to also see Firebase hosting being used there as well. Ashnita, did you enjoy that? That was good for you as an Angular developer?
Absolutely. I just want to say I love Mark's energy as well, and his term he used, CLI time. That's just brilliant. I think he should coin it. And what a great demo with live coding. Well done. Absolutely.
That was really good. It was good to see live coding. They was actually typing it rather than just simply undoing a load of stuff he'd prepared beforehand. So that was really impressive. Fantastic. Good job, Mark. Right. Remember, tweet about the event. We've got the event going on. This DevFest is happening all around the globe this weekend. 3 days, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. UK and Ireland is all day today. Remember to use the hashtag DevFestUKI to win a chance to win one of 10 JetBrains licenses. So it's very sad, Ashanita. It's goodbye from us on the web track. We're handing over to 2 new hosts who'll be joining after the coffee break.
Yeah.
So
it was great fun. Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you all soon, and we'll hand across to Casey. Casey, tell us all about the coffee break and what's happening next.
Well, there will be a coffee break. So we will be back in a little under half an hour at 12:15 UTC +1. And the next talks on the agenda are here. So you can learn about practical DI techniques, Angular libraries, and Flutter for web. So very exciting.
Awesome. And I understand we've got Henna and Kartik taking over from us for the next session.
Yes, that will be the case. So yeah, we will dip out and we will be back in about 25 minutes at this point. So thank you. All right, welcome back. So our next talk will be starting in 5 minutes at 12:15. But I thought that I would introduce our next host, and we could potentially have a quick chat with our next speaker. So here are Henna and Karthik.
Hiya. My name is Karthik, and I'm from GDG Southampton. I'm a massive fan of Flutter and all things tech, especially Google tech. So this is Henna. I'll let her introduce herself.
Thank you, Karthik. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you so much for joining us today at DevFest 2020. My name is Henna, and I'm co-organizer for GDG Dublin and Women Tech Makers Dublin community. So if you are around in Dublin or Ireland, drop us a message, and we'll definitely connect when world gets back to normal. Over to you, Karthik.
Awesome. So we have the next speaker that's coming up is Nir Kaufman. I'll just add him to the stream. Hi, Nir. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So I hear that you're connecting to us from New York.
Yeah, 7 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you for waking up so early and joining us today.
Of course, of course.
So I was going to ask how was your day been, but it's only just started. So
yeah.
Do you plan on doing anything else apart from talking to us today?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish my talk and go back to sleep probably because I'm up since 6 a.m.
Oh, 6 a.m. Really? Yeah.
Of course, getting ready. Bunch of coffee. Yeah.
Yeah. So you work at 500 Tech?
Yeah, 500 Tech, that's the name of the company. I've been a consultant there for the past 6 years, doing a lot of front end and basically Angular since 2010. So that's since AngularJS.
That's awesome. So tell us a bit about your experience and background.
Whoa, all right. Yeah, so like I say, for the past 10 years, I've been focusing on the front end. Most of my days full of JavaScript, exploring the world of the language, web technologies. Angular is my main framework. I got started with frameworks with Angular. Before that, it was Java and Flash before Apple removed Flash from our skill set. And yeah, and basically, I like the communities. I'm organizing a lot of meetups here in Israel. I've got Angular Israel, which is one of the largest Angular meetup around the world. Yep. Like to share my knowledge, learn from others.
Yeah,
doing this kind of stuff. So thank you very much for inviting me. I think it's my first. No, it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Nir, do you have any advice for our audience who are looking to become speakers or looking to get more comfortable in the technology?
Always. I'm having those free webinars where I'm sharing with a lot of people tips and techniques of how to become public speakers, how to get into it, how to get into communities. If everyone hear this right now, you're more than welcome to get in touch. Send me an email if you need some help, some tips. We can jump on a Zoom call. I've got plenty to share, and I encourage everyone to talk about what they're doing and to be part of this wonderful world of sharing and learning, because it's always a two-way binding, like we like to say in English.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I hear that you have a lot packed into your talk today, so we will let you get started with that.
Yeah.
And enjoy.
So should I get started? That's it. So good morning or good evening or good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nir. I'm going to introduce myself a little bit later because I've got only 30 minutes and it's 7 a.m. I'm here in New York right now. And the best thing that you can do in 7 a.m. is to teach or share something with live coding, because what can go wrong? That's what I'm saying. I'm going to use a WebStorm IDE as my slide software. That's what you see on the screen right now. The topic for today is learning a little bit of DI. dependency injection in Angular by implementing something useful, because, just learning about the API sometimes without any practical example, I think it's not very, it's going to be much easier to just see something for real. So we're going to implement a state service. And by saying state service, basically, let's just look at one slide before we jump right into the code. Angular gives us everything we need. We've got stateful UI components by default, because in Angular, everything is a class. So class is stateful by default. We've got a great framework to create singletons and control instances of our business logic inside of services. We've got reactive views. So basically, we've got everything we need from Angular. And the main goal of the session, which I'm about to start in a second, is one. There's one thing that I want you to take from it, to have the opportunity to see how, by controlling and understanding dependency injection, we can do amazing stuff, basically. So I jump right into the code, and then we can talk about it, and hopefully I'll be on time. And actually, I'm going to set a timer. I've got a great resume of always take extra few minutes, but that's not going to happen. Don't worry, the organizers, if you can hear me. So that's it. Hope you can see it. Well, make it like large and nice. I think that's it. We start with an empty Angular project. There's basically nothing here. I just generated this project from scratch. And first, I'm going to start by creating a service, which is going to manage some state. So I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it store, because we like to call our state services stores. And my service, I'm going to implement something very similar to Redux, basically something that look like this. I'm going to have commands. I'm going to have some actions, and then I'm going to write some logic that know how to handle those actions, and that's going to mutate the state. So if I want to implement something like this, what I like to do always, I think it's a good practice, always start with some interfaces. So I'm going to have an interface that will define how an action look like. And the type going to be string. I think that's going to be good for now. And I want to define an interface. I'm going to call it action handler, because I'm going to implement one method, resolve next state. It's going to get the current state. It's going to get an action. I've already got a type for it. And it's going to return us some state. And let's use the power of TypeScript to define some dynamic type and dynamic typo. Current state. All right. So now I know how an action looks like in my system, and I know how to handle an action. So I'm good. I've got two interfaces. I can start defining my business logic, which is going to look like this. I'm going to call it a store service. Store service. All this nice IntelliJ that you see like all around, that's Webstone basically. And my store service is going to hold an internal state, because that's what state services do. So it's going to have some state. This state going to be a behavior subject, which I don't know which type I'm going to use. So even this service is going to be generic. All right. It's going to hold actions. Again, it's going to be a behavior subject. We already got the type. Going to expose read only. It's going to expose the state observable. The type, again, we don't know how the state looks like, and it's going to expose actions, because you might want to hook into it. It's going to be an observable of action. We're almost done with our store service, all right? The last thing that I need to actually implement is some logic inside of it. So I'm going to create a constructor. So if you want to create a store service, you need to give me an action handler, some logic so I know how to handle action. We already got an interface for this. The action handler, again, I don't know, I mean, which type it's going to handle, how the state going to look like. You're going to give me initial state. It's a good practice. Again, I don't know how it looks like. So that's the reason it's going to be T. And then I can start and go ahead and just initialize everything I need. So the state going to be new behavior subject. And because behavior subjects got to get some state, I can just pass the initial state. What else? What else? The actions going to be new behavior subject, and let's give it one action as a starter. Let's say that this one is a behavior subject of action, and the first action, the type going to be init. So now I've got my behavior subjects. By the end, the last line of this code, it's very, very good practice not to expose the behavior subjects. So I want to take the behavior subject that handle the state and expose it as observable, so no one can call next. I'm going to do it for the state. I'm going to do it for the actions. But this one going to be this actions. And we're almost done with this. The only thing that I want to do is to take the actions that's going to be dispatched. I'm going to subscribe to it. And for each action, I can go ahead and calculate my next state. And how do I calculate my next state? Well, you provide me action handler. So I'm going to call resolve next state. I'm going to give you current state. Let's do a get value and the action. So now I've got the next state, and I can go ahead and just push it down the pipe. Let's do next state. If you look at this, there is not too much lines here. Most of them is just, type definition. But this is a very nice service. And actually, before we jump into the AI, if you look at this, it's kind of, we've got everything we need from Angular. Maybe in some applications, we don't need to go ahead and instantly take NgRx and start, messing with huge frameworks. I'm going to share this code with you, obviously, but let's just go through it. So I got some states, some good practices of exposing observables from behavior subjects, because behavior subjects, I don't want anyone else to be able to call next. So everything is controlled right here. The last thing I'm going to do, maybe I'm going to give you the option to dispatch an action, which basically going to mean I'm going to call my internal actions behavior subject, call next, and pass your action. So you can actually dispatch actions on this store service. In terms of logic, believe it or not, I'm done. So let's see how this service actually can do something useful. I'm going to head back to my app component. And as a starter, I'm going to implement on init. Again, as a good practice, every time I start to do something, I started with interfaces, starting with defining the state and structure of what I'm doing. So for the sake of this demo, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it the counter low world, but don't worry. Hopefully you're going to learn enough from it. So let's say that this application, now it's going to be simple as holding some count, which is a number. So now I know how my state looks like. What else? All right. I want to be able to handle some actions that know how to mutate this count value on the store. So it's going to be counter handler, and it's going to implement our action handler. He knows how to deal with the state. Right now, look why I like WebStorm. I'm going to implement this interface. Everything is going to fill up with the right types. And this is super cool. All right. So now I can write code like this. If action type, let's say if it's increase, we're going to return. a new object, and the count gonna be current state dot count +1, and the opposite, if it's gonna be decrease, it's gonna be -1, and otherwise the current state. Obviously, you can put it on a different file, and actually that's a good idea because we're gonna reuse this interface and we're gonna use this handler. But all right, so I've got the logic, I've got an action handler that know how to handle actions and mutate the count on my state. I've got an interface that show how my app state looks like. We've got our store service. We don't have DI yet, but you know what? That shouldn't be a problem because I can implement on in it, and I can do this. This store equals new. You know, we can just instantiate objects that's valid. Store service, I need to pass an instance of new, let's say, counter handler and some initial state. Let's start with 25. And of course, let's initialize it on the component itself. Now I can write code that looks like this. The value is going to be this. And yes, you can use this in the template if you want. Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's not, but it's completely optional. I can take the state, I can use the async pipe, and I can show the value. And then I can create two buttons. One, let's call it plus, the other going to be minus. In between, I'm going to break just so it looks normal, but you know, maybe before it, because it's going to be pretty much the same. I'm going to take the click. I'm going to call this store dot dispatch, and I'm going to dispatch an action. The type going to be for one increased and the other decrease, and I just need to fix what I did here. So technically speaking, without any DI yet, we created a nice state management service. Hopefully, this was just, you know, we just like 30% in this talk, but hopefully you already learned something new, or at least, you know, got some perspective of state management, because the first part is beyond us. All right. I said that in order to manage state, we need reactive use, where we've got Angular for this. We're going to need to manage some instances. We're going to do it with DI in a second. And we've got RxJS, but let's stop talking and see if that actually works, because, you know, otherwise this whole demo, it's not really cool. So, all right, seems to work, and we're happy. So what's next? Can we use Angular like this? Of course we can. Do we have to use dependency injection? Of course not. Is it okay to instantiate services, create our own objects? Of course, but it's going to be hard to manage, because let's say that I want to share this instance with other component or other parts of my app. That's going to be problematic. And another problem, and that's the reason we've got DI, if we want to write code that we can extend, if we want to write code that that it's more flexible, we might don't want to tightly couple our app component with this instance. So let's bring DI. Yes. All right. So this is our service. Like I said, very simple. I mean, simple in terms of not too much code, and it's doing a lot. And I really like it. I mean, and actually you can write it even shorter. I'm just, you know, I've got some Java background. I've got this habit of defining state members and then initialize them. But most people like to do it in just one line and save themselves like from some, you know, some extra typing. All right. So let's bring DI in, and let's see how DI actually can help us make things better, and why better. All right. So everything going to stay the same, but I want to use DI in this constructor. First feature that we're gonna tackle is injection tokens. I'm gonna create a constant. I'm gonna call it initial state, and it's gonna be a new injection token, which gonna return the initial state, which can be any structure because we can't really tell how the state looks like. And the next, I'm going to provide it to the root injector. So I'm going to provide it basically to the module injector. I'm going to give it a default value. And the default value going to be null because, well, now you might wonder, why do I do this? Because look, first of all, I'm defining not just a token, something that I can inject, but also default value and where to inject it by default, which means that you don't need to touch your Angular module at all. They don't need to put here any providers whatsoever. This code is not going to fail. If someone going to try to inject initial state, well, even if you didn't provide any value at all, it's going to start as null, but it's going to be available at root. And this is, the way I see it, a very, very, very good practice. Just, give it a default value, give it a default injection, and then you can write your code even if you don't have implementation. It's like this is like applying one of the most famous principles in object-oriented programming, program to an interface. I don't know how it's going to look like, which I can go ahead and now refactor my store service by saying inject initial state, and that's it. All right. So I'm going to get initial state as an injection token, and it's just going to be provided to me. Next, let's do the same trick for the action handler. So I'm going to export const, but let me stop for a second. Action handler. That might be more than one action handler in my app. I want to be able to provide multiple action handlers. I mean, think about it. This is just a tiny demo, but what's going to happen if we've got a counter handler, but we also got user, and we got some kind of data and some kind of UI? We might want to build a lot of these tiny focused classes that each one of them know how to handle different actions. Now we've got only the counter handler, but let's write some code that we can extend. So I'm going to call it action handlers. Right? It's going to be a new injection token, just like before. New injection token. This injection token is going to provide it not one, it's going to provide it an array of action handlers, right? So action handler, again, it's going to be any state, but it's going to be an array. So I'm gonna write it here. Another best practice: when you create your injection token, provide information about them. It's actually like defining defining a code comment that actually explain what's going on. This one gonna return array of action handlers, which is cool. And again, my best practice: always provide it in some injector, probably the root, and give it a default value. Now that's going to be an array. Cool. I'm going to give it an empty array so my code won't fail. All right. Important. I don't know how it looks like. I don't know how many I got. Excuse me. This is not important at all in this stage. Now I can go ahead and make my use this here. Let's say that now I'm going to inject action handlers. This one's going to be action handlers. That's actually going to be an array of action handlers, all right? Which means that we're going to refactor this code a little bit. So now we can do something like this. Next state equals this state get value Now we're gonna have like multiple action handlers, not just one. So inside the subscribe, you can do something like this. All the action handlers, for each one of them, for each handler, go ahead and mutate the state. I'm gonna use object sign. I'm gonna take the next state that I've got right here on the top, and I'm gonna assign the results of handler, solve next state, give it the next state, and the action. All right, so now if I've got more than one action handlers, I can just loop over them. And again, this code won't fail because I've got default behaviors. So let's stop for a second and see what's going on here. So we've got a standalone service. Everything is defined right here, right in place. I'm exposing two keys, two tokens, one for you to provide me the initial state, the other to provide me action handlers. Both of them are provided by default, so my code won't fail. I mean, the other option is always, you can always mark something as optional, and then your code won't break if the injector can't find it. But I prefer this method. I mean, if you can provide a default value, go ahead and do it. So I'm exporting two keys, initial state and action handler. I'm using them right here. So my code now is very generic. My store service asks for action handlers, get an empty array, worst case scenario, ask for initial state. In order to work, I'm gonna decorate it with injectable, but I'm not gonna provide it the injectable in root. I want you to provide this service. I want you to provide it where you like to provide it. So that's the reason I'm leaving this as injectable, just to support this. All right, what's the point? Let's try to use it. Let's say like how code is changing. So first, I don't need this. All right, I don't need the underneath here. I don't need all of this. I don't need all of this. I can just use dependency injection and ask for the store. So give me the store just like before. It's going to be a store service. All right. The only thing I need to provide is the app state, and technically that's it. Dependency injection gonna somehow resolve everything else. Now that's obviously not gonna work, because if we open the console right now, we're gonna see that, all right, you ask for the store service, is not provided. All right, I want to create an instance because I want to manage state for this component right now. So we're gonna use the providers here, and I'm gonna provide store service. So now if I go back to the browser, we see something, but we're gonna fail a little bit. Cannot read property count of null. I mean, what's the initial state? It's not very clear, but guess what? We've got a key for it. So I can do this. I can provide you some initial state. And let's provide the value. Let's provide count equals 25 as a starter. So now I've got an initial state, which works. That's not enough though, because I need to provide action handler. Now I can provide more than one, but right now I've got only one. So action handlers, use this class, please. Currently I've got the counter handler, right? So much cleaner. Let's see if it still works, though. I can see a problem. Action handler for each is not a function. Why it is? Oh, because action handlers is an array, but I just use class, and I totally forgot to tell Angular, listen, this is an array, multi-true. I might want to add some more action handlers in the future. All right, so don't fail. And that still works, and that's cool. And now our code is refactoring with dependency injection. We just ask for the store service, but we need to provide some implementation. But you might ask yourself, all right, I'm not impressed yet. I mean, you just move the code somewhere else, If you ask me, I'm impressed because my store service now, I apply to a very important principle from the Solati principle, is open for extensions, but closed for modifications, which means that I can provide everything I need from the outside without the need to go ahead and refactor the store service. But the topic of this talk is to show you some more useful DI techniques. So we learn about injection tokens, we learn about providing default values, we learn about writing our code against an interface in a way that it won't fail, even if you don't provide, for example, the action handlers. As you've seen, if I don't provide the action handlers, I'm still getting the state. That's cool. It's just, I can't do anything with it. But let's take it to the next step. Let's say that we've got another component. Actually, I'm going to take this template as is, and I'm going to create another component. I'm going to come here, Angular component. I'm going to call this component child component. I don't want to create a folder for it, so it's going to be child flat. Cool. Now, my child component going to look basically the same. So I'm going to paste the same template as before. Let's call it the child, all right? I'm not going to provide any new instance, so I'm going to do something like this. Public store service. I want to put my app state here, but it's going to be circular dependencies. So remember, you can put the interface somewhere else. Now, I'm just asking for the store service. Going back to the app component, I'm going to use my child component right here, app child. And if you know a little bit about dependency injection, I think you can guess what's going to happen. Well, it's a singleton. So both of them referring to the same state. I don't like it. I want my app child to manage its own state. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to provide a fresh new instance of my state service, my store service, and I'm going to provide initial state specifically for this component. All right, initial state, and this one going to use the value of, let's say that the count here going to be 40, just because I can. But look, I'm providing a fresh instance of state service. I'm providing a new initial state. I'm not providing an action handler. What's going to happen? So this one is 40, this one 25. They are separate, and both of them work, even though the child component didn't have to provide a counter handler because it's provided from the top. But I did create a fresh instance of store service and initial state. Now, that's cool, but sometimes we need more than this, because sometimes we've got, like, in our component tree, we want to manage state in one component. We just did it. Sometimes we want to manage state in a subtree, so parent components got state, but also the child component got some state. Sometimes we want to manage it, in the module level, and sometimes we just want to see some code and not slides. So let's see something cool, and that's going to be the last technique. We're going to wrap it up right on time. What if I want to communicate with my parent state as well? Let me change this store here. Let's call it local store. Right? So this is going to be, hey, here I wanna do everything against my local state. All right? Nothing changed, if you wonder. I mean, it's still going to be the same. It's still referring, separate instance and everything. But now I want to do this trick. That's going to be a local store, and I want to inject another service, but this one's going to be global store. But the type is the same, so this one's going to be store service as well. Well, let's say that this is going to be a local plus, and this one going to be global plus. So this one going to dispatch to the global store. But if you look at the dependency injection signature, That's the same type. I mean, this one is the store service. This one is the store service. I just gave them different names, but it doesn't really matter, right? Both of them, you just, locally. So I can fine-tune it a little bit. And the global store, I can tell the dependency injection, listen, I know you've got your own instance and your own state, but go ahead and for the global, just skip self. Skip myself. Bring me the value from above. All right. So now the child, each one of them is separate again, but I can also communicate with the global. So this one, changing my global state, this one the local state, this one completely different state, and look how flexible it is. Let's summarize. So by controlling and understanding dependency injection in Angular, and hopefully you learn some new trick, or at least you've got like a fresh perspective of seeing me, how I handle dependency injection. But once you get it and you can control instances, let's put this, just a thank you, because I thank you. By understanding dependency injection and the benefits of dependency injections, but more importantly, to take advantage of all the API that it provides, injection tokens, default values, multi-injectors, skip self, all those fine-tuning, make sure you learn this API. Make sure you can control your injectors, because as you've seen right here, once you got it, you can do amazing stuff very easily. So hope you got something out of it. You are more than welcome to keep in touch. You can see here, that's my website, nir.life, where you can find slides, where you can find code, where you can find link to other GitHub repositories with code examples. I'm going to share all of this, obviously, with you. Feel free to get in touch. I'm very, very available for everyone. So if you've got some more questions about this topic or everything else regarding to Angular, I'll be more than happy to help. And I would like to say thank you again for the organizers of this event for inviting me. I had some great time. Also, it's very early in the morning. And yeah, guys, I think that's it. So
thank you so much, Nir. That was one wonderful presentation. And I hope our viewers learned a few techniques to build their own state service.
Thank you very much.
And wish you a great Saturday ahead. Okay, everyone. So I hope you're all sharing and tweeting about on social media channels. Use the hashtag DevFest or DevFestUKI to win prizes. And now I welcome on stage our next speaker, Fabian Gosebrink, who would be speaking on architecting Angular applications with Angular libraries. Hello, Fabian. Fabian.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. So about you, I noticed you are Microsoft MVP, Google Developer Expert, Pluralsight author, Angular and ASP.NET Core Web Dev, and an international speaker. Wow, that's some great titles. What inspires you the most?
Well, mostly what inspires me are the people around me, basically. It's amazing to see what they do, and they give you a lot of inspiration and ideas what to do next. So yeah, this is pretty amazing what the people around you do, whether it's in the tech community or in other communities where I'm in. And yeah, it's great to see what they do. And this, gives you inspiration to do like the same or something different, just what fits more to you. So yeah, that's great.
Thank you so much. So we are almost off time, so I'll leave it to you to start your talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, all right. I hope everybody can see my screen. So I welcome you to the next topic, architecting Angular apps with libraries, Angular libraries. Just a short words to myself. Hey, my name is Fabian. Like I said, I'm a Google developer expert in Angular. I'm a Microsoft MVP and Pluralsight author. And in the last time when I was like reviewing and consulting Angular applications, I noticed that like the architecture is a very, very big topic when it comes to customers working with Angular. And this is where I got the idea of doing that talk, basically. So in the next roughly about 30 minutes, we will talk about how we can architect Angular apps with Angular libraries. So welcome to my talk. First of all, I want to start with the why we should do Angular libraries. And basically, when you start your Angular application, you go in, you create your components, right? And then your application grows and grows and grows. So what you're doing is you're doing your first component and you're working well with it. You have your code behind, you have your template, and you show it, and you do awesome stuff with it. You have kind of an abstraction here because you encapsulated some small portion of your application, but your application grows with the time, and you add another component, right? You have a thing list maybe, and then you add another component, which is like a footer, which you always reuse and stuff, and you add another component, and so on and so forth. So what you're doing is you're encapsulating that in the module you have, which is the app module, and maybe you need some data, which you are encapsulating in a store, basically. So you have multiple components inside of a module. You have that service also provided in that module, maybe. And then you're building another feature of your application. And then with that feature comes another module, where is the component as well, which encapsulated some functionality as well and stuff like that. But somehow you need maybe data from the service you have in the previous module, right? So you need to find a way to share that code, which is inside of that service, but right now stick to the module one. So to find the lowest common denominator, what you're doing is you introduce another module or folder, and what you're doing is you place that service into this one, and then you can provide that service to the both modules or to the other components from that module, from the service module, or from that folder where the service lives in. And this is how your application grows. This is how your architecture basically grows. And this works pretty well if you're using it inside of one app, right? But you have that use case where like your coworker comes towards you and says, "Hey, I've seen you have that nice little logging service. I would like to use that as well inside of my application," right? And you have everything abstracted inside of your app one, and you have that nice little logging service, but he wants to use it as well. Of course, you could like copy paste it. But what you should do is you should consider using libraries, and this is exactly where libraries come into play, right? So what we can do is we can introduce a library, an Angular library, and we can move that particular service into that library. And of course, you can also move other things like components and modules inside of that library, and we can provide that functionality we have inside of that library to all the specific apps which need it. Right? So everybody can use your logging functionality, maybe your REST abstraction, or whatever you have written inside of that library. So this is how we can provide that functionality over the border of apps. So the first reason why we should do Angular libraries is, of course, the reusability. Right? So what we can do is we can stick code into one place and we can reuse it multiple times, like the same code. We don't have to copy and paste it, which leads us to the next slide, because we can respect the don't repeat yourself principle, which is one of the most discussed, of course, and one of the basic principles we like to fulfill. And on the other side, what also comes with it is testing, of course. So if you have that functionality basically in one place and one spot only, then you can test it, and you can be sure, or 99% sure, that every case is tested. You can look at the code coverage and see if everything is tested. If it's well, you can review it better, and then you can provide the functionality. And if you have some bug inside of your code, most likely it will not be inside of that library because it's well tested, right? What we also do is we can reduce the complexity of our applications. So from the application developer perspective, the complexity reduces when you get rid of code and place it in another spot. So we're reducing the complexity when we're looking at our specific application in concrete, but when we're like stepping one step back and looking like a bird's eye view on our application and seeing our application in the middle and everything what is around it, what is being consumed by our application, then of course one bubble gets added because we're adding another library, right? So the complexity maybe gets like, it raises a bit if you have the bird's eye view on your application, but from an app perspective, it gets reduced. So we're reducing the complexity there. So the next question is, what requirements should an Angular library have? If we are building an Angular library, what should we take care of? And I would refer to a blog post Minko Gechev wrote in 2017, which is pretty accurate still. And he wrote some nice things about it. So first of all, keep in mind that your Angular library should be platform independent. Angular is platform agnostic. So that means it doesn't know which platform it runs on. It doesn't know if you have like a DOM structure or if you have like a window or something. It just doesn't know if everything is there when you use it. So be aware that maybe you don't have that. Angular offers you great possibilities to abstract that, like the renderer and stuff. All tools you need are basically there, but keep in mind that you maybe do not have like a DOM or a window or something, right? It should be bundled. Of course, I don't care as a consumer of your library. I don't care about the 1,000 files you have inside of your library. I just want to have a bundled version and boom, I want to include it. I want to use it and that's it, right? That's my consumer perspective. So always keep that in mind. Of course, it should be ahead of time compilation compatible. It should be ahead of time compiled so that I can use it. It shouldn't be a part of my application which should not be ahead of time compatible. And of course, you should use TypeScript when you write it, and please expose the d.ts files, which are basically the typing. So when I use your application or when I use your library, I want to like have IntelliSense in Visual Studio Code, WebStorm, or whatever you use, just to hit the dot, and then I want to see all the methods which your library exposes. And to get everything that under one headline, the Angular team came up and said, okay, we want to introduce a format which covers everything of that and write that down, everything which is needed or what you should do when you're doing an Angular library. And the Angular team came up with the Angular package format. And the Angular package format is nothing else than a way how you should, or a recommended way, how you should distribute your Angular libraries. It is nothing else like a file and metadata structure, a recommended file and metadata structure. It supports various output formats, and it's also the format of the Angular core packages. You can just Google it. It's currently in version 10, and you can see, like in the first paragraph here, that also the Angular core and the Angular forms packages are written in that Angular package format. So also the Angular material stuff. So it's pretty recommended to get your apps into that Angular package format. So what do we need to get to that Angular package format if we write on normal components and services and whatever we want to put inside of that library? Well, first of all, we have to inline our templates when we're talking about components, right? So this makes it easier to have everything in one file, although we are maintaining separate HTML files, but they have to be inlined, which makes the compilation easier. After this, it has to be run through the Angular compiler, the NGC, and it should spit out some formats, which is ESM 2015, so the ECMAScript 6 version, and the UMD, which is the Universal Module Definition, which is AMD, Asynchronous Module Definition, and CommonJS. So these both formats are UMD, the Universal Module Definition. So this is what we need to do if we want to provide a library so that everybody can use it. But you don't have to worry about that steps to do them on your own. We have a package included in the Angular CLI, which is called the NgPackager. And the NgPackager is a project on GitHub. You can find it, it's open source. And this is baked into the Angular CLI. And when the Angular Packager runs over your library and does inline for you, it does the Angular compile thing for you, and it spits out the various formats. It pretty much looks like this. So we have a bundles folder. This is a distribution of a library. We have a bundles folder. We have an ESM 2015 folder. The bundles folder holds the UMDs, and the ESM 2015 is like the ECMAScript 6 version. We also have the FASM folder. So FASM 2015, which is just a flat version, so just one file. we have the library folder, the lib, where the d.ts files of your specific services and components live in. And then we have like another d.ts files. We have a package JSON, we have a README, and we have a specific public API file where I want to come back next or later because this file is really, really important. However, the ng-packager can be configured. Here you see the public API file again. So we define an entry file telling ng-packager, hey, this is your starting point. From there, build up that tree of components and modules and whatever you have to do to get everything. And we can give it a destination where the library should put when it is compiled. And in the public API file, we can export everything we want to have visible to the outside world. So everything in there is visible to our consumers. So everything we export here can be imported then. And our consumers then can just refer to it from import. I'm just saying my first module from, and then the term mylib. You would never like import from source/lib/anything. It's pretty important that you say mylib because this is how your consumers, when you upload the library, consume your library as well. You can also import multiple things. This is just an object destruction which we use here. So import everything, my first module and my first service from mylib. And this mylib points to the public API.ts file. Right? And this is exactly what we see here. When you create an Angular library, and we get all to those commands later, but when we create it in the tsconfig JSON on the root, you will find a paths array, which you can see on the right-hand side. And this mylib string, this import blah, blah, blah from mylib is referring to that mylib on line 19 here. So what he does is Angular checks that paths array or that paths object on line 18. Do I have this string here anywhere? And if it has, it refers to the folders which are given on line 20 and 21. And this refers to the public API file. If it does not find the term mylib in this paths object, then it refers normally to the node modules folder as we know it, right? So this is how you deal with libraries inside of your project's Angular CLI workspace or inside of your Angular CLI project. And like I said, the public API file is pretty important. So I would like to dedicate a small amount of time to my presentation about understanding the public API. Because if we have a normal application, right, you all know that we have a component, we declare it on a module, then we import that module in another module, the XYZ module, and inside of that app module, we want to use that component, and that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Because the XYZ module has to export the my component, and then we can use the my component in other modules. So there's an information hiding principle, like a interface character behind it. Everything we export is visible to the outside world. However, if we now get the XYZ module into a library and we still export the my component and then we import the module from mylib or lib, this doesn't work because we have to export everything we export from that file from XYZ module. So we have to do that public API.ts file where the lib refers to, and then we can use the my component. If we would import the my component as a type as well, right now, this wouldn't work because the my component basically is not exported from the XYZ module, only inside of Angular modules, but not as a type. We couldn't import it inside of application. If we export it explicitly as a type, then we can import it as well, right? The same is with services, right? If we have a service inside of a module, inside of a library, we have to export everything from the XYZ module, and then we want to use that one, import XYZ module from lib, and we use it inside our app module. This doesn't work because inside of the constructor, we need the type import my service from lib, and the service, the type, doesn't get exported. So what we have to do is we have to export the type my service as well. Then it's known to the dependency injection, and TypeScript has the types, and then we can work from it. Right? Also, if we need the provided in root syntax, if we use that one, we also have to export that one from the public API file again, and then we can use the type, right? So you can just write down if you want to, if you import from a library via ECMAScript 6 import statement, it must be part of the entry file of the public API file, and then the type is known, and Angular can resolve the type, and you can use like dependency injection. You can use like IntelliSense and everything you want to use. If you want to create a library, the Angular CLI's got you covered. So what you can do is you can ng-generate library mylib or ng-glib-mylib. This works as well. But what I would recommend you is when you're starting off a new field and you're working on an Angular project, or you want to work on an Angular project, you can just ng new and then your demo repository or your workspace name, and you put in the create application equals false in there. So what Angular will do, it will do a workspace for you without an app and without a library inside of it. Then you can cd into that folder, and then you do ng-generate app, and then your real app, and then you do ng-generate library mylib. And what that gives you is basically a projects folder where you have all the libraries and all your applications side by side. And this gives you like a little bit better overview of your architecture, what you have. You know, I have that lib, that lib, that lib, that lib, and I have that app and maybe another app which are consuming the libraries. So this is a pretty good feature. So the workspaces come with the Angular CLI. You just have to do the create application equals false. And then you have to add the application and the libraries manually if you want to. If we take a look into that library which just got created, you can see that we have a module, we have components with the tests being set up, we have that public API file, we have the services with the tests set up, Karma is configured, you have the ng package JSON, which we have just seen, you have everything there to get going with the library. You can easily move code inside of that library, just expose it like you need it, and then use it inside your application. So it's pretty easy to get along with the libraries and to introduce them while you are basically developing an application. You can also build your application or your library with ng-build mylib. Then your library gets built with the ng packager inside or into the Angular package format. You can also watch your library. So if you're just moving code more and more and changing something, you can add a watcher, and it always gets rebuilt. And on the other side, your application always uses the latest stand of your library, which you just saved, basically. Yeah, and this is the outcome when you build your library. We have just seen that. This is the Angular package format, which the ng packager or the Angular CLI automatically creates for you. Of course, there's more. You can also lint your library. I want to lose a few words about quality later, but you can lint your library with the ng-lint mylib. You can also test your library in specific. You can say ng-test mylib. You can do everything with your library, what you can do with your application as well, basically. So the Angular CLI provides all those commands as well. You can also do the watch equals false if you have a continuous integration or continuous delivery environment and you want to run your checks automatically. So then these tests are being like executed one time and they're fail or not fail. But speaking about continuous integration and speaking about quality, let's take a look at how we can improve the quality of our Angular library if we like provide the code to others, to other applications. Maybe this is your coworkers, maybe this is inside of your company, or maybe this is through NPM, which we will take a look at later. Right? So how can we improve the quality of the code inside of a library that not only me, but others can see it, maintain it, understand it, right? So the first one I would recommend you is using Prettier. Prettier is like a code formatter. It's not a linter. A linter is something which checks rules. Prettier is like reformatting your code, and you can enable it per default when you're saving. So what it does is if you have like misformatted your code inside of your library or your app, of course, and you misformatted something and then you just hit save and everything looks like before, you get like the same sense, you get the same spaces everywhere and stuff. Like you can just get some like settings to it that everything looks the same like you want it to look. And yeah, this is a pretty good thing to keep the quality high when you're working with external code, because when you extract something, maybe not only you are looking into it, but others as well, and maybe they are going pull requests and others have to review it. So you should pay attention when you extract code and you have it inside of a library, but for applications as well, of course. What you also can use is Husky, and Husky is also a project which you can include inside of your Angular projects, or front-end projects. It's got nothing to do with the dark and specific, but what it does, it's like pre-commit Git hooks. So you can like run the formatting in a pre-commit hook from Husky if you want to, or you can run the tests if you want to in a pre-commit hook, just to keep the quality, just to not let any code go inside of your library, which is not like the quality standard you want the library to have, right? So you inside of your package JSON, you just introduce like a property Husky, and then you can define your hooks like a pre-commit, a pre-push, and stuff like that. So this is a pretty cool thing to keep up the quality or to improve the quality, basically, when you're working with external code, which is shared among like multiple applications. If you want to use the library from the outside, this is where things are really getting interesting, because right now you just use them inside your workspace, but now you have that logging library, which is the most amazing logging library in the world, and you want to expose it and to NPM. We all know NPM, which is the node package manager, where you can download like small packages and use them, and this is where you want to get your library into as well. So what you can do is, first of all, you should test it locally. Right? So just create a new Angular CLI project, and what you can do is, if you have built your library, you can install that library from your project by providing the path to it. And the mylib dist is exactly the path where the package JSON, so the Angular package format, lives. So you do npm install mylib blah 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 dist, and then where the package JSON lives, and it gets installed locally from you, and then you can try out if everything works as you expected. Right? What you also can do is you can link it. So it creates a Zoom link, and then it does not affect your package JSON. And when you have linked it, it always gets the latest code stand. I expected this, or I experienced this a little bit like fragile, so it wasn't always working well. But basically, npm link works at the very basics, but sometimes it doesn't get the latest stand. So what I recommend you to, or what I would recommend you to, is if you do cd into the distribution, into the level of your Angular package format, and run the npm pack command. And with the npm pack command, what you get out is a mylib dist and then the package.tarball file, the tgz. And this file you can install as well. So you can install npm install mylib dist package.tgz, and the tarball file is the closest as you can get to a distributable thing which you would distribute to npm. So if that works, you can be pretty sure that it basically works on other computers as well. Of course, there are other solutions if you need like an npm server locally. This is called Vedaccio. This is a project which you can use. It's nothing else than an npm server locally, which you can share inside of a company if you want to, and then you can install the packages from there. It's pretty cool. You can see this one is running on localhost, and then you can browse all the packages. So Vedaccio is pretty mighty. It's a pretty cool project, basically. If you have tested all that, you want to deploy the library to NPM. You really want to get out to the public and want others to consume the code you have written and tested and formatted and everything. So what you need to pay attention to is you have like all the metadata there, and you need to pay attention, of course, to the version. This is fully semantic versioning. So what you should do is always consider major, minor, patch versioning. So if you have like a patch version which is only fixing some things, you increase the last number. The middle number is when you add new features and stuff, and the major if you have like breaking changes, something like that, because others are relying on this, and it should be like semantic versioning. Please keep that in mind if you do something, because when they upgrade, they sometimes do the upgrade decision on does it have breaking changes, and they're planning the time, how long it takes for upgrading, whether it's a major release or just a minor release. All right. Also pay attention to the name. Basically, if you have a name and it's called like Angular rating or stuff, most likely the name is already gone, right? So you're not the first one doing the logging library or an Angular rating library or something like that. But what you always have is like this @ and then your npm name. In my case, this is @Fabian Gosebrink. So @Fabian Gosebrink / and then the name of my application, the name of my library is always reserved for me. So everything underneath @Fabian Gosebrink, nobody can take that away from me. So I can always release packages under this nickname. And this will always be like your preserved space where you can publish libraries into, right? So what you have to do, you have to log into NPM. You can do that from the console, and you have to do like npm login, I think. Then you have to build your library, of course. Then please add a README. We take a look at the version and the name in the previous slides. And then you just hit npm publish on your console, and boom, your application or your library is on npm. It's literally that easy. But before you do that, and if you take away one slide of that talk, please let it be the next slide. Be sure to remove all sensitive information before publishing. This is very important. So all the assets, maybe some pictures you don't want anybody else to see, credit card numbers, passwords, API keys, and all that kind of things which are in a repository nowadays. Be sure to remove all that. You can do that programmatically or how you want to, but be sure to remove it before you publish it. If you're really, really into that architecture thing with libraries and you really want to dive into this, maybe you should consider using the NX thing from the Narwhal Technologies. So the NX thing is nothing else than a wrapper around the Angular CLI and also provides you workspaces per default. So if you do a new NX project, it is always a workspace which you can define how it should be and which tools you want to use. So you're so you're free if you want to do this. So what it does is it creates apps and libraries folders per standard for you. So this is per default in it. So you have this separation not only in the project folder, like an Angular CLI workspace would have this, you have an apps and the libraries folder on root. And there you can architecture your applications with multiple libraries, and you can use the libraries from your multiple applications or one application. So this is enabled per default. So Narwhal, they expose you like a workspace experience per default, and you have like this folder structure, which is pretty easy to maintain, and it gives you a great way to architect your Angular monorepositories and all the libraries and all the applications. But they do have more. They have like caching, where all the things you do on client side are being cached. So if you have run your tests for one library in the first place, and you run them again and nothing changed there, it's being cached and you're way faster, right? They also have this affected thing. So you only build what is affected by the changes you just did. If you just change something into a library which is only used in one application, which we sometimes do in Angular cases, then only that application and the library is being rebuilt. But if you change something on a basic library, which is used everywhere, then everything is being built. So they have this affected build and effective test, which saves you a lot of time. So they also have the dependency graph, where you can see which dependencies you have inside of your applications and libraries, like the bird's eye view I've spoken of. So this is really interesting. You can see circular dependencies with ease when you have that dependency graph, and this is a very mighty thing to have, basically. But there's more. You can also define dependency rules, which is a pretty neat feature, because with this dependency rules, you can say, okay, I have an application with the source tag, I'm just saying my app, and I only want it to depend on libraries with the tags, I don't know, A, B, C, and D, right? And if another developer just plugs in the library, which you should not use from there, because you would have like circular dependencies, so it would break your architecture, then you immediately see it in Visual Studio Code or WebStorm, and the linting wouldn't go through, right? So you see it immediately, and then you see, okay, we have an architecture problem there, and then you can like introduce a library or solve it on any other case. What they also provide is the latest tool set. So they have Cypress for end-to-end testing. They have Jest set up and everything you need to get into modern Angular development. So you should definitely take a look at this if you are facing like huge apps. And also for small apps, it's really worth a look, because all the tooling around the whole Angular ecosystem is just fabulous. It's phenomenal, right? If you're interested in libraries more, I can recommend you my Pluralsight course, Structuring Angular Applications with Angular Libraries. Maybe you will get something out of this. I hope so. You can just search it on Pluralsight, and hopefully you'll find it. And yeah, that's all I have for architecting Angular apps with libraries. And before I stop now, I just want to come back to a slide I had in the beginning, because we were talking about the don't repeat yourself principle, which is one of the highest principles. Totally is. But always consider that maybe for a one-liner or a two-liner, you don't need a library. So don't over-architect your applications or your monorepositories, right? Sometimes don't repeat yourself, or DRY stands for do repeat yourself, but do it with caution, right? So if you repeat yourself like multiple times, maybe it's better to have a library, but if it prevents you from delivering a feature, just copy that one line and, go on. So don't repeat yourself, but do it with caution. Always discuss with the team members if it's worth it. And then you can do great architectures with Angular libraries. And in the end, I just want to say thank you very much for spending your time with me. Stay sane and take care during that crazy times. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabian. Great talk. Next up, we have Majid. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. Let's just add him to the stream real quick. Hi, Majid. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, Henna, you're muted. Wait, sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So I hear. Oh, sorry, my fire alarm's going off.
Someone is on fire.
Okay. Hello, Majid. Welcome to the virtual platform. We are happy to have you here.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, so tell us about yourself, your experiences, and any fun facts about you.
Yeah, well, my name is Majid. It was correct, by the way, so he pronounced it correctly. So I am a software engineer, passionate developer, like all of the people that are watching us right now, perhaps. And I'm based in Oslo. And I regularly speak and teach and do quite a lot of organizing, like meetups and conferences. And one of them is perhaps Flutter Viking and NgRx that are pretty famous among community members. And I'm also, my passion is just going around Flutter and PWA mostly, and performance, which I usually also talk about them.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. So do you have any advice for our audience who are looking to become speakers or getting more comfortable with the web tech?
Yes. Only thing that I can say, and I usually do it, is that never think that you cannot do it. You can do it. And you may fail several times, but the only important thing is that you don't give up and continue. And I did. 3 years ago, I was barely get an approval from a conference. But today, I'm speaking in 3 conferences. And this month, I spoke until now, on almost 10, 12 conferences. So do not give up. Just share what you are passionate about, and people will like it.
Thank you so much. That's what's one amazing advice. Okay, so we are quite ahead of time, and we leave it to you to start your talk.
Thank you. Let's get started then. We're going to talk about Flutter Web. So the title of the talk is Taste of Web with Flutter. So let's see, as a web developer, what you can do with Flutter, and why I am advising you to just go ahead and give it a try, Flutter. So you perhaps have seen this nice game, right? So you can just play with that after the conference when you get my slides. And this is running right now on the web, and it's deployed on Netlify, and the original code is on CodePen. Okay, you probably have seen this amazing website, and this is, I can play with that. You see it right now. Nice animations, right? Very smooth. Okay. If it's not enough for you, then let me show you another one. This is another example. On the web right now, working offline, it's a PWA and my slide. So, and I can just swap, and this nice animation just happening right now. It might not seem 60 FPS in the stream, but it is when you try it out later after conference. Look at this right now. I can just simply swap. What if I just do like this? Yeah, well. What if I tell you that all of these examples have been built with Flutter, and they are also running on CodePen. I just grabbed them, I credited to the awesome creators, and I deployed it to Netlify, and they're just running amazingly offline. Yes. So in today's talk, I'm going to show you actually how Flutter Web works and a quick comparison between Dart and maybe JavaScript and TypeScript. If you're scared of using learning a new language, I'm going to remove that barrier for you. Flutter Web and some similarities between Flutter Web and web concepts actually, and how you can start and where you have to start, and the demo at the end to show you how awesome is that. So I introduced myself already. My name is Majid, so I don't need to go over that. But just keep in mind one thing is if you are after this talk interested more about Flutter, Flutter Viking, the biggest conference in Nordic, is going to happen online this year, 17th to 19th of November. Just search for Flutter Vikings and you go to the website and check the program and other things. So let's get started with Flutter. But what is Flutter? Yeah, Flutter is a UI toolkit from Google, of course. And what they do is that they have this UI toolkit, they compile it to native code. Initially, the target was Android and iOS, but nowadays they support web, Windows, Linux, and Macs, and other platforms too. And you write everything in one language. Okay? As a web developer, when we are coming to this and say one language, it's a little bit strange, right? Because you need to know CSS, maybe HTML, maybe JavaScript a bit, or sometimes TypeScript, you know, different things. But with Flutter, you write everythth in Dart, one language. But let's see why Flutter is unique then, because these UI kits, these UIs are so flexible, and you can extend them in any amount. There is no limit. You've seen a couple of those examples in the beginning of the talk. And the speed of development is quite fast because of hot reload and all the other things that Flutter gives you. Sorry. And they compile everything to native code, so it gives you a very good performance. And when I say native for web, means JavaScript for sure. So they're trying to optimize it in a way that works well on the web as well. So, sorry. On top of that, it makes you so productive because everything is there, every widget is there, all of the things that you need for development environment is there. You just run one command and boom, just go ahead and write your code. That's it. This is amazing. So let me tell you how it works behind the scenes. So quickly, you have two layers here. There are several layers. We're going to talk about these two top layers. So if you have this Flutter framework with Dart and everything in Dart, right? And then the layer behind that, which is the engine, is compiling everything from Dart to native code. And if you just remove that layer of Skia, let's say engine from C++ to render it to iOS and Android or other platform, you can just get JavaScript instead. Yeah? So this is very good. So you get JavaScript from Dart, code from Flutter directly, and then you can share all of those code that you've written in the Flutter project among other platforms too. If you want to at the same time build like an iOS and Android app, go ahead and do that. It's the same code, same thing. So, but speaking of the language, Dart, well, we need to know a little bit of Dart, right? Again, a new language for web developer. Well, let me tell you this. Dart is very easy to learn. I'm sorry. I can show you in the few slides that how easy you can learn maybe 50% of Dart right now, if you know JavaScript and TypeScript. So, like, there are a lot of familiar concepts for all the users that they work with, maybe static and dynamic languages like JavaScript, for instance. I am, as a web developer, interested in that. So the first concept is event loop. You're a JavaScript developer, perhaps, right? So you know that JavaScript has event loop and it runs in single thread. So does Dart. Similar concepts. So it has just-in-time compilation just because the development must be fast, so it's nice. And it has one more thing on top of JavaScript. Maybe TypeScript can give you with some tools. It's just ahead of time compilation to optimize your code as much as possible for production. And it's also type safe. It's not something probably very new for you as a web developer, right? You are familiar with this concept in JavaScript and TypeScript. Let's see some syntax here. Like, let's say in TypeScript, if you have written that, and I bet you have done that already, you see that you have a class of user, and then you have an ID, for instance, here. You have a constructor. You can inject some name here, and the type is a string, for instance. And you have an asynchronous function which gives you a promise, you know, so you can wait for that later, or use .then.catch, you know, chain. And then you can create a function which is an async function because you need to instantiate a class and call for that promise function and wait for that, right? And then you can console like whatever you want afterwards. And then once you call this main function, everything runs. That is nice, right? But let's see it in Dart. So in Dart, instead of the constructor, you just have the same name as class as a constructor, and then you can pass the all of those injection to the constructor. But you can define those injection in the property level of the class, and also, as you see here, the type is a bit different from TypeScript. In TypeScript, you have colon and the type, and then in Dart, you just define type before this variable. And that's it. Don't worry about final keyword. It's pretty similar concept to maybe const in JavaScript. So, and then you have the fetch method here, but I see here, then you say that this fetch needs to be a feature, like a promise, and in Dart we call it feature. So, and then you define it as a async after the method, and that becomes like a feature. And then you return a feature, like similar what you did in the promise in the TypeScript version. In Dart, in each file, you have a main function. If you have a main function, that function will get executed. Everything for that function, it will get executed. So you don't need to call this function anymore. So unless, except like in Dart, in TypeScript, you need to call that function, but in Dart, you don't need to do that. So then you just instantiate your class, but you don't need new keyword here. This is optional here in Dart 2, for instance. And then you go ahead and call the same method and wait for that, get the result, do something with that. And then instead of console log, then you have print. That does the same thing almost in the browser. It's just console log it for you, or either in console or in the browser. Simple. Probably you learned maybe 30-40% of what you need to start with Dart right now. So let's move on to another concept of the Dart that you will probably face, and you, or probably as a JavaScript or TypeScript developer, are familiar with that. You know, observables are around for a while, and you probably have used RxJS library, and then you can create those observables, right? And you subscribe for something, and then that event comes until you unsubscribe. But in Dart, this is built-in functionality. So you can technically have streams, similar concept as observable. You can even use some libraries like RxDart to get the same functionality as observables. And then you wait for that, you yield, you know, your value. And as long as you yield, you can listen to that value and just do something with that value. And here is where the async star, like asterisk, let's say, a keyword comes. So that shows that this function is going to be a stream later, and you can listen to that. It's amazing. Like maybe 50% of the Dart you learn, and then there's some other concept like for loop, like these type of things are pretty familiar, like loop, a map, or collections, iterable, and all of those stuff. So, but okay, we know now Dart is easy, so you can just go ahead and give it a try right away. So you don't need to be scared about that. But Flutter itself, when you come to Flutter, then probably you heard that everyone says, okay, in Flutter, everything is a widget. Well, when you come to Flutter as a web developer, you know, it's not something very different. Let me show you quickly. Have you done ever web components, maybe? Isn't it a similar concept? Like you create a component, and then once it's attached to the DOM, you just render some DOM element like P with some text. But in Flutter, we call it widget, and then you extend from stateless widget or stateful widgets. There are two types of widget. And instead of render, we have build method. You build it. And then you use a widget to just render something or build something here, paint something. Sorry. If you have not used the web component, doesn't matter. Probably you're familiar with React or maybe Angular in the previous talk, or some other JavaScript frameworks. Pretty simple concept, right? You create components and you have a render function and it just renders for you, right? It's a similar, again, concept in Dart. So as a web developer, it's not something that you are not familiar with that. You are familiar with this concept. As I said, there are two different types of widgets in Flutter, the stateful and stateless. Again, similar to React, for instance. In a stateful, then you have set state function. You just set the state, and once you change the state, then that widget is getting rendered or built again. So a similar concept again. So when we're talking about web, we're talking about maybe using these components, like a web component, maybe in DOM and in our application, and it appears as a DOM here, and then it does something for us, right? But again, so you have similar option in Flutter. You have your material app, which is giving you a lot of functionality for your application to define your theme or things like that, and a lot of material design widgets. You scaffold your app, and instead of app header, like you have a widget here, you call that app bar, and then you say what you want to render, like a title, for instance, and that is a text. Okay, it's a text widget, and then what is in the text, and you just tell that. If you want to make center something, well, you have CSS in web, but in Flutter, you write it in Dart. You say, hey, this text, I want to be text style, font weight, blah, blah. So it's so declarative, right? One language, again. As I said, there is no CSS in Dart. So maybe in HTML, you go ahead and define your class, adding some values and properties over there, and just assign this class, and boom, everything is there. But you define your widget over there, you create that particular functionality as a widget in Flutter, and then you do the same thing. For instance, instead of padding, you have padding widget, which gives padding. And not surprisingly, it also has a child that gives a padding to that child. So then you are creating the widget tree in the Flutter, similar as probably DOM tree, right? If you want to have like a background gradient, you go ahead and do the same thing. It's quite powerful in Flutter. You can do almost whatever you want to do. At least I have done whatever I wanted to do. There was no restriction for me. So then for background gradient, so there you have CS, but you can have it equivalent in Flutter as well, just in Dart. That's it. You just need to know which widget you need to use and which property of that widget you need to modify and do whatever you want with that. There is no template in Flutter. There is no markup language. As I said, again, everything is declarative in Dart, and you write it in Dart. So you go ahead and write whatever you want there. So You don't need to define any kind of template. Everything here is a widget, and you just need to find your right widget to do what you want. Okay, what about the events? I need click, I need mouse over, I need other stuff to do. Then, of course, there are advanced widgets to capture those events for you as well. So you can go ahead and use them. For instance, one of them is gesture detector, which actually helps you to create, to capture several different events in your application. What if I want to have a dependency injection, or I want to just pass something from root to the children and to maybe the last child of the tree? Well, you can have inherited widget. You can create something like a store provider if you're familiar with Redux, which I bet you are, and then you can provide your store to any other children later with these providers. Amazing, right? So you have what you need in your hand. What about routing system? So I cannot think of any single page application which doesn't have a routing. It doesn't make sense probably. You need routing, you need advanced routing, you need to pass parameters. Well, of course, again, Flutter gives you a routing mechanism. So you can go ahead and use that, and then it compiles to the HTML5 routing mechanism. So you don't need to do anything. You just need to define your routing. You just need to know which widget is going to be rendered, and that's it. And if you want to pass some parameters, there are always settings, extra arguments that you can pass to this routing, and you get it in the routing as a query parameter. But I cannot think of a web version of an application without responsiveness. You want responsiveness. You want to become adaptive to all the different sizes. Then here we go. There are several approaches. You have on top of all of them, you have layout builder and media query, which Flutter gives you the size, the width size of these devices or screens, let's say, and then you can react on that and create your responsive design. As an example here, in this media query, if the screen is the width of a screen size is bigger than something, then you can say do something with that. And then you create all of these things in a widget, for instance. And then once you have this widget, you can say, okay, now I have a larger screen. I want to render this component. When it's small, I want to render this component. And the concept of reusing the components, it's there. It's nothing new. So you can just create several reusable components and reuse them in a different sizes. So animation, perhaps as a web developer, you might say, oh, animation probably it's a bit difficult in web to do it. You need libraries, things like that to make it easier. Of course, in Flutter, it's easy. So all of the things that you need, even tween and all of the stuff for animation, they are widget already built in Flutter. So you can go ahead and just use those libraries. And sometimes you just need to use one library, pass your widget, and that gets animated. So you don't need to even do anything extra. And that runs in 60 FPS. That's a good part of that. PWA, as a big fan of PWA and a person who is talking about progressive web apps, so I can say that the basic functionality of the PWA for creating a web application for Flutter is already covered. So you have service worker over there. You can have your web application cached and working offline, and adding some stuff to manifest, just make it more native-like, and also make it installable. Some of the examples in the beginning of the talk, you remember, they all were actually running offline because of the service worker. All right, so but how about inspection and debugging? Because it's very important. So we are a developer, we want to do that, right? Well, it's a bit different when it comes to Flutter. But the nice thing is that Flutter gives you a Dart DevTools, which is consistent between several different platforms. So if you get used to these tools, then you can debug even on Android and iOS and other platforms. So it's not just for web. And then you can inspect, you see the widget tree, you go ahead and find what you want and debug it. You can have breakpoints, everything that you want in just that Dart DevTools. Profiling, performance, painting, everything that you probably need for debugging an application. But what if as a developer you are used to like I use Chrome, for instance, developer tools. I like to actually debug over there. Well, yes, you can do that, but you may see a little bit different stuff over there, because the way that Flutter renders, it's a bit different from normal, like not a normal, a bit different from a JavaScript web apps, let's say, or the things that we are used to it. Because they are using Canvas for sometimes painting and rendering, and they also have DOM elements as well. But nothing stops you to go there. The debugging experience over there, it's not smooth yet, but probably they will get there for sure. So, but how about modern APIs? Can I use modern APIs in Flutter? Well, yeah, well, many of them are already supported, and there are already examples like how you can use that. There are also good news from Flutter team that they are working on some couple of ideas, new ideas, which they shared and they Medium, and they want to actually maybe have like a new engine in WebAssembly, and they can use WebGL, for instance, to just render stuff, and that helps for improving the performance quite a lot. And that's something amazing which is coming to Flutter. You know, that is a new way of developing web application. Even right now, when we are writing JavaScript, we are thinking about these APIs. We are creating an application that works smoothly, you know. So, and these are the things that is coming to this library as well. So community is awesome. So it's a big community at the moment. One of the most stars actually on GitHub project is Flutter. If you go, probably it's in the first five one. And there are lots of plugins and packages already in the pop.dev, which is like equivalent to npm. So if you're familiar with that, and then, you know, you can get many of the things that you need probably for your package compiled in several different platforms out of the box. Even if you don't need them for several projects, you can keep them for web for sure, but you still have that same functionality, one plugin for all of them. And as an example, we in Flutter community announced plugin plus packages, which is going to have which we are going to have a one package like battery, for instance, and then you get same API for all the platforms, even on web, and you get access to those APIs that are available in the browsers. You can compile your application and use that. But how you can start and where you should start. First of all, it's easy. Choose your editor. I use VS Code, for instance, or sometimes IntelliJ. But doesn't matter. Just if you install the Dart plugins and Flutter plugins for these editors, you're good to go. And then once you set up a download SDK, you need to switch your channel. What is channel? Flutter has 4 channels. Flutter has a stable channel, beta channel, dev channel, master. And the lower you go, the more functionality you get, but they are not stable. They are just for testing, right? So Flutter Web is already in beta stage. So you need to move to beta, and you need to also enable a flag and tell to Flutter that I want to use web. Then you get Flutter for web, and once that's done, you create your project. Just run that with Flutter run-d Chrome, and then boom, everything is there. You have hot reload. You have everything, absolutely everything you need for a web development. Even Dart DevTools, if you install it, so you can just go ahead and get it and start debugging immediately. And the folder structure after you create is going to be simple. So don't worry about Android and iOS and maybe other platforms folder that it's going to be created. As long as you don't need them, you don't compile them, you don't care about them. But you may want to write some actually Dart code in lib folder, which can be even shared in other platforms. The lib for the main.dart file is the entry point of your application. This is where you actually write your code. And you can share the same code between several applications. This is a truly cross-platform application. So you just write your Dart code, same thing, as long as you don't use any specific platform functionality, like if iOS that, or if web blah blah, then you should be good to go. You can compile for any platform out of the box. That's nice, right? So then you have a web folder which gives you the starter point of web application, like index.html, and then manifest.json for PWA, and that's it. So you are good to go. Start and build your application, and you get a result, JavaScript and all the necessary assets on their build web folder. Then you can go ahead and deploy it anywhere. Let me show you an example here. This is a Facebook application. So this is actually running right now from Netlify, and it's working offline. This is just an example, and the link to the creator of that is already in my slides. You can check it out. I am just working with that right now. I can click on that and show you that it's not implemented anything here, and I can come back here. See, it's running very smooth. It's just built with Flutter, right? But the responsiveness, this is a desktop version of that. But when I go to the tablet or to mobile, you see that the layout is changing, and I have a layout compatible with that size of the mobile here, and I'm still working on that, and you see that it's working quite smoothly, even on the desk on tablets. So you can go ahead and play with this implementation in Flutter Web, and you see how it works. Fairly simple. I bet that you will understand 90% of that without even having any knowledge, with just the same thing that I mentioned right now. All right, but we learned today sorry, we learned today that how Flutter Web works behind the hood, and there are some similarities between Dart and JavaScript and TypeScript which you are familiar, and nothing scares you to just go ahead and learn Dart right now. And you see that Flutter and Web has some similarities already, and you can simply have one language and one code base with Flutter to compile it to JavaScript as well. No need to learn CSS and maybe HTML. I'm not saying that CSS is not good, but I mean, this is a new way of developing for web. This is a new taste. Maybe this is your taste. This is my taste. Maybe this is your taste as well. And as you see here, I have to mention that the web today is very complex, and it's getting more and more and more complex. The way that we initially had web in our mind, like just attaching DOM and HTML and saying this is a web platform, I think it's over. It's not the same thing anymore. So you have more and more access to the hardware APIs and get to the low-level pipelines of the browsers and engines to do some stuff and render with high-performance stuff. But before we finish this talk, let me just tell you one more thing. Flutter Web is awesome. I like it. However, it's still in beta. So it's a good time to go and start as an early adopter and learn it, because I believe that it's going to be one of the major players in the future very soon. But still, there are stuff that needs to be improved. But apart from that, we in our company shipped a production-ready app with Flutter for our customer, because we didn't need some of those problems that already existed, like code size or SEO wasn't that much important for us. There was a dashboard and people should log in. We don't care about SEO that much. Because of the offline version of Flutter, the first load maybe a little bit slow, but the second one was, well, quite fast. So for our user, that wasn't a quite big problem. So we could actually ship a Flutter app. We also built with the same code base an Android and iOS app. And as soon as Windows and probably Mac and Linux comes to maybe beta channel, we're going to go ahead and maybe ship that for Windows and Linux and Mac as well. Who knows, right? We did that, and some big players in the market also has done that. Like Rive 2, the new platform, has been built with Flutter Web. And there is a link to their Medium, how they have done that. And with that said, thank you very much for listening to me. Do not scare from Dart. Don't be shy to use Flutter. Don't think that Flutter is going away. It's not going to go away that soon. Just go ahead, download it, give it a try. Especially if you're a web developer, play with the web version of that and see how you like it. And send me your feedbacks, send me some pictures, maybe some comments, anything on the Twitter later, and let me know if you liked it or not. And what is your problem? Maybe I can help with you. I can help you to cope with that and get your project going. Thank you very much to listening to me. You will get access to these slides maybe afterwards on my Twitter and DevFest UK Ireland Twitter. That's me.
Awesome, thank you. I'm actually a massive fan of Flutter. So I love how you can build for web, you can build for iOS, Android, and even Mac and Windows has just reached the port. It's not in beta yet, I don't
Absolutely.
believe, but it's absolutely brilliant. And I want to apologize for the fire alarm going off earlier. I'm a liar.
Yes. No problem.
Nothing like that has happened yet. So I'll hand it over to Casey to introduce the break.
All right. Yeah, so thank you for that wonderful talk. There will now be a lunch break. So we will resume in a little under an hour, I suppose about 50 minutes now, at 2:45 p.m. UTC +1. And we have exciting talks lined up for the next segment on progressive web apps, high-performance Angular applications, and OAuth. So please do join, and there will be lots more to learn. All right, and we are back after the lunch break, and we are joined by a new host, Pranav. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? We are back after the lunch break, and we are joined by a new host, Pranav. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, yep, I think it's fine. Hi, sorry about that. I'm a second-year electronic engineering student studying here at the University of Southampton in the UK. And I'm originally from India and have also lived in Shanghai, China during my high school. So yeah, that's just something about myself.
Awesome. And for anyone that's just joining in now, my name is Karthik, and I'm co-lead with Pranav for GDG Southampton and study computer science with artificial intelligence. So today we've got Anna joining us. So let's just add it to the stream. Awesome. Hi, Anna.
Hi, Karthik. How are you?
How are you? I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Anna.
Hi, Pranav. How are
Heard
you
you're
guys?
from Russia today, so how was Russia? How's the weather there?
It's absolutely beautiful day. It's getting quite cold, to be honest. And after my life in Dublin, I'm not used to that type of cold, anymore. But it's still really beautiful, and it's sunny. I hope you can see. There is a little bit of sun in my room still.
That's amazing.
Awesome. So you're currently working at Google, but tell us a bit about your experience before Google.
Before Google, I was in IT consulting at Accenture. It was more. It was actually not about digital at all. It was all about how would you build the IT organization for a large company. If you're, I don't know, a traditional bank, right? How would the most effective or business processes and IT processes look like in a large company? It was super exciting time. But before that, I kind of have backgrounds in tech and business. So my first degree was in computer science. And then after I graduated, I was like, okay, I kind of want to learn more about the industry itself and where my skill set can be applied. And I went to do another master's degree in international business and management of technology innovation. So it was kind of a good overview of what the tech industry looked like and what kind of jobs there are. That's how I got the job in consulting in Moscow. And it was absolutely exciting time, consulting different companies on how their businesses should look like. And this is what eventually I ended up doing at Google. I'll start in a little bit talking about myself. But so I'm basically a user experience specialist. And by saying specialist, I mean I am a UX designer, but my day-to-day job is more being UX consultant. So I consult different companies on how they can improve user experience so they can have a great experience for their web users, for their app users, for their mobile users in general, and eventually they improve conversion rates or any other KPIs they're caring about.
Awesome. So you've probably got a lot packed into your slide today. So I'll let you get started. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, guys. So today I'm going to talk about progressive web apps, right? You might have heard about this technology, and I know Google have been talking about this a lot, and you probably also have seen, just let me show this kind of ebook. That this is the ebook that myself and a few of my colleagues at Google have recently published. It's called Progressive Web Apps, the Superpowers of the Web and Native Apps Combined, right? And you can check it out at the link below, and you can actually not only just read this ebook online, but you can install it on your phone as a progressive web app. So we really aimed to not only tell the world about the technology, but also get a feel of how it's going to be from the user perspective. But before I start, again, so just a few things about myself. You already learned I'm UX designer, but I'm also working as a UX consultant, right? I'm based in Dublin, in Google headquarters, and I am working with different Google partners to help them build great experiences on the mobile web. And talking about progressive web apps is one of the things that we do. And yeah, eventually, so I put here that I'm former developer moving to creative. So again, with my first degree being in computer science, and then moving into international business, and now being UX designer, and then I'm constantly also drawing and painting in my free time. So I'm looking for different creative commissions. So hopefully one day I'll get even more creative. I don't know where it's that gonna get me to. But yeah, if you haven't checked out our ebook yet, please do go and check it out. My colleagues, they published a few chapters around the progressive web apps and what they are, their benefits, and more importantly, the strategies, right? So if you are a company and then you are not sure about how you should go about your mobile strategy, should you have the web and the app, or should you substitute the app with the progressive web apps? So there are really good chapters and insights on that. And there are also a few chapters on the measurement, right? So how do you make sure what you have works, right? The progressive web app, and specifically the subset of different features within the app, right? Because it's basically an umbrella of technology. How do you make sure these things work? You can check them out in there. And I myself, being, again, as a UX designer, UX specialist, I authored a few chapters on user experience considerations, right? So those things that we talk about a lot, and everybody understands that, the experience that the user should have should be really consistent, but then how exactly it should look like, right? How the good offline experience should look like, right? How the good install experience look like. These were all questions that the companies have been coming back to me and my team and asking, okay, well, help us visualize that. And we realized that there is this gap missing, and this is what I'm basically going to present today. So hopefully we'll try to help you visualize how the good, install experience looks like, how good reliable, which is offline experience look like, and I will finish with a case study of Weekend Desk. So promoting progressive web app installations should happen, at the right moment in the user journey. And the best practice here is to customize the three things: the visuals, the copy, and design, in order to align with both, with your brand identity and your customer needs. So now on this slide, right, I'm not going to spend too much time, but basically Chrome on Android allows fully customizable UI prompts. But first, what you need to make sure is that you prevent this default experience, which triggers the mini info bar. You can see that one, on the bottom of the screenshots. So this mini info bar was originally intended only as a temporary solution. It's not really the best user experience because it has no way to know when is the right moment to appear. It just shows up when, as soon as the site passes installability criteria and the user engagement measure. So the recommended best practice number one here is to prevent this mini bar from showing, right? And instead, you need to show a customized UI prompt. Definitely you do implement analytics, right, in order to optimize the install funnel. We have a whole chapter on this in the ebook, as I mentioned, and you can find the link on the slide here. So do go and check it out. Now let's have a look at the best practices for the customized UI prompt that I have mentioned. So on this, apologies. So on this slide, there are 4 bullet points, right, that I'm going to go through. The first one is to appear where appropriate, right? So the ground rule here is never ask people to install the PWA, install the app on their very first visit. Instead, you need to give them something first, right? Give a great experience, convince them with this, and then prompt already engaged users, right? For example, people ask me, when is the good moment? But the good moment is when they have maybe completed a certain task, right? So you don't interrupt any of their current task, but maybe when they have, I don't know, viewed certain content, right? Or maybe they came back and this is their second visit. So consider making the prompt really discoverable throughout the site. You can maybe put this in the side navigation bar so it doesn't interrupt the flow, but then at the same time, it's always present. The second bullet point is using the value proposition. It's really no secret that all people need motivation to complete any task, and installing the app is a task to do. So motivate users to install the PWA by explaining why they should do that and what they will get at the end, right? It's very important to talk to people with their language and why they would, benefit from installing this, and not speaking to them too technical. I'm going to go through this in a moment. The third thing is using visuals to illustrate the action. It's also one of the rules of UX design that whenever you use any text to give a signal, you kind of try to complement this with a visual, because that's how the brain works. We see visuals first, we recognize them, and only after that we read text. So visuals are very important signal, basically, right? Icons, pictures, illustrations, they're very important signal. They help you illustrate the functionality that is there. So don't forget to use at least the icon, and you can have a look at in the array of Google material design icons, or any other design system for a good one. And lastly, integrate with the UI. This is the most important thing, and I think this also goes back to what I said before about preventing the mini info bar from showing. I think the mini info bar looks a little bit intrusive, right? It doesn't look native to the UI. So the key is, like, any pop-up, like mini info bar is not a pop-up, but any pop-up have historically become very popular to promote the app install, right? But eventually people never liked pop-ups. They have always been ignoring them, trying to close, dismiss. So less intrusive experiences that they would lead to higher user engagements, and prompts that are looking native to the UI, that are integrated within the UI, they will be likely much better received by a user, right? So let's have a look at a few more examples. There you go. So a few examples of placements, appear where appropriate. Right on the left is an example of placing the prompt within the site navigation panel, as I mentioned before. So this makes the install prompt always available to the user without being interruptive. In the middle, it's more like of a classic app install banner as we know it. But you might trigger it when maybe someone viewed multiple pages or visited website more than once. So again, never do this on the very first visit. And on the right, there is an example of a post-purchase prompt. So again, the good time is when somebody has finished a certain task, right? And if the person has finished the purchase, and then maybe you can ask them, well, do you want to stay in touch with us regarding the order and the details, right? Now moving on to the next one, and it's the value proposition, right? Here the basic rule is to focus on the benefits for the user and not the app features, okay? It's kind of even a basic sales training, right? You need to speak about the person and what a better version of themselves they will become if they install the app. So remember, users are not very technical, don't use any terminology, even like PWA, you want to install our PWA, they will likely not know what it is. And then another more general rule, like avoid some negative wording. You can see the example of this one here on the slide. Don't worry about the space. Our app won't take too much. So when you phrase things like don't worry, there is a reaction, a psychological reaction coming back, which is like, oh, should I worry about something? So don't phrase things negatively. And yeah, a few more examples of what was the next, integrate within the UI, right? So the prompts that are looking like as if they're part of the website, they look native and they represent a less intrusive experience. Instead, any pop-up is a disruption in the user flow, and you want to have this one avoided as much as you want, right? Now this all was about Android, right? For iOS, it's a little bit different. So on iOS, you can still you can install the progressive web app on iOS on mobile devices, but you can do this from the browser menu. And here again, you can do exactly this on the website. You can guide users through this process with an install prompt that explains what to do, like you can see here on this example. So when somebody clicks install the app, for example, on the call to action on the top, there is this overlay that is showing where is the the button in the browser, and they can click there and interact with it. And the same for desktop. For desktop, it's also possible to install a website as a progressive web app. And an icon will appear in the Omnibox there. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but yeah, so an icon is going to appear in Omnibox when the website is installable, and it's going to wiggle a little bit to draw users' attention, right? So it's exactly the same. You need to let people know that this is what it means, right? The website is installable. So consider providing a UI prompt to make sure users are fully aware that they can install the PWA, like here in this example. And yeah, so I think that was all about designing installable experiences. And now let's have a look and brainstorm on, once we have it installed, what does a good experience look like again, right? And try to visualize that. And here actually the best practices are coming from both web and native apps. It should actually be very, similar to the app experience, and it should be very familiar to the user and not confuse them too much. So once it's installed, the progressive web app is going to look like any other icon on the home screen, right? And it should feel and look like any other app to the user, right? So some fundamentals here to consider include icons, color schemes, launch screen, and full screen navigation. All right, let's also go have a look into each one of those. Yeah, so icons, right? So for Android, you can design maskable icons that can adapt to any icon shape required by the phone manufacturer. You can read more about designing adaptable icons on the links here on the slide. And for iOS, you use just regular Apple iOS design guidelines, but note that iOS does not use the icons from the manifest file, so do make sure you add the Apple Touch icon meta tag with the proper image. And here on the screenshot, you can see the maskable icon that is being used by our ebook. So you are going to get this icon if you install our ebook as a progressive web app on your phone. And I hope you do. So now moving on to the color schemes, right? So on Android, the browser bar can actually be changed to match your brand color. This will also affect the standalone mode, which is an example on the left-hand side, and more specifically, the color of the system notifications panel, right? So it can create this very holistic brand look and feel, which is going to look very native to your website or, progressive web app. So once the app is launched, from the home screen, Chrome for Android is going to automatically customize the splash screen, right? Splash screen is something that any app would have. And it's going to use the name, the background color, and icons from the manifest file. So for iOS, there is no splash screen customization at the moment. So just implement, again, media tags, and you can specify pre-generated splash screens of different sizes for different devices. That's the solution for a moment. And in the screen, there is an example of a custom splash screen of our ebook. Again, you're going to get to experience that if you install it. So it's using the icon, the W, right? And then the background color, the blue, and the name of the app. You can also see the orange bar, right? On the top. This bar is set from the color scheme that I spoke about on the previous slide. Now, progressive web apps, what's going to do? Yeah, the standalone UI. Progressive web apps launched from the home screen should open in this so-called standalone mode. It's a full screen experience. It is consistent with what users have come to expect from native apps, right? So the PWA is basically going to launch with no browser bar on the top, and it's going to be even separate from other apps when you're browsing through the apps in the app switcher. Okay, so along with an increased above default space, right? So you have more space to design for. At the same time, you will no longer benefit from the browser navigation capabilities, right? So the browser is not going to be there anymore, and you will, for example, no longer have back-forward buttons on iOS. Just keep that in mind, and maybe you can design some additional back and forth buttons, additional navigation elements to allow users to navigate easy. And then also, if the user is in standalone mode, right, on both on Android and on iOS, there's not going to be any more share button that was there in the browsers, and you can consider using the web share API, and you can find the link to the web share API in our ebook, and it's going to bring the native Android share dialog and make it easy to share URLs with messengers or social networks. Yeah, and that's the standalone UI. And again, imagine designing for longer screens for more real estate, which is obviously an exciting thing. Also means that you need to think about mobile ergonomics, right? That if it's a big device, if it's a long screen, then you really want to make sure it's easy to use, right? So in general, what we see, kind of one of the trends of mobile design is design around the bottom of the screen. It's considered to be more ergonomic location. It's easier to reach the device with just holding it with one hand. And then you can consider locating their key call to actions, key testing. In general, bottom navigation, like on the example in the example in the middle, is a good idea for a website, right? It comes from the world of native apps, and now it's getting more and more popular across websites. And then even pop-up notifications, right? Which overall I don't encourage you to use, but even if you have them, you can design them anchored to the bottom, right? So think about that, anchoring to the bottom, making it easy for the user to hold the device with just one hand and interact with these kind of pop-ups. The last but not least, if you are offering both the progressive web apps and I don't know, native app experience, then you just want to have it really consistent across different devices. So if you're using bottom navigation on your in your app, then you might want to use the same on your website, on the mobile website, or in the progressive web app. So make it easy for users to switch between the experiences, if and make it super consistent for them. So that's our also recommendation that we. The question that we get a lot, because the bottom navigation, especially on the web, is kind of still not as popular, but we do believe that providing consistent experience should definitely be the answer here. And now, so we talked about looking into how the install experience should look like once we installed, how it should be, reminding the app experience. And now let's have a look into designing reliable experiences. So designing for offline. And, if we look again into the world of native apps, the offline experience is always there, at least the UI, if the app developer hasn't thought about any specific offline experience, at least the UI would be available, right? So we should definitely avoid having some, error messages or blank screens. But then you can think about the design in your offline experience as about some advantage, right? So you can really brainstorm about these things, and so whenever you design that, you can answer these questions. So the orange ones are more like a must-haves, right? Must questions that you need to answer, and then on the right-hand side, I listed here a few how might we questions. It's if you wanna, you can run a design sprint with your team and really brainstorm how you can turn this into your competitive advantage. But all in all, okay, I have only like a few minutes left. I'll just maybe go through offline recommendations, and we skip the case study because you can have a look at that in the ebook. But we really have few good examples of offline here, and hopefully it's gonna serve you as an inspiration. So first of all, whenever you design offline experience, you need to think about how you inform users about the change of state, right? And here are, again, 3 elements, same classics: the copy, the icons, and the colors, right? Yeah, that you can use. So here are a few kind of mocks, few prototypes that you can see where I was using at least 2 of these elements, right? So the best practice is to use at least 2 of the 3 in order to illustrate the change of the state, so not to be confusing to the user, because sometimes when some of the developers, they use just the color and then they're graying out the whole UI, it may be interpreted incorrectly as, for example, as if the items are unavailable, right? So you need to add a copy to be absolutely clear. For example, you are offline. And then the copy is kind of the same rules as you shouldn't be too technical, right? And then you need to keep things super simple. And then, some mistake that a few companies would make, they can blame the user, or you got disconnected, check your internet connection or something like that. So avoid blaming the user, avoid blaming your own systems, like looks like our server is down. So you really don't know what's really going on, and don't blame the system. It can undermine the credibility of your brand, of your service in such a sensitive moment, right? When the user is offline, and then you may lose them anyway. So avoid blaming really, and so simply just restate. So simply state what happened. You are currently offline, and then maybe tell the user what they should do in order to get the connection back. To inform the user about the change of state, pop-up toast has become a very, very popular item. You can have a read about this in Google Material Design. In Google Material Design, it's also called a snack bar. So it can appear basically in any place of the UI. The most popular locations are on the bottom or on the top. It can be dismissible. It can also contain some call to actions. But yeah, do consider this element to inform users about the change of state. And yeah, so the basic offline experience, once you informed the user about the change of state, you need to also show them maybe some static offline page, right? So it can be just a placeholder with a brand and with a refresh button, but you can also do a few more things. You can maybe try be useful for the users and show them the information they saved before. You can try to entertain them. You can let users complete certain tasks. So yeah, let's have a look at each one of these examples. So first of all, you can just let people know if that's not just a static page, but few more pages are still available offline. You let people continue browsing, but you need to highlight what exactly pages are available, right? Because if they click on any page that's not available, it's going to be, again, like the whole experience is going to be lost. It's going to be the white screen. So again, you can implement this additional navigation, go back, forward, or maybe highlight the categories in the side navigation that are currently available. So just let people know what is available. And then, yeah, a few examples of the static page, if you want to keep it as simple as that. So on the left-hand side, again, is the very straightforward example, just having your brand logo and the refresh button. But also you can think of how users may interact with your brand while they are offline. Maybe they want to get in touch with your support center, call them, or maybe they can want to visit your office, right? So you can have a list of available locations on the map with all the addresses. This is what I meant under being useful. So maybe the user has been using your app before and they saved some information in their account, or in their, they have some bookings, so order history, and you just want to make sure it's always available to the user, right? So there's even this use case that for retailers, the connection and the online connection for users quite often goes off when they come to a pickup store, and it's this large I don't know, underground store, and then you want to pick up your item, but then your connection is lost, and you just need your order number or a barcode, and so you might want to save this information for the user so it's always cached and always available. Okay. Yeah, so that's a few examples of being useful, and that's the example of how you can entertain people. So even like if you have a static offline page with your simply stating the connection state, but you just add a simple game there, right? It can be a trivia, fun facts, tic-tac-toe. These are actually I've seen these examples of companies doing that. So have a look if that's something that correlates with your brand identity. That also can be a really, really nice solution, because the main goal here is to occupy users' time, right? So don't let them leave, keep them with your brand. And maybe the time while they are offline, you're occupying them with some really meaningful, engaging experiences. This is what you ultimately want to get, right? Yeah, so that's entertaining. And this is more like a next step. So completing certain tasks. So that's this here. The idea is that if the user was in the middle of a big task while the connection got interrupted, and you just let them continue. And it's very, very important, again, to use the copy to let them know that it's not going to get lost. The progress that they're making on the task is not going to get lost when they are back online, right? So you tell them, look, you're currently offline. but you can still add this item to the cart. It will appear in your basket once you are back online, right? We will add it for you. Or like, please do complete the form, or even complete the whole checkout process up to the payment. We're gonna save this all progress for you once you're back online. So I think that this is gonna drive a lot of user engagement while they're offline, but also a lot of trust into your brand, right? So think about what's possible. Really, don't limit yourself, and so absolutely try to think big, and because a lot of things are really possible with this technology today on the web. And so with the measuring offline, I'm kind of concluding the offline chapter, right? So when you are creating the offline experiences, don't forget to implement analytics. You can really measure the offline usage and what how people interact with your functionality. It can be measured by recording analytics pings when the users are offline, and then you're going to replay them when the connection comes back. So do check out another chapter, number 8 of our PWA ebook. And let us know if you have any questions. Now I'm going to ask the hosts if I have more time to present the case study, because I wasn't. Hi, guys.
Hi. Unfortunately, it looks like we don't have any more time. Am I right in saying that, Casey?
We are a little bit over. But I guess if you want to wrap it up within a couple of minutes. That's good.
Yeah, maybe then I'll just wrap it up, and I'm gonna say that so it's only a couple of slides, but you can have a look at these brilliant case studies in our ebook, Progressive Web Apps, again. And it's a really nice breakdown of the different features and how you can measure them and what kind of business results it drives, right? So on this note, I want to thank everyone very much for your attention. I do hope it was really, insightful for you. And do have a look, check out our ebook that myself and a few of my colleagues at Google have published about progressive web apps, including the chapters on UX considerations and the case study of Weekend Desk.
Thank you, Anna. It was great hearing you talk, and thank you for that detailed and informative talk on your ebook. And for me as an university student, it is quite inspirational to hear someone talk about an ebook that they published, and I think that's great. So keep up with the good work. And again, once again, thank you for your speech today. All right. Next up, we have Michael here to talk about high-performance Angular applications. So please welcome Michael.
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm good, Michael. How are you?
I am wonderful.
And
looking really forward to this talk.
Yeah, we are as well. And I remember reading about the fact that you're currently based in Vienna. So how's that experience?
Pretty nice. It started to get cold, so we move our activities in-house, but still very nice to live here.
Living in the UK, for me personally, I always wanted to go to Vienna because of the the amazing architecture there and the buildings. So I hope I can someday come to Vienna.
You should. You should definitely ping me when you arrive here.
I will do so. So because we're a bit short on time, I'm just gonna let you get started with your talk, and good luck.
Thanks. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
Perfect. Welcome to fully zoneless high-performance rendering in PostIV. And I will give you a sneak peek of the agenda. I will have to skip a couple of sections because I want to get to those flames on the right. First, I will give you historical information, low-level details and tricks that we used, some template helpers, and then I hopefully can demo the first proof of concepts of the reactive versions of ngIf, ngSwitch, and ng4. Okay, let's get started with a punchline. The async pipe is boring. And I hope that after this talk, you will also agree that the async pipe is boring. And I will tell you why. And I will start with a design document from the Angular team, Change Detection Mental Model in Ivy. So Ivy did not bring only a couple of changes in terms of bundle size and so on. It brought a lot of changes under the hood that we can now start to leverage. And this design document speaks about template structures, containers and views, embedded views. It speaks about a new method, Mark Dirty, where you can schedule and control change detection on a local level. It speaks about bootstrapping Angular elements standalone, which is really exciting. It speaks about high significant performance benefits of these rendering strategies. And of course, it mentions local state management, or how I call it, ephemeral state management. Well, let me talk a little bit about ephemeral state management, because this was the talk and research I did the last 1.5 to 2 years. I basically spent a couple of weeks and months to come up with local state management, ephemeral state management in Angular. It's already out there and stable a couple of months. And this helps to get from a very confused data structure first to an organized data structure and data flow, and then to a very performant data structure and data flow. The library is called Rx Angular/state. I don't want to go too much in detail. It just provides 2 different methods, connect and select, where you can connect and select in a reactive way from observables. And you can also have an imperative method where you can use set and get. Okay, there's the interface. It's not that interesting. Also, the function signatures are not really interesting. What's cool, and what I maybe talk a little bit about, is a comparison. This is a really minimal example where we use streams in Angular. And if I demonstrate how it would look after we use Rx Angular state, we see a couple of lines less, and also no danger of running in memory leaks or other race conditions. If you think this is interesting, feel free to check out the docs page and get more information. But in this talk, I want to focus on rendering in Angular. I want to first give you a fundamental idea of what it means to render stuff in Angular. And I want to start with the topic of template rendering and a component tree. So what is a component tree? Well, if we look at this mockup, we have at the very top a blue stuff. This is a service and non-visible part, which is the application ref that holds more or less the application component and all other components which are here displayed in green. And this is a very small application with a side menu and a list on the right. So if we take a look at this application, at this mockup in terms of a component tree, it would look like that. And every component is named here with letters, but we don't really stick to letters. So this is how a component tree looks like. At the top is the application ref, and then we have our components. And if I now call application ref tick, the component starts to render the first component, detects its children, and if there is a change, it re-renders their children, and in turn, their children. This is how rendering works, and it renders from top to bottom.
Sorry, guys, we have some technical difficulties. I was just muted just now. I was talking, sorry. Yeah, we may have lost Michael. He appears to be frozen.
I will try to sort that out.
Yeah. These things do happen. They're quite common nowadays, with everything happening virtually. He should be here in a minute.
Well, in the meantime,
I was just getting into that talk, and all of a sudden it's just frozen.
Are there any talks you've heard today that have particularly been relevant to what you're doing, or something that you've been wanting to work on?
Well, nothing relative to what I've been doing recently, because I'm not that quite experienced with anything that's related to web development. But it was amazing to hear some of the people talk, and it was amazing to hear some of the experts in the current industry talk about what they're so passionate about. So yeah, it was great. What about you, Casey?
Right. I actually think Michael's back, so I think people want to hear from him and not me. So I will bring him back. Are you all good?
What happened?
I don't know.
Crazy. Okay.
All right.
I guess
I'll set you back up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You can see the screen okay? There was this component rendering that I talked about, and if we call application ref tick, we will re-render the whole application. If we introduce change detection on push at a certain component level, we will only re-render this very component and not only the components that are affected from the change and not the rest. And as I stumbled here again, I remember this is the moment where I thought, okay, there was happening, I went offline. Good, so from here on, I can go on with my talk and I can say, well, and the solution for this unperformant rendering performance in Angular is we use the async pipe and on push everywhere, right? Well, that's not really the case, because if we introduce a change to this very component here and we forget to introduce change detection on push everywhere, we will re-render unnecessary components. Even if we are smart and we introduce change detection on push over a linting rule, we can end up in such situations where when we use third-party libraries, and if this is also not the case, we will in any case re-render from the affected component to the very top and down all the components. At least we will re-evaluate them, and this takes, of course, time and makes our application slow. And this is the reality, the sad, sad reality that I want to solve for you. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Hladky. I'm a self-employed trainer and consultant with the focus on Angular, Ionic, and reactivity in general. So if you like my content, feel free to contact me and book my workshops. This is how I make my living. Back to the problem that I want to fix for you. So we have this bad performance with this over-rendering, and I want to quickly demo that this is really the case. I want to demo that if I open up here an application and I simulate a component tree where I have every green border is a component and default is the change detection strategy, and then push again. And I would click, for example, mark for check, which will be the same as when I fire an async pipe. We see that I only render default components and not on push. But if I trigger mark for check on a path where on push is sitting, I will also trigger change detection on push too. So this is a very good demonstration how we over-render and overuse it. And to get rid of it, we could switch to change detection on default, which is something that I want to introduce you in the next slides. And all the rendering problems can be solved with a library that is called rxangular/template. And this is here for high-performance template rendering. And of course, a lot of ergonomic changes on how you use template syntax. We have a couple of different pieces here, and I want to start with the push and the let directive, as they are pretty common so far. I introduced them a couple of months ago, I guess, at the beginning of this year. So the push pipe is a pipe as you would use the async pipe, and does nearly identically the same, but you can control how it renders your component. The async pipe will render it always in the same time, at the same way. And then you have the let directive, and to get an easy step into this topic, think about the NgIf hack and the async pipe. Most of the people would switch to the let directive for such cases to avoid those hacks. But after this talk, believe me, you will, whenever you can, try to use the Rx let directive. I will not demo those two directives because I want to directly jump to our performance thing. I just give some click demos and no live coding. The push pipe basically allows you as the async pipe to render stuff, but the Rx let directive is pretty cool because we can display truthy and falsy values and not running into this if bug. As you can see, I can display true and false values, and this is the fundamental change. But the good part is this is only the beginning. The let directives enables you to provide a different template helpers. For example, we can have different template placeholders, like for ngIf and ngElse. Let me quickly check here the time, okay. And I can have next values, I can have a complete template, and I can also have an error template that basically is displayed when I run into an error. If we take that one step further, we could also introduce lazy loaded images and also lazy loaded components, which I could toggle here and lazy load my components, and all of this with just two liners, one line for the actual component and one line for the template. Another thing that I believe is pretty cool is we can have an initial state, and we can also apply changes to the styling whenever the error state, for example, happens. And here I introduce an error, and then we should see the styling, which in this example is not working, but no problem. We have even more examples later on. This was just a quick intro into how the Rx let directive can be used in action. Let's switch back and discuss those two directives and what they leverage under the hood, because this is really the important stuff. Under the hood, they leverage rendering strategies. And I want to introduce two different ways how you can render stuff in Angular. One thing is that I call the global rendering strategy, and the second thing is the local strategy. And you can introduce those strategies, for example, by adding a strategy parameter to the push pipe or to the Rx let directive. And then you can basically introduce this strategy to this very component. And the global strategy is basically very close to the mark for check strategy and is shipped with Ivy. Currently, it is experimental and it is called @mark30. This is the method from Ivy that I leverage under the hood. And what the global strategy is doing is it will go up to the top and down again, re-render everything, same as the async pipe would do, but you don't need zone to trigger this re-rendering. And this is, I guess, a first really nice step that we can take into a very high-performant Angular. So what happens is it goes up and then it re-renders the component and all its child components without interfering with zone. Again, we have unnecessarily re-rendered those components here. So let me quickly switch to the demo and demonstrate to you that when I click mark for check here, it will re-render unnecessarily all those components. Same goes for mark 30. Mark 30 will also re-render unnecessary those components. What we could do is we could leverage another strategy called detect changes. And if I do this, you can see that only the very component that is affected will re-render, or at least will evaluate its template. So let me quickly introduce the local strategy to you. What's the local strategy? Under the hood, as I said, we leverage change detection, detect changes, or theta detect changes that ships with Ivy. And you can pass a component to this method, and it will only re-render the very component and its children, which is pretty cool and brings a lot of performance impact. because we don't have to re-evaluate all those things. If you introduce it directly, you will end up in a very strange situation. Your app will get slower. Why? Why will your app get slower? In this very small component, I have 12 re-renderings for one value change, only because I have synchronously emitted values and I use multiple push pipes or let directives in the same template. And I want to quickly introduce you to two techniques that we used to fix this problem. I want to introduce you to scheduling. And scheduling, if we look at the flame chart of executing a function like here, consists of a trigger for work, a button click that executes a function. So a trigger that triggers work, and work in this case is our XXX function. And scheduling means we use a trigger to schedule this function onto another place in the browser event loop tick. And in this case, the green line is the browser paint event, and the animation frame scheduling helps us here to move this certain function right before the browser paints, so to get immediate feedback for the user. This was animation frame scheduling. You have a couple of other scheduling techniques that you can use. Here are only some of them. And we used the microtask to schedule and introduce coalescing. So a microtask is a synchronous code that happens right after the normal synchronous code. I know it sounds stupid, but promises, for example, really execute right after the synchronous code happens. You can see it here in the yellow arrow. So how could we introduce coalescing based on a microtask? I have a couple of actions that all trigger a promise and schedule this work on the next microtask tick. So if we have a couple of actions and I pass every of those actions into a function, and this function schedules the work on the next microtask, I can check how often I schedule this function, and I can only schedule it one time. Therefore, multiple submissions can get coalesced together to one. This is pretty cool. So I have 3 function calls, which I move into this custom scheduling function, coalescing function, and the output is only one re-rendering. I will skip the demo to have enough time for later, but here you can see the outcome. Instead of 12 renderings and blocking UI, with those 2 tricks, we are now able to go down to one single rendering. We have a non-blocking UI, and our app is way more performance and has way less work to do. I will later on show you performance flame charts to really prove that this is the case and how drastically we improve it. But for now, we can take a look at this first chart where I demonstrate that we A, reduce the number of components that we render, B, we reduce the number of renderings or dirty checks of a component from 12 with coalescing to 4, and with scoped coalescing on the view or the component to 1. And we use scheduling to really have an interactive and non-blocking UI. All those tricks together result in a very, very performant rendering. What else did we do? We tricked zone. So if you click any button, for example, in an Angular application, it looks like that. Zone is interfering, you have to evaluate all the different parts in the template, and then you have to execute your code, and then you have to lay out your whole app. So this is a lot of work. What you could do is you can trick around and you can try to run code outside of Angular with ngZone, and you see it is drastically reduced the code, but still a little bit. What we did in Rx Angular /template, we introduced zone agnostic handling, so we don't really rely on the ngZone service. And in our case, it looks like that. And this is really only vanilla JavaScript. You cannot go faster than executing code like that, which is pretty cool. Let me quickly show you some demos on that. And I will try to execute the first demo where I demonstrate that we can execute change detection when I try to render this green bordered component here, and we will execute only the changes in this very component. So now imagine this component is not present in your screen. Let's say you scroll it out of the screen. What would happen if you change it? The app would still re-render, but would it have any benefit for the user? I guess no. So let's simulate a little bit of automated rendering. Let's say we have a real-time application. There is our update. And if I move the component, and if you check the changes here and check the number of changes here at the top, and I move it out of the component, it stops to render our component. It really stops everything. The changes arrive there, but we will not update and re-render the whole view. If I scroll back in again, we see the rendering process starts, and I dirty check and re-evaluate and re-render my view. This is one pretty cool demo that I can give you. Another pretty cool demo, if I scroll down here, is I can compare the release, because we introduced another cool feature in our application that basically tracks or caches the template. So whenever I create a template, I can reuse it later on. And all those reusage brings us to a very, very cool topic that I want to demo in the last minutes of this talk. I quickly demoed PushPipe, I quickly demoed the RxLet, and now I want to introduce you to the next big step in our library. The next big step in our library will change detection from using the render service and rendering components. We will go down and render L containers and L views. And this is incredibly cool because we can nearly triple the performance impact with this. So the first thing we did is we implemented PushPipe and we rendered a component. The next thing is we introduced the RxLet directive and we cached the created component, the created template for the let directive, and reused it later on. And now we started to experiment with directives like RxIf, RxSwitch, RxMatch, a pretty cool new idea, and RX4. And to introduce you to this topic, I will quickly go one step deeper into the Angular rendering rabbit hole. This is a component tree, a tree consisting out of components. And in every component, you have different pieces. Every component can contain L containers and L views. Substructures in your HTML that exist within this component. Tiny small template snippets that Angular, to be more specific, Ivy, knows and can encapsulate. And if we take one piece of our component tree from before, and we take a deeper look into one component, we can talk about a view tree. And a view tree exists basically inside of a component and is another tree structure that contains L containers and L views. And this very L view is the stuff we are focusing on at the moment. We really try to bring down the change detection to L view. And I will demonstrate you this by opening the experimental folder and clicking structural directives, and first show you that this green bar here is a component and this dashed bar here is a snippet inside of the component. And if I click change detector ref, detect changes, I re-render all different template snippets in this component. If I would focus on the very small embedded view here on the right, and I would click this button, and I could trigger only re-evaluating of this very small component snippet. And this is the trick, and you can already see how much less work it is. So we started to experiment with that, and we can demonstrate that we can trigger different components one by one, or different embedded view one by one here. We can also hide and show them like the Angular would do natively, and we would end up, as you can see here, the number is always 1 if I click, in recreating and destroying this component. And if you look at the very right side, you see the number remains and increase. This means we reuse the template structure that Ivy created for us and don't recreate it whenever we click this button. This is basically what we started to introduce with the RxLet directive, and we'll go on further with RxIf. RxSwitch is not that interesting, but still, I guess, worth to demonstrate. We see that we can also do that in a reactive way with the RxSwitch. And here the funny part is you see that reactive templates react way faster because you only need to introduce the change to the very small piece there and not to the whole component. It would also work zoneless. So if I change this without triggering zone by using my arrows, a special trick in this demo, we see that only the reactive part interferes, and only if I do something related to zone, my normal Angular case runs back. As a last incredible cool demo, and this is the end of my talk, I will demonstrate a real problem. If you followed the Angular GitHub repository, the wish for an Rx switch is years old. And I posted there a design document already, I guess, 1.5 years ago. But they claim that implementing this RxLet or RX4 stuff in a structural way, it would have a very bad performance and would not scale. And they really have to drill up down into the Ivy compiler and really make those changes in Ivy internally. Well, I believe that is not fully true, and I want to showcase the difference and really prove how incredible performant this library can be. I will show the native way of doing changes here, and I will toggle an interval that re-renders, let me zoom out a little bit, that re-renders a table with 10 rows, and in every row we have 3 columns, and every column can be true or false, the check mark or the red cross. And if you see it, we have changes, I guess, every 1.5 seconds. It's really slow. I stop this and I switch down to our first implementation of RX4. And if I start to introduce the table and start the automatic timer, which is exactly the same speed, you see how much faster it looks. I can also tell you, if you move the mouse, if you use the page, the previous example was completely frozen, so the page was not interactive. Here I still can move around, can click stuff, can basically type stuff in, and the app is still rendering. As an end of this demo, the yellow numbers here, I zoom in. The yellow numbers show me how often this very specific template got evaluated. And a lot of people say, well, counting the numbers of dirty checks is not really a good proof of better performance. People say we really need a good proof. How much is it really faster? How much better, how much less work is it producing? And I will open up the performance tools and I will demonstrate you this example, which is Angular native. I started the tick and you can see that a lot of red bars and frozen UI is present here, and the frame rate dropped to nearly 0 in those red phases. So an update occurred only when no red stuff is here, which is roughly every 2 seconds if you just check or roughly every 1 second if you check the flame chart milliseconds here. Keep that in mind, and let me switch to the other one where I use the RX4. If I switch to this very chart, you see there is only at the beginning, when I did the first rendering, a blocking change. And everything else is smooth. It is smooth as it can be. There is a lot of work involved, but you see it's incredibly less. I can also compare it here. It's a little bit small, but you really can see there is a lot of red stuff here and a lot of green stuff here. And this is only one of our proof of performance that we will ship in the next weeks. We basically bulletproof tested everything and measured how much faster it is. So let's close this. Let's switch back to my presentation. let's inform you that, for example, the let directive is 5 times faster than the push pipe, and the push pipe is, I guess, 3 times faster than the async pipe. And I will end all those information with a big thanks. With a big thanks to all the contributors of RX Angular. They really deserve a big shout out from my side. And if you want to make them and also me happy, go on GitHub and give us a star. We really, really enjoy and getting cheered up. The template package here, RX Angular /template for high performance rendering. Again, if you want to look it up on NPM. And here is the link to the repository. Thanks for your time. And if you have any questions, feel free to ping me and I will answer all of your questions on the go. And here I fix the link as the last thing in this presentation. Okay, that's it. Did I manage to make it in time? Let me check. You're kinda not.
Well, thank you, Michael. That was a really fantastic talk. It was really, really interesting and exciting to hear. So, oh my.
It was a bit too much, I guess.
All right, I will just go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Philippe, who we'll be talking about.
Thank you, Michael. Have a great day.
I'll go ahead and introduce our next speaker, Philippe, who will be talking about OAuth. So here he is, and I will let you get started.
All right, thank you for that introduction, and welcome everyone to this session about OAuth and OpenID Connect for single-page applications. So we're going to talk about the role that OAuth and OIDC play in a single-page application landscape, and I'm going to take you through a couple of different topics here. Before we get started, I want to set the scene a bit. I started out with this REST-grade application as a training application, as a demo application to tell people about the power of security technologies. Today, this also serves as a reminder to a different life where we actually were allowed to go to restaurants and dine out and things like that. So that's a whole bit of a different story right here. What I mainly want to say here is that if you have a simple application architecture with a simple client and an API in the backend, then you probably don't really need OAuth to implement authorization calls to your APIs. But if you're an application that is exposing APIs to different clients, maybe within the same company, built by different teams, or to third-party partners, that's where OAuth really comes into play. And that's the example we're going to use throughout this session to discuss the power of OAuth, OIDC, and current best practices in single-page applications. To set the scene a bit, in case you're not entirely familiar with what OAuth and OpenID Connect really do, I want to give you the high-level overview here. So typically in an OAuth or OIDC landscape, you're going to have different client applications. You can have a backend web application, you can have a mobile client, you can have a front-end web application, typically a single-page app, or even a client that doesn't really run, isn't really running by in a user's environment, but a command line client or a batch script. These clients will access protected resources, which are typically APIs in a modern application landscape. And that access will be governed in some way by a security token service, by a central party, also known as an authorization server in an OAuth world, that will handle certain responsibilities to make sure that all of this works together. OAuth and OIDC fit in this picture in a couple of different ways. So, for example, a client can rely on a security token service to authenticate users. So one very straightforward example would be whenever you use sign in with Google on a third-party application, you're actually using OpenID Connect to go to Google's security token service to authenticate to that application. API access is the OAuth part of this picture. So the client can ask the security token service, I want to access this API on behalf of the user. Is that something I can do, yes or no? Then again, accessing that API is based on OAuth. It's not really part of the OAuth specs in general, but it uses OAuth artifacts such as an access token to make that happen. On the right, we have APIs. APIs will have to make security decisions, like is this request coming from this client on behalf of that user allowed? And they will rely either implicitly or explicitly on the security token service to make that happen. And again, that aspect is known as token introspection, or the validation of a JSON Web Token, and that is part of OAuth. Before we move on, you may have noticed that I'm using kind of different terminology than you may be familiar with. And there's a very good reason for that. That's because OAuth and OpenID Connect are two different specifications, and they use different terms for what they try to describe. And that would make the talk very confusing if I would start switching between both topics or both terms in different parts of this session. So we're going to talk about one generic concept here. We're going to talk about users, APIs, clients, and a security token service. If you want to know what this means in the OAuth world or OIDC world, this slide will help you translate that in practice. And before we dive into the details, a small word about myself. I'm Philippe de Ryck. I'm from Belgium. And I used to travel the world to teach developers how to build secure applications through training or consulting. But as you can imagine, in 2020, this kind of changed, and I've been home doing all of that remotely. So I basically teach developers in courses about how to build secure software. I run my own company called Pragmatic Web Security. You can find all information on the website, pragmaticwebsecurity.com. And I'm also a Google developer expert and an Auth0 ambassador. But that's enough about me. Let's talk about OAuth and OpenID Connect, and especially changes and challenges. If you're building a front-end web application, if you've built one before and tried to use OAuth or OpenID Connect, you will have stumbled on the implicit flow. The implicit flow is, or used to be the current, or used to be the best practice to implement an OAuth flow in a front-end web application. You'll still find scenarios where this is still a recommended flow. Let me walk through the different steps carefully, so that we know what the implicit flow actually means and what we're doing there in our application. Our front end is at the bottom in the middle. That is the client application trying to gain access to an API. And to make that happen, the front end will rely on the browser. Well, it's running in the browser. It will navigate that browser to that security token service. In this case, that is restaurant.com, or restaurant review application. And the browser will load that page from the security token service. That security token service is responsible for authenticating a user. So if the user is not authenticated yet, the user will be shown a login form, potentially with multi-factor authentication, and the user will complete that authentication. Next is an optional step where the STS will ask the user if they really want that front-end application from Restrograde to access their account information. Like, do you want to that application to know who you are, and can it access this API on your behalf? If the user authorizes that access, the security token service will basically send an access token in a URL back to that front-end application. So it's a redirect in the browser, step number 7, which will take the browser back to the front-end web application. It will reload the application. The access token is in the URI. It can be extracted from there, and it can use that access token to access an API on behalf of the user. That's the implicit flow. That's one of the more simple flows in an OAuth world. It's also called a two-legged flow, if you have heard that term before. There's a few problems here. Well, a few. There's one glaring problem, and that's that the access token is a piece of sensitive information allowing access to an API, and it basically is being sent around in a URL. And if you learned about security before, you know that that's kind of an anti-pattern. That's not something that security experts really like to see. And that's why there's a few drawbacks with this implicit flow. The URI is considered to be a very insecure place to put sensitive information, so that access token should be removed by the application, but it still doesn't offer full protection. Because of those weaknesses, the implicit flow can also not use a refresh token, which would allow long-term access on behalf of a user. That is in this case not allowed, so there are some limitations with the implicit flow. So what's the alternative? As I said, the implicit flow used to be the best practice until about a year and a half ago, and today that best practice has changed. Today, the application, the client, is supposed to use an authorization code flow with a modification known as PKCE, or Proof Key for Code Exchange. The authorization code flow used to be meant for backend web applications, which run in a more secure environment. They can run a more secure flow with additional capabilities. And now we have that same flow available in front-end applications. To make the flow more secure, we have to use PXE, which is a concept that roughly translates to a one-time password to authenticate a specific client instance. And it's a mechanism that relies on a secret value and a hash of that secret value. The secret value is a code verifier, and the hash is called a code challenge. What the client will do, the front end, it will send or run the flow with the security token service and send that code challenge from the first step in that flow. So here again, we navigate the browser to the STS and we send that code challenge along with that request. I'm going to show you the details in the next slide, by the way. The security token service does what it always does: authenticate the user, ask for approval if necessary, and if everything checks out, it can start processing this request. First, it keeps track of the issued authorization code along with that code challenge. So it takes information from step number 3 and the newly generated authorization code and stores that in its internal data store somewhere. And then it responds to the client. Again, it's a redirect, just like before, but instead of sending an access token in the URL, we're sending an authorization code. That authorization code is a code valid for one-time use only, and that can only be used by this specific client instance. The client now doesn't have an access token, so it has to go back to the security token service with the authorization code, along with the code verifier. With that information, the client can now, with that information, the STS can now verify these properties. Like, is this the authorization code I gave before? Like, yes. What's the challenge I had for that? Oh, it's a hash of a secret value, and now I have the secret value as well in step 11, so I can verify that it's indeed the right client. This prevents against certain attacks, such as the theft of the authorization code or the injection of a malicious authorization code. If everything checks out, the front end receives an identity token, an access token, and optionally a refresh token. And with that identity token, the front end receives user information. If you use this with sign in with Google, it will give that front end some information like your user, the name of your user with Google, and your email address. And the access token allows access to the API on behalf of the user. This flow, in traditional terms, was the 3-legged flow because there's an additional step going on to exchange that authorization code for that access token. If you look at the details of this flow, if you want to look at the actual request here, you can see the full details on the page right here. Interesting items on line number 2, we tell the STS that we expect a code, an authorization code in return. We inform the STS which client is making that request and where we want to receive that code on the redirect in step number 10. The code challenge is there. That's a PXE code challenge, which is the hash of that secret value, the code verifier. All right. The response in step number, or the request to exchange that authorization code in step 11 looks like this. So it's a post request from the client to the security token service, where we tell the security token service we received an authorization code before, which we're trying to exchange now. We are this particular client. We received it on this particular callback. And by the way, here's that secret value that we calculated before in step 1, which allows you to verify that we are indeed the right client making this request. And that those changes, or step number 8, is basically PXE in action. That is something specific for front-end clients to make this flow a bit more secure than what it normally would be without the use of PXE. All right. This sounds really complicated, right? If you hear about this as a developer, like, what the hell? How the hell do I implement all of these details? Like, how do I generate a secret value? How do I... Don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about that today. That's the part of this talk I really like, the part that makes my job a bit easier. Libraries and frameworks do this for you. Here's one example of OAuth0. OAuth0 has a free identity service for small-time use and, of course, a paying version for the heavy enterprise use. But they have very good SDKs that you can use to implement this in your applications. This SDK is built for JavaScript applications, and basically allows you to run all of these flows through configuration only. You can see the configuration steps in this example here. And the code to run that flow is the example at the bottom. As you can see, it's one line of code to run the entire flow. The library handles everything for you and basically reports back with the right tokens when it's done. My apologies for the interruptions. I'm still recovering from a nasty illness, so I hope I'll make it through the entire talk. All right, that brings us to a first takeaway for single-page applications. The implicit flow used to be recommended until about a year ago, but now has now been deprecated in favor of the authorization code flow with Pixie. This means that the implicit flow is not bad, it's not horribly vulnerable, it's not more vulnerable than it was a year ago or 2 years ago, it's just that the other flow is better. So if you're building a new application, always use the authorization code flow. But if you already have an existing project with the implicit flow, it's not that problematic, but you should probably look into upgrading over time as you move forward. All right. So what if an access token expires? In the implicit flow scenario, you only had an access token. And if it expires, the only thing you can do as an application is run the flow again, which might trigger user authentication again, which might not be what you really want. So in practice, you'll find access tokens with a long lifetime of up to 8-12 hours, which makes them really vulnerable to theft, of course, because once a token is stolen and it remains valid for 8 hours, that is a potential window of abuse of 8 hours. Now that we're using the authorization code flow, we have the ability to use a refresh token in a refresh token flow. And a refresh token allows the front end to go back to the security token service with a refresh token and get a new access token in return. Just like that. So the access token can be valid for 10 minutes. You use it for 9 minutes, and after 9 minutes, you go back to the STS and you get a new access token for continued use with the API, and so on and so on. And that is basically the refresh token flow that you use for that, and that allows you to run or to keep your access tokens short-lived. So in case somebody manages to steal an access token, if it's only valid for 10 minutes, the damage that they can do with that token will be limited in that case, which is actually a really good pattern and a highly recommended way of addressing this issue. But what if an attacker injects malicious code and steals tokens? So access tokens can be short-lived and are not that problematic in some cases. But what about a refresh token? Because if I can steal a refresh token, I can actually get new access tokens at will as the attacker, and that might be a major problem. And that's why there's an additional protection being proposed or required for single-page applications, and that's known as refresh token rotation. Again, my apologies. Thank God for the mute button. Refresh token rotation is a concept where a refresh token can only be used once, and when you use it, you get a new refresh token in return. Let me show you what that means in practice. The application or app obtains tokens from the security token service with an authorization code flow. AT1 and RT1, access token 1 and refresh token 1. AT1 expires at a certain point in time. So before that happens, the application will typically use the refresh token, RT1, to get new tokens, which will be AT2 and RT2. Again, AT2 expires later in time, so the app uses RT2 to get access token and refresh token number 3, and does the same for 4, and so on, until the refresh token actually expires and the whole process stops in its tracks. The issuing of these new refresh tokens, RT2, RT3, and RT4, that is refresh token rotation in action. Why is this so important? Well, this matters to detect abuse of a stolen refresh token. So if you look at the same scenario but with the presence of an attacker, the attacker could inject a piece of malicious JavaScript code through cross-site scripting and steal the refresh token, RT2. When the attacker decides to use that token at some point in time, let's say this point in time here, the security token service will notice that the application has already used RT2, and now the attacker is also trying to use it. The STS doesn't really know which party is a legitimate party, but it knows that it shouldn't see RT2 at two different points in time. And that's when the application takes action. That's when it says, like, hold on, this is not good. Something really weird is going on here. I'm going to make sure that RT3 is no longer valid, and I will not issue any tokens anymore in this flow. There's a second scenario that plays a role here, and that second scenario is when the attacker uses the token first. So the attacker steals the token and uses it. Then the application will be using that token as well later in time. So RT2 is again used twice, and the STS will detect this and will stop RT3 from being used. So in this case, the attacker has a small window of opportunity to abuse the refresh token, but it will quickly stop when the abuse is detected or the duplicate use is detected. And this concept is actually required for single-page applications when you're using refresh tokens. So problem solved, right? So if we're building single-page applications and we're using OAuth, we now have short-lived access tokens, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and refresh tokens allowing us to obtain new access tokens. Because of refresh token rotation, we will be able to detect when an attacker has stolen our refresh token and prevent a long-term abuse, so we can prevent abuse for 8 to 12 hours. However, there are a few corner cases, a few ways to sidestep these protections, and that's something you really need to be aware of. All right. What's one of these potential problems? Let's say we have our browser with our retrograde application. We have malicious code running in that application. That malicious code can basically monitor the app's application's code. It can see the application requesting new tokens and monitor that process. The malicious code, well, that's a legitimate process going on using an SDK, for example. And the legitimate code is sneaky because it sends whatever tokens it sees to a server of the attacker. So it sees an access token and a refresh token, and it simply leaks them to a server of the attacker, and it doesn't do anything else, and the attacker doesn't touch the tokens either. Until the application becomes inactive, until the user decides to not use the application anymore, at that moment, the attacker can decide to start using the tokens. Because at that point, the attacker will be the one using the tokens, and the legitimate application is no longer active, so it will not use that token anymore, allowing the attacker to take over that flow until the refresh token expires. So that's one way of abusing a refresh token without triggering any of the detection mechanisms. Another example is stealing access tokens from the SDK and leaving the refresh token for what it is. So again, we have our application running our legitimate OAuth flows. We have our malicious code running in the application through cross-site scripting or a piece of malicious JavaScript. And the code is basically extracting access tokens from the SDK. Refresh tokens are kept in the application, so they're never used by the attacker, so it will never trigger refresh token rotation either. And again, the malicious code can keep stealing access tokens as long as the application is active, allowing the attacker to abuse those access tokens as well in their application. And that brings us to one of the most important takeaways from this session, and that's that front-end applications cannot really protect tokens against malicious JavaScript. So the problem is if your JavaScript code is able to access the tokens to use it to access an API, then malicious code is likely to be able to access that as well. Their JavaScript is a very, very difficult language to secure, and there's all kinds of dirty ways, such as prototype posing, to access even hidden values somewhere in a closure, for example. This is one of the questions I often get from people watching talks of mine or companies I'm working with, and the answer is unfortunately not that great. So the question here is, are we screwed when we're building front-end applications? Are we screwed when we're building security-sensitive applications that really need to handle those tokens? And the answer is somewhat yes. So unfortunately, there's no real good way to secure this in JavaScript. So instead of trying to find all of these alternative storage solutions that do not rely on things like local storage or whatever, my advice is to try and prevent the execution of malicious code in the first place. If you can ensure that you don't have cross-site scripting, that you don't use third-party dependencies that are potentially dangerous, the security will be better, but hiding the values in your application is simply not possible. Okay, that's very depressing, I know. I also have some light at the end of this session. I'm not going to leave you with this depressing piece of information. I'm going to show you a solution that you can actually use to build a secure single-page application. The downside of this solution, it's not a single-page application alone. It includes a backend, which is a backend for frontend, but it is the recommended way to build security-sensitive applications using OAuth. The actors are the same. We still have our front end, our single page app. We still have our STS on the right and our API on the right as well. However, now we also have a backend for front end. And the backend is nothing more than a glorified proxy, basically, that will forward requests from the front end. The backend is specifically for this front end, so both front end and backend are the retrograde application. That backend maintains a cookie-based session with the front end. Browsers handle cookies really well, so this works really well together. The front end sends a request to the backend, the browser adds the cookie, and the backend has all the context information it needs. It can even be a client-side session, as a cookie stored on the client, without having to keep state in that backend. The backend is really interesting here because the backend now becomes your OAuth client application. It's no longer our front end running these flows, but that little piece of backend code, that glorified proxy service, basically. That proxy will run a flow with the security token service involving the user's browser, of course, and runs this flow as a backend client application. This means that it follows best practices for backend web applications, which are much more secure than front-end web applications. Whenever the front end accesses an API, it will send that API request to the backend, and the backend will forward that to the actual API handling that request. When the backend forwards that, it will automatically attach, well, that's the role of the backend, it will attach the right access token to that outgoing request. So it will basically know, like, hey, this is that user doing this, attach the access token for that user obtained from that session, and forward that request to the API. And the main benefit here is that you have the ability to implement strong security controls in that backend. First of all, you can follow OAuth best practices using client authentication, sender constraint tokens, and so on. And second, you have a central point of control where you can do anomaly detection or prevent the mass calling of an API with access tokens. So this is actually a really good security concept, even though it's a bit more effort to implement this in practice. All right, let me give you the key takeaways. First of all, the authorization code flow with Pixie is the preferred option today over the implicit flow. That's essentially the current best practice as defined in the spec for browser-based apps, but also the OAuth 2.1 specification. Use short access token lifetimes and refresh tokens with refresh token rotation if you're doing this in your single-page application natively. And if it's a security-sensitive application, if it's something that involves highly valuable data or financial services, please consider to use a backend for front-end pattern where you move the token handling out of the insecure browser environment and into a more secure backend environment. All right, I know this was a very short talk. If you're interested to learn more details about this, I have a course called Mastering OAuth and OpenID Connect that dives into a lot more details. So you can check it out at courses.pragmaticwebsecurity.com. And if you do it this week, you get a 25% discount as well. That concludes the talk. Thank you for watching. I'm available on Twitter and LinkedIn, so please connect there. And don't hesitate to ask questions if you have any. And if you go to my website, you can grab a copy of the slides as well. My pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. This was a really great talk and something especially interesting to me as a web security person. So that was very good.
Right.
Good to hear.
I'm really out of breath by talking, so that's not good. But I'll recover from that. Sure.
All right.
Thank you for the talk, Philip, and we hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the event here.
Likewise.
Okay, so we are on for a coffee break now. We'll resume at 1:45, so about 20 minutes or so. And these are the upcoming talks, so please do come back because there is more exciting content in store.
Karthik and I will be dropping off to different tracks because now we have to switch hosting routines. So it was great meeting you all, and we hope you have a great day ahead. Thank you once again for tuning in.
Awesome. Hope you have a good day. See you.
All right, so we're back on for the final segment of the day. So Ashnita, would you like to introduce our first speaker?
Yes, thank you, Casey. Hello, everyone. So I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, who is Bryce Howitson. Bryce is a Google developer expert in UI, UX, product, web technologies. He is a certified design sprint master as well. Today, Bryce will talk to us about Chrome DevTools tricks to improve your site's experience.
All right, I'll bring him on. He's dialing in all the way from Minnesota. So,
welcome,
hello.
Bryce.
Thank you, ladies. Should we just get started?
Yeah, I can bring up your screen and you can go ahead and start your talk.
Yeah, let's do this. All right. I'm going to start off by kind of saying that I've got a lot to cover, so I apologize if I go really quick through the how and I don't touch as much on the why. Definitely feel free to ask me questions and things like that, either via Twitter or in the comments as we go through, and we'll try to get them answered. Also, anything that that you see that looks like a joke or an innuendo or anything like that is probably completely unintentional, but maybe this will keep you awake and energetic. All right, so let's start off by saying that it's actually my goal to get rid of the UX team. Now, I don't really mean that we need to fire all the interaction designers and all the UI people and all the researchers, but I really struggle with the role of a UX team. The way that we do UX kind of assumes that interface is the entire experience. And saying that UX is solely responsible for that experience is sort of an impossible task. Now, really what I think the UX team should be doing, let's talk about Tron. Tron fights for the users, right? So the UX team's job should actually be advocating inside of the organization to teach the rest of the organization how to understand their users. A guy named John Lennon, he's a pretty smart guy. He said, all we need is love. Well, in UX, I think all we really need is empathy. Now, what is empathy? Well, I like to describe empathy as putting yourself in someone else's shoes. Now, stop and think about that for a second. What does it really mean to put on someone else's shoes? You ever gotten a pair of secondhand shoes, borrowed a pair from a friend, forgot your cleats for that game? How does it feel when you put on somebody else's shoes? Right? This is really what UX is all about. It's about understanding how someone else feels when they experience the things that we've built. There's a bit of a problem with that, though, right? If all we need is empathy to understand our users, and anybody can practice empathy, well, that kind of means that the UX team isn't the only ones on the hook anymore, right? I think that UX is everybody's job. And I realized that technical architecture decisions and things like that actually have a massive impact on the way we experience digital products like websites and apps. Now, if you don't believe me on that, think about the last time you saw a loading bar. What does that mean? It maybe means that the hardware can't keep up. Network errors because there's no fallback infrastructure. How about not getting search results due to the data structure not matching with the search structure, or even a poorly trained machine learning model that produces unexpected results for the users. I just listed 4 things there that there's no way that the traditional UX design team can be expected to keep track of. Why am I telling you this? Well, I started out life as a visual designer. I picked up code as a way to prove out my concepts. And I've ended up wearing kind of both hats for the last 15-ish years. And as I do that, I also do a lot of UX reviews for people. And I realized that most of what I was covering in UX reviews was actually technical friction. It wasn't necessarily the journey, though that figured into things, but people would struggle with things that were very technical in nature. So the cool thing is we actually have ways to uncover those things. And my goal today is to teach you how I assess those issues so that you can start to assess those issues in your products and web activities and things like that as well. All right. I'm assuming that most of the people watching this are considering themselves developers in some way, shape, or form. And as developers, we like our tools, right? In fact, most of us will go out of our way to find new tools and figure out how to put them into our workflow. Well, lucky for us, the Chrome team also likes tools. And what they did is they built a whole bunch of stuff into the Chrome DevTools platform to help us learn about the UX of the things we make. Now, I'm not saying that all of these come with metrics. Obviously, you will have to pay attention a little bit to what feels off, or the speed of something, or the number of clicks that things take. You're going to have to be the human on that side, and you're going to have to practice empathy to understand how your users might feel about it. But the cool thing is that, like I said, Chrome gives us at least a foundation to start to understand that structure. All right. How many people had an invisible friend growing up? I'll admit it, I did too. The cool thing is that invisible friends, when we're kids, teach us how to start to engage with our users and start to think about how they experience things. Well, in Chrome, or actually in digital in general, most of the way people experience things is through different devices, phones, laptops, tablets. And so what that means is that we really need to be looking at those devices to see how our users are going to experience the things we make. When we talk about the technical side of things, devices become really important because screen sizes and operating systems and all that kind of stuff sort of get in the way of that experience. Well, lucky for us, BrowserStack actually did some research, and this is a little bit old, it's from 2019, but they decided that with just these 5 devices, you can cover across most operating systems 44% of mobile device screen sizes. You can kind of start to see how people are interacting with our stuff. If we add in a couple Apple devices, specifically the iPads, we can get that number up to 78% of device sizes. So this is a pretty good number, right? This is it gives us a lot of context for what our users are seeing and what they're experiencing. Now, usually when somebody talks about device testing, it's the QA or the testing team, right? Most people assume that you need an expensive testing suite with physical devices. Even finding 5 to 8 devices can be difficult, and it takes a lot of work, right? Or you can do something like sign up for a BrowserStack, pay their fee, look at your website on each of these screens. But that's a break from your development process. So enter Chrome DevTools. DevTools actually lets you see and emulate different devices. So you see the little blue tablet and phone icon there. It's blue because I actually had it selected when I took this screenshot. Well, what that does is it actually turns your Chrome browser window into an emulation of the mobile display. Now, why is this cool? Well, first of all, it shows you sizes. How big is something? How big is your menu in relation to your copy? Did everything lay out correctly when the media queries were applied? Because that's actually what Chrome is doing here. But it also enables things like touch emulation. It lets you drag and swipe the way that you would expect to on that mobile device. It changes the cursor precision to coarse, so you can start to understand how hit targets work and things like that. In addition, you can do some really cool stuff. You can actually simulate taking your device offline. Is your user walking through a canyon when they're experiencing your website? Well, you can fake it here. you can pick from a bunch of different sets of devices that are pre-added. But you'll probably look at that list and say, well, there's some funny ones in there, and it didn't include several of the devices that I just said you should use as a good baseline. Well, there's a solution for that. We can add anything that we feel like we're missing. It'll take a little bit of looking through Google to find screen resolution and pixel multipliers, but you can find it. I just did a quick search in Galaxy S9. It's 1440 by 2960 at a 4x multiplier. I can hit save, and then I can use that as the same structure, right? So now I can look at my website or my app or whatever I'm building in Chrome on a Galaxy S9 or an equivalent of that. All right. So the device is actually the first step to seeing your user's experience and understanding it. What's the next one? Well, if you need a reason to use any of these tools or to actually do a UX review, I know, if you're coming from the technology side of your organization, you're saying, I want to do a UX review, people are going to look at you funny. Well, you can actually show them that doing these studies can directly impact some very important things. For example, your page ranking in Google search results is now directly impacted by the performance of your site or app. Google's going to actually prioritize stuff that performs better. So something inside of Chrome DevTools is called Lighthouse. You've probably seen this. Maybe you've even run a couple reports, but you got a bunch of stuff back and you didn't really know where to focus. Now, Lighthouse can certainly be a full talk or series of talks in and of itself. There's a lot of stuff going on here. It'll tell you how your app functions from a progressive web app standpoint, like is it installable? It'll talk about SEO, obviously best practices and things like that. Those are all fine and good. Right now, really what we care the most about is performance. When I say performance, it's a couple of these top level numbers. Now, I decided just out of curiosity to try Facebook's web application. Now, Facebook actually got a really good performance number here. It got 95, which surprises me a little bit because Facebook really actually wants to promote their app. They want you to install their app and use their app. But there's not a whole lot going on here on the screen. So we get pretty good numbers for things like speed index, 0.9 seconds. Time to interactive, that's a big deal because it shows that, as everything loads and you're waiting for stuff to be able to click on, if you know that you want to click the login button, you can do it after 1.9 seconds. And that, there really wasn't a whole bunch of stuff blocking rendering and stuff like that. As you're running these, think about the user. The green circle is great, but do everything in your power to get under a 3-second load. 3 is really a magic number. Schoolhouse Rock references and all. Most studies show that users are going to walk away after about 3 seconds. So get things on the screen as fast as you can, and that's a really good, starting point at least for these metrics. But let's say that you're kind of wondering what you can do to be better. I love this about Lighthouse. Lighthouse actually shows you opportunities. Now, they say they don't directly affect the performance score, and that's fine. But these do affect the way you experience a website, right? So, for example, ensuring that text remains visible during web font loading, avoiding render blocking resources. So all of your JavaScript libraries aren't loading before the images on the screen load to tell the users what to do next. Okay, cool. So we've got devices and performance. Let's talk about something that I think really, really, really destroys an experience. I personally detest janky websites. And my definition of janky is when stuff on the screen moves around unexpectedly, or when you're trying to move things around the screen, say a scroll, and there's lag. In many cases, you can see this happen when you're reading news and the article injects an ad, or the ad finishes loading and everything pushes down the screen. Additionally, that's kind of the example we see here on the left. Additionally, when fonts load and they're a different size and stuff moves around, that causes jankiness. What's really crazy about this is there's actually a measure for cumulative layout shift. This is the amount of content that moves around during a screen load, and it's summed up as a number. I did this with HomeDepot.com. Home Depot is a home remodeling, home furnishing, lumber, construction kind of retail store. So I was actually really surprised when I got some of these numbers back. Look up here at the top. We see cumulative layout shift, which is the amount of content that is moved during the process of the interaction. Give me just a second here. Sorry, I lost my next slide. All right, my apologies there. Let's go back here real quick and look at this. Sorry. The other thing that you'll notice is that we have all of these individual pieces laid out along here. This is actually Chrome's DevTools showing you how everything renders as it loads. So in this case, we got a blank screen, we got some product loaded in or some categories, and then this huge call to action advertising scroller loaded and pushed everything down the page. And it felt a little weird, right? So we've got janky layouts. All right. Well, what happens when this layout shift occurs after the page is loaded? Well, DevTools has us covered here too. If you look at the little 3-dot hamburger menu in DevTools, you grab the More Tools and you grab the Rendering tab. I know that's a lot of steps. You'll get something that loads that gives you a whole bunch of new cool hidden menus and structures that you can use. For example, one that I find really interesting is this one called Layout Shift Regions. So in our example here, the user's opening and closing an accordion. And by doing so, they're causing the content blocks inside of the accordion or below the accordion to shift. And Chrome is actually coloring those with that purple color to help us understand what's going on. I mentioned scrolling performance as well. This is another thing that makes things feel janky. Chrome can show you that too. If you check the scrolling performance issues, you'll see that that kind of yellowish color shows where there are touch event listeners and what's kind of going on. This is still on that Home Depot website, and it's pointing out that depending on my device, there could be an awful lot of lag or rendering issues based on what's going on here. Sorry, I know that's kind of hard to stare at on the screen. So let's talk about now the third issue that I see in UX from a technical standpoint. This has an awful lot to do with kind of the way that things are experienced from a human and physiological standpoint. So we talk an awful lot about things like performance and how something feels. But the reality is that something like accessibility impacts a huge part of the population, and it's relatively hidden from us most of the time. These are not things that we spend a lot of time thinking about. Now, somebody who's unable to walk or can't communicate, they're deaf or mute or things like that, that maybe those things don't impact the web quite as much. So when we talk about the web, these are mostly related to issues with things like vision, sensory issues, dexterity problems, and stuff like that. Now, why is this a big deal? Well, when we talk about the web, we're almost always talking about a binary. Can I see your site, or is the person blind? Now, when we do that, that's sort of, that's missing a big chunk of the population. And when I say a big chunk of the population, I mean statistically 1 in 12 men, or if you figure women into the population as well, 4.5% of the total population is colorblind. All right, now imagine this from a UX standpoint. In Britain, now these stats are from 3 or 4 years ago, but that's 3 million people. And of those 3 million people, most of them are red-green colorblind. And that means that red and green don't show up the same way they do for the majority of the population. Lucky for us, DevTools has us covered yet again. We can emulate vision deficiencies. This is in that rendering tab again. I chose University of Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota. University of Minnesota is a top 10 engineering school. They have a great computer science program. So I thought, if anybody's got this together, it's probably the University of Minnesota, right? Unfortunately not. The one on the left is the normal page view, and the one on the right is the page view as Chrome renders it with the red-green color blindness. Notice how all the links in the body don't show up anymore. To me, this is a huge experience problem. If you had to work to navigate the site, you're colorblind, how do you feel? We need to be paying attention to this kind of stuff. Let's go a step further. Maybe you're not colorblind, but you just really need glasses. You've been putting off that doctor's appointment. You've been you're worried about how they'll make you look. You don't want to admit that your vision is lacking. Chrome can show you that too. So we've got this this great power to start to see things the way our users see things. In the case of the blurry one, look how hard those breadcrumbs are to spot. Chrome DevTools is giving us a way to actually see this structure and understand what's going on for our users. All right. I'm guessing that you saw the check mark that said accessibility in Lighthouse. Lighthouse will give you a score on this as well, but be aware that this is almost entirely based on screen readers and how well your site can stack up for screen readers. You should definitely make sure that your site is accessible. However, don't think that this list of stuff in Lighthouse is actually going to cover over all of the vision problems that you could bump into. All right. One other thing that we need to talk about is something that is often referred to as vertigo. And now, I'm not actually talking about an Alfred Hitchcock movie. I'm talking about the fact that literally 1 in 3 people at some point in their life experience motion sensitivity. Now, scientists actually think that this isn't a physiological issue or a neurological issue. It's just that our brains at some point decide to rely on visual information for our balance more than for our other senses, right? Like our inner ear or our foot placement. When that happens, things that are moving around really fast, especially if they're on a small screen, well, those kind of start to mess with us a little bit. DevTools has a way for us to look at that too. You can do what is called telling the browser or the operating system that you want a reduced motion experience. Now, this is at the operating system level, not the browser level. So your website, your app, your whatever actually does need to include media queries for prefers reduced motion to actually see this happen. But if that media query exists, Chrome will show you how it looks. In this case, notice how that pulsing box was scaling, and then it goes to a transparency or a sort of a opacity effect. That's because this site includes the prefers reduced motion media query. And in so doing, that means that you can see what will happen if somebody enables that at an operating system level. Now, this tells you two things, right? If you enable this and nothing changes, it tells you that someone should be planning for the user that inevitably wants this setting. And if it does turn on, it'll show you a little bit about what kind of things were taken into account for those users. All right, finally, let's talk a little bit really quickly about dexterity issues. I think we assume that this happens with elderly people. That's not always the case. But have you seen somebody with shaky hands try to use a phone? Trying to, you know, they almost always do something along these lines where they're trying to press very exactly, and their hands, both hands are moving and things like that. Well, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, recommends that interactive elements on a web page are 44 by 44 device pixels. The cool thing is that Chrome actually is taking into account things like pixel density and multipliers, and it's giving you all of that in the computed details. And then if you click on the element in the Chrome DevTools, it'll show you actual sizes of that element. In this case, the one we have here on the screen is approximately 55 by 55 pixels. So we're well in that range, and everything works. The reason that I have the computed styles tab open here is this will show you how big something is in relative sizes like rems, ems, or percentages. So you can actually calculate how big something is and know if your interaction areas are hitting the right spots. All right, that was a lot of stuff. My time's almost up. So to recap, UX literally is something everybody in every organization should be paying attention to. If you assume that the UX team is going to cover it all, it's not going to happen, and somebody somewhere is going to be disappointed. Pay attention to the devices that people use and use Chrome DevTools to emulate those. Keep the 3-second rule in mind. Say no to janky websites, because really life is too short for that. And then just realize that humans are very much imperfect, and that a lot of people who don't appear different to us actually struggle with some of these issues that that make things like interacting with a website or seeing a website or an app very difficult. All right, that is the end of what I have. Do we have any questions?
All right.
I don't see. That doesn't mean we don't.
Someone asked, I can display it quickly. How do you get the rendering tab to appear?
Yeah, that was really blurry, wasn't it? It is. See, I can maybe get back to that slide. It is the 3-dot menu in DevTools. Here's an example of it. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but in the top right corner, there's the little hamburger menu. And then from there, it says more tools. And there's a flyout with a long list. Rendering is one of those tools. And it'll show up as another tab in this kind of console area at the bottom.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we'll move on to our next speaker. But that was a really great talk, and I think accessibility concerns are something we should all be thinking about when we're developing websites in particular. So I really enjoyed that part of it especially. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. And Ashnita will introduce our next speaker.
Okay, so I am super excited to introduce our next speaker, Juan Herrera, who's going to talk to us about. Sorry, let me just start again because I lost my space. I'm super excited to introduce our next speaker, Juan Herrera. Juan is a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. He is the founder of Angular Medellin and co-founder of NG Colombia, which is the first Angular conference in Latin America. So Juan enjoys public speaking and is a great MC. In his spare time, Juan likes to write and also dance. He dances salsa and bachata. So there's a fun fact about Juan. Today, Juan will talk to us about simplifying Redux with NgRx data.
Right, I'll add him in. And he is currently dialing in from Austria, so that's very exciting. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm doing pretty well. I'm pretty excited today.
All right, I'll let you get started.
Nice. Oh, good. Ashnita, thank you very much for that introduction. So yeah, that's true. I do like dancing. That's one of the things I decided to bring to Europe when I'm moving here a couple of years ago. But let's go to that little by little. My name is Juan Herrera. I'm a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. I'm also a software engineer at Parkside. And if you want to know a little bit about me, that's true. They already mentioned it. I'm coming from Colombia. So I speak Spanish. And what happens is that back there, as I mentioned, I used to run this community, Angular Medellin. And I also used to run a conference, NG Colombia. But something happened. And it's 2 years ago or 1 year and a half, I decided to move to Austria, where I'm currently based. And in here, I'm working for Parkside, as I mentioned. It's a nice company where I do Angular most of the time. And yeah, and as I mentioned before, I'm also part of this network of Google developer experts. So if you ever have a question about Angular or web technologies, feel free to contact me directly. I'll be super happy to help you out. And yeah, so let's start with a presentation person. Let's say your boss or your client or anything, they just completely goes to you and tells you, hey, we want to make a website, right? And they say, can you come up with the architecture? And then, of course, you come up with something as fancy as what you can see right there, which is what I would do because I don't draw as well either. And you have a web app and you have a server and stuff, and it looks really nice. And what happens is that you need to focus actually on the front end because the front end, there's plenty of decisions and things you need to take care about. So what happens there is that usually one of the problems you need to tackle there is state management, which you might have heard before. State management, it's one of the most complicated problems we front-end engineers have to deal with. And if you never heard about it before, I have a nice analogy for you. This is by Wallace, which in his popular speech, David Wallace, he mentioned something called "This is water," where one fish asks the other, "Morning, boys, how's the water?" And they reply, "What the hell's water?" And the thing is that the same thing happened with state management. In front-end applications or in many applications, regardless, you're dealing with a state management. Even if you're only dealing with a couple of variables, you are already dealing with state management. What happens is that when you're building big applications or big corporations, you often have to actually deal with it more proactively. And that's what we're going to take a look at today, how to deal with that, with state management more proactively. But if you're still not fully grasping the concept of state management, let's take a look at this example right here. So we have a website which has a couple of components. And as you can see, those components somehow have to communicate with each other. Component one needs to communicate with component two and so on. And this can be a little bit tricky, right? Like this component needs a trick, like, oh, I was clicked, and they need to communicate it to another component, like, oh, this component was clicked, therefore I need to update my counter, and so on and so on. So what happens is that if we turn those components into nodes in a tree, they might look like this. So yeah, that's what happens. You have these components there, and then one component gets clicked, and they notify the others. And that works just fine for a small application. So in Angular, particularly, what we call these is component communication, and we use inputs and outputs. And that works just fine. But when the application actually turns into a dashboard, like this one, where you have cards, charts, a sidebar, tables, you name it, all of those things, forms, communicating with each other, state management become much more complicated. So instead of being a nice tree of components that you kind of wire up, you have something like this, where some components aren't supposed to talk to other components, and so on and so forth, and can be really tricky and complicated. And that is when you get to the concept of Redux, which you probably heard before. Redux is a way for you to deal with the approach of state management. So when we take a look at the previous example with our Redux, what we have is a tree of nodes that are trying to communicate with each other, and it can be a little tricky and cumbersome. But with Redux, what happens is that you define a single source of truth, a single place where all your state is encapsulated in a synchronous way or asynchronous way, in a way that remains integral or has integrity for the whole application, so that anytime a component triggers an event or dispatches an action, the other components are notified. That's Redux in a nutshell, and it's really necessary in today's applications. Might not be needed for all of them, for sure, but when you're dealing with big applications, that's usually the case. So if you made it so far, you understood what Redux is about and state management is about, like what kind of problems we're solving. And if you so far understood, just give me a thumbs up in the comments so I know you're following and you're liking the presentation so far. So what happens when you mix Redux with Angular and perhaps RxJS? What do you get? Well, that's a good question. What you get when you mix those three things is NgRx. Right there. NgRx is what you get. And NgRx is one library that we can use today, which is Angular specific for you to deal with state management. And it's a great library. It works really well. Its architecture, it's pretty much the same architecture that Redux uses, where you have in the bottom, you have a view that dispatches an action whenever something is clicked or whatever. That action goes onto the reducer, which is the one in charge to determine what to do with that action and how to update the stored correspondingly. Once the store is updated, then the view gets notified and displays the new information. So that's the architecture of Redux, and that's how NgRx works, which is quite simple and nice. But sometimes you need to deal with side effects. Sometimes you need to deal with requests to the server or updating local storage or things you don't have control over, which might go sideways. In such cases, what you want to do is that you want to go ahead and add effects to your architecture, which you probably heard before. Effects just make the architecture slightly more complex. We are not going to go dive into it, but effects are a part of it that is really necessary nowadays. And as a consequence of all of this, of all this architecture I mentioned, is that in your directory, in your project directory, you end up with many files or many boilerplate code, which is one of the biggest trade-offs of NgRx. So if you're going to implement a Pokemon feature, you will need to kind of create a Pokemon actions file, Pokemon effects file, reducer file, selector, state, maybe meta selector, maybe meta reducer, and so on. And of course, this can be a big turnoff for many developers, including me. So, but that's fine. I mean, honestly, if you have a project that requires explicitness to guarantee good maintainability, readability, and scalability, then so be it, right? It's not so bad. At least not to me. And nowadays, IDEs can handle this amount of files pretty well. But if you could, somehow find a shortcut to achieve the same, why wouldn't you use it? Well, guess what? When you're dealing with NgRx in big applications, with state management in general, there's a common pattern. There's a common use case here. And that is the one called CRUD, C-R-U-D, which pretty much stands for create, update, delete. Create, read, update, and delete. One visual example is just a table where you have a couple of records on the left, where you have an edit button, which is the update, which you have a delete button, and when you have an add item at the bottom. So this is very typical for any applications, whether if it's for users, customers, orders, you name it. So whenever you're working with state management, you certainly don't want to write those actions, selectors, and effects over and over again. And that's what NgRx data has brought out for you. NgRx data, it's an abstraction layer that comes out with a lot of functionality for you to use that allows you to achieve the same results, even go all the way to the side effects where they actually perform HTTP requests and sort it out for you. Like everything is fixed for you. So NgRx data, it's what we're going to talk about today. An abstraction that greatly simplifies the amount of boilerplate code that you would otherwise need to write if you were working with state management. So if that's it, if you're following and you like it so far, just give me a thumbs up. That's good. What we are going to do now is that we're going to start implementing NgRx data in an Angular project from scratch, so that you know the step-by-step on how to do this. Because honestly, when I was doing it myself, I found the documentation, but there's not enough tutorials, I would say, or enough guides or step-by-step videos on YouTube that could guide you through it. So that's what I wanted to do this presentation, so people can find it and know how to do it properly. Because even myself, sometimes when I'm setting NgRx data every 3 months or every 6 months, I completely forget. So yeah, this is a reminder for the future me as well. So how do you implement NgRx data in a Angular from scratch project? So the first thing is that you want to run 4 commands. Those commands will set up your whole project for NgRx data. Those commands are these ones right there, which use ng-add, which are the schematics of Angular that kind of scaffold all the things you need to do right out the box. The first 3 lines are just dependencies that NgRx data needs, such as the store, effects, entity. And the 4th one, it's data, which is the one we're talking about. Cool, Luisa, Goran, and Luis, thank you very much for following. Nice, good to hear you're connected. So that's literally all you have to do. You just need to run these 4 commands in your Angular project, and you have it all. But what happens in your project? Let's take a look. There are 2 primary changes that goes in your project. The first one is that your app module gets updated. Let's take a look. Your Angular module now has 3 modules imported in it. Below browser module, you can see we have store module, effects modules, and entity data module. Those modules were put there automatically. I didn't have to write this, so that's nice. And if you're like me, you find shapes where there are no shapes. So if you saw that, you're like me. But that's not relevant. The important thing here is that there's an additional change that those commands did for us. And that is this configuration right here, entity config. Entity config, it's another file that we're going to take a look at. That was also generated by the CLI commands. It's this one right here. So I want you to pay close attention to it for a second. Just take a look. So as you can see, it should be simple. It should be straightforward. There's just a couple of objects that are created. These are just your configuration objects for you to kind of set up NgRx data in whichever way you like. Actually, the first step to start using NgRx data already is to define the name of the collection you want to apply NgRx data to. Because when we're talking about CRUDs, we need to define a collection, right? Like orders, customers, or whatever. In this case, we're going to call them posts. So what we're going to do is we're going to put post right there in that object, and that's all we need to do. Once we've done that, NgRx data is ready to provide all the benefits for this collection called post. So in order to use it, well, naturally, we probably want to create a service, because with a service, we can, use it in several components in several places. So we're going to create a service that has all the NgRx data benefits. And how does that service look like? Looks like this. Boom. Take a look for a second. As you can see in the beginning, we have some imports that are irrelevant. And then we have an injectable, which is for every service, normal stuff. And then we have the class, which is called post service in line 8. And then we're extending, right? We're inheriting all the methods from a class called entity collection service base. That's nothing to be concerned about. That it just has all the methods that we need for our for the whole thing. So I highlighted two things. The first one is the one that says any. That was on purpose, because what I would put there is the interface of my post model or entity. So I just left it any for the purpose of keeping it simple. And number two is a call to the constructor of the Flutter class or parent class, which is supposed to use the same entity name that we said before. So again, we just put post in there. And that's it. Once we've done that, once we've created the service, we are ready to start taking advantage of this benefits of NgRx data. And I mentioned them before, but I'm going to show them again. Take a look. We have these methods which are called add, delete, get all, get by ID, and so on. And remember, they actually perform requests all the way to the server, which is really nice, because you don't have to deal with those HTTP request observables anymore as much, right? Not as much. So, all right, so let's see how it looks like in the component, right? So if we have a service and we want to use it in the component, you probably know the answer already. We need to use dependency injection. So let's take a look. In the meantime, Luis, Mario, and Luis Cardoso, thank you very much for joining today. Thanks for the good feedback. Un saludo para Luis, claro que sí, who speaks Spanish, claro, right? All right, so in the app component, what happens is that, as you can see, in the constructor, we injected our service, which is the first line 10. And the post service, we injected, and then we call the method get all. So get all will actually fetch all the posts, and then we just subscribe, and then we print them, right? That's just as simple as that. So once we go to the browser and run the application, guess what's going to happen? It's going to fail, unfortunately, right? If we take a look at the error, we'll find that we have this entity data module that needs the entity catch effects, which needs the entity catch data service, which needs the HTTP client several times. So what this is ultimately telling us is that there's no provider for HTTP client. That is that we need to import the HTTP client module, the module that allows Angular to actually make HTTP requests. And that's pretty simple to fix, because all we need to do is that we need to go to the app module and then just inject this line right there, the HTTP client module. So we do this, and then we go back to the browser. And let's see what happens now. Boom, it worked. It compiled, but the request failed. And naturally failed. It was supposed to fail because there's no backend, there's no server. We haven't set up any server so far, which is fine, because for demonstration purposes, we would just keep it even simpler. What we are going to do is that we're going to tell NgRx data to use a server that it's available online that help us do all these things. But first, let's take a look at the request that failed. Notice that there's a request, a get request, down to localhost 4200/API/posts. So it is assuming that our backend is already in localhost 4200. So we need to change that, and we need to tell them to use a different URL for like our base pad or base API. So in order to change that, well, it's pretty simple. We just need to create an object, change the property, and that's it. Let's take a look how that looks like. So let's take a look again. Just look at the code for a second, try to figure out what's going on. Nice. So you probably already kind of figure what's going on here. What you notice is that we created an object that has a root property that defines the base path of any requests that are going to happen with Angular or with NgRx data. In this case, we're using JSON placeholder.typico.com, which provides a backend ready for us. So we don't have to actually care so much about it. And then below, we're just making sure it is used by NgRx data with that line right there. Nothing to be so concerned about. We just put it there. Right. So once again, we go back to the browser and we take a look at what happens. Boom. It worked. It worked. It did everything out of the box, which is amazing. Now, this is really cool, but we need to we want to take advantage of this, because this, at the end of the day, this is no different than just making a simple HTTP request. So let's take a look at how we can actually take advantage of the benefits that NgRx data provides. So one of the things that happen is that NgRx data also provides properties in addition to the methods. So those properties, for example, you can see here IDs, entities, filter, and so on. One of them, it's called loading, which is a property that it's set to true whenever the request is ongoing. So that as soon as it's trying to fetch all the posts, that property is set to true. And when it's finished, it's set to false, which is very convenient, because that way you can show the user that the application is loading. And then once that's finished, then you switch it off. And also, so let's take a look at how that looks like in the code. So as you can see here, what we did is that we created 3 variables. One, it's an observable that says is loading. Another one is errors, in case of errors, and the posts. So in the constructor, what we do is that we take advantage of this property I mentioned before, loading, hashtag $, and we assign it to the variable. Same with errors, and same with the posts, like get all posts. So what we can do with these variables now in the template is provide a better UX for our user. So when you take a look at the template, this is what it looks like. We have an ngIf that says, look, if it's loading, just show a message that says fetching posts. And if it's not loading in line 5, then I want you to show all the posts. We're just taking advantage of the async pipe and the JSON pipe here. And if there are any errors in line 9, then we just show them. So yeah, that's very much it. So now let's take a look again at how it looks in the browser. Fetching posts. Boom. There you go. You have the answer. So this is a GIF that is running continuously. So it just does a fetching post for a couple of seconds and then gives you the data. And just everything under the hood is working. That's really nice. But notice that this fetching post is taking quite a few seconds. That was on purpose. I did it and did not tell you, because what I did is that I went back to our configuration object and added a delay. I put a 3000 milliseconds delay so that we can actually test our API and how is it working and so on. Actually, NgRx data is full of customizations you can do, which is very convenient for testing and so on. So you can take advantage of this as well. But at the beginning of this talk, I mentioned the Redux architecture, actions, reducers, selectors, and all these things. And I told you that NgRx data was going to be a shortcut for you not to have to write those things. But what are they then? In order to look at where these things are, because they are actually there, you have to trust me. What we're going to do is we're going to add another dependency. We just run the command line ng-add NgRx store DevTools. This one allows us to actually look at the store and how it is set up and the actions that are triggered. And then we're going to add a plugin to Chrome DevTools, which is called Redux DevTools, I guess. And that we will be able to actually see the store in our browser. Really cool. So once we run the command, again, this happens automatically. That line was added there right away, which helped us set up our, like our debugger for the store. And when we open the application, this is what happened. As you can see in the right side, we have every action being triggered one by one. Those actions are the actions that are actually being triggered by NgRx data automatically. Notice that we never dispatch an action. We never created selectors. We never did any of that. It was done automatically, and here we have it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's my sample. That's my from scratch to having NgRx data working with a simple collection. If you want to take a look at the code, it's right here. But I'm pretty sure you have questions, which you can start writing right now. But one of the questions you might be asking is, well, honestly, not everything is a collection, right? Like you have more stuff, like authentication. Well, in such cases, it's completely fine and also advisable that you use NgRx data along with NgRx alone or standalone. So it's fine if you have entity collections and if you have other kind of objects in your store. So you can certainly use the two of them at the end. And I have to admit that I've been very positive about NgRx data, and probably you're very interested in trying it tonight or tomorrow morning for sure. But there's a catch, and I want to show you what catches this that I think it's not so nice about NgRx data. So you are aware. There are three things that I didn't like so much. The first one is the documentation. There's not much documentation of NgRx data as I would like to have. Certainly, there are official docs, but there's no many tutorials out there or not many YouTube videos. So bear this in mind. So if you want to try NgRx data, that's cool. If you want to go in a big project with it, make sure you have somebody who have used it before or collects some experience, because this will be necessary. Catch number two, that is that in order to use NgRx data, you might want to understand the architecture really well. NgRx per se can be complicated. Understanding how reducers, selectors, and actions connect with each other or are related to each other, it's important for you to actually take all the benefits of NgRx data. So make sure you understand NgRx pretty well first. And then customization. Certainly when you're working with big projects, customization can be a requirement, difficult to deal with. So yeah, make sure that you be careful with this. You want to remain on the way how NgRx data is supposed to be implemented. If you need to customize, then you might as well just switch back to NgRx standalone. That's it. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Please post the questions in the comments if you have any. I'll be happy to answer them. And thanks for joining. This was it today. Have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Juan, for that energetic, really informative, exciting talk. But you've left people feeling excited about NgRx data, I'm sure. How easy it is to set up, and all the boilerplate it takes away from creating actions, selectors, etc. Useful properties and methods. I'm certainly going to go and give it a go tonight.
Nice.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shnita.
There is one question. Which Pokemon is it?
Honestly, it's been a while since I watched Pokemon, but I used to like Bulbasaur a lot, so I would say Bulbasaur. And just a fun fact, in Austria, Pokemons have a different name. So Charmander is like a House or something like that. I don't really remember. There are different names in Austria, sadly. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Okay. And one more. Someone asked, what about boilerplate code?
Yeah, right. Mario, good question. Right. So that's the thing. That's precisely the thing that NgRx data is trying to solve, reducing the amount of boilerplate code that you would need to write. So as you notice, we just write a couple of lines. That's really too little in comparison to all the lines that you would have needed to write otherwise. So yeah, that's the case.
Right. I think that's
Cool.
all.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very
Nice.
much. It was lovely.
Thank you too very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a nice rest of the conference, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. I can introduce our next speaker, Gil Fink, who's a Google developer expert in web technologies and a Microsoft Development Technologies MVP. He's also the co-author of several Microsoft official courses and a book. and he is the co-organizer of the AngularUp and React Next conferences. So we will bring him on.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So,
how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Calling you from Israel right now. It's 7:45 in the evening, and I'm ready to start my session.
Excellent. I will bring up your slides.
Cool.
And you can get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. So again, hello everybody, and welcome, and thank you for joining me to the last session of DevFest UK. Before I'm drilling down into the topic, memory leaks, I want to share a story. At March, 7 months ago, I got a phone call from a customer. It was 2 weeks before lockdown in Israel, the first lockdown, because we're currently in the second one. And my customer said to me something like that, Gil, we have a problem. Oh, when they are coming with those lines, I'm very thrilled to know what is the problem. So they said I have a very crucial application, and that application is running and everything is okay, but after 1 hour of usage it starts to be sluggish, and after 2 hours it sometimes crashes. And that application belongs to a fire department, and they need it working without any crashes at all. So whenever I hear about things like that, a bell is ringing and I'm saying something like, interesting, a challenge. So whenever a challenge comes, I'm going to my car, running to the customer, and I'm trying to help them. And I got to the customer, and after 2 hours, we found out that they really had a memory leak. What happened was that they had a very big object, around 20 megabytes of data, and they were cloning that object all over the place whenever they moved from one page to another, and etc., etc. But they never released it. And you know, nothing wrong can happen when you're cloning things. And things getting wrong, and you don't know what will happen when you are doing such a thing. So what we did was, instead of cloning that object all over the place, we created a service that gave that object to each and every component that needed it, and voila, that problem was solved. And they finished and shipped that solution to their production, and no more memory leaks for now. So this story happened really in March this year. And what I'm saying is, sometimes application will have memory leaks. And as developers, we need to understand that memory leaks can happen, will happen, and we need to detect them and solve them as soon as possible. So again, thank you for joining me. A little bit about myself before we delve into the topic itself. As I mentioned, I'm Gil Fink. I'm Sparksy CEO. I have only one employee. He's sitting in front of you. I'm also doing the cleaning of dishes in my house, which is my office. As said, I'm a Google Web Technologies GDE and also Microsoft Developer Technologies MVP. I wrote a book called Pro Single Page Application Development back there in 2014, when Backbone was cool, still cool, but today it's a little bit non-relevant, the Backbone part, but still the single page application techniques and things that I showed are a little still relevant for today. So in the next 20 minutes, what we are going to do is, first of all, I will introduce what is memory and how we use memory in our application. Then we'll talk about whether memory leaks can happen in JavaScript. Unfortunately, they will happen in JavaScript sometimes. Then we'll try to figure out how to detect memory leaks both in the front end and in a Node backend. So let's start. Whenever you open an application, what happens is the operation system will allocate some memory for the process of the application to use. Then the application itself will allocate memory whenever you are declaring in variables and things like that in your application. After the allocation part, you will use that memory. How do you use that memory? Either you read from that memory, meaning that you're consuming your data from that memory, or you write to that memory. You write some data to that memory. Once you've finished using that data, you will hopefully release the memory, or there is a process that will release the memory for you, and we'll see that later on. So when we're talking about memory, we can represent memory as a connected graph. What I mean by that, you have a root, and the root starts from one node, and then in each and every reference that you create from that root, you are creating a graph. So if we are looking at this diagram, the number 1 is the root of the application. The root can be the window if we are talking about front end, or global if we are talking about node. But what about unreferenced memory? This 0 node. This is where garbage collections are coming into place. So what is a garbage collector? A garbage collector looks for unreachable objects and then remove them or swipe them out from memory to release that memory. There are known algorithms to create garbage collectors, and the most known ones are reference counting garbage collection and mark and sweep. So what is reference counting garbage collection? An object is said to be garbage when the counting of references to it are 0. For example, in this diagram, when we are looking at A, then it's not used anymore, and because of that, B, which is referenced by A, isn't used anymore, and we remove those objects from memory and reduce D to 1 because there is no reference from B to D anymore. One problem with the reference counting garbage collection is how to detect cycles. When we have an object that reference other objects and they reference us back. So how do you find those unreferenced objects and clear them from memory? So because of that, the most used algorithm for today, which is used also in V8 engine, the engine that runs JavaScript both in a node and in your Chrome, if you're using Chrome. So what is mark and sweep? We are marking a GC root, and from that we are traveling all the references from that root, and we mark them. Then the garbage collector will look at the unreferenced objects which aren't marked, and it will sweep them out from memory. So what is a memory leak? A memory that isn't required by the application but isn't returned to the pool of free memory is considered a memory leak. And some people will say, memory leaks can't happen in JavaScript. They can happen in JavaScript, and they will happen in JavaScript if you are going to do or to fall into some pitfalls that create memory leaks. So let's talk about those pitfalls. First of all, global variables. When you put a variable in the window or in the global in node, then this variable will stay alive up until either you clear it or you close the application. So if you accidentally put variables on the global scope, then you're polluting the global scope on one hand, and you might create a memory leak because those variables aren't cleaned. Another place that you can fall into memory leaks are forgotten timers and callbacks. What I mean by that, if you're setting an interval using set interval in your code, then that interval runs and runs and runs and runs. But if you don't need it, you have to clear the interval, or else it will keep on running and running and running and doing stuff that you probably don't want to do. Another thing is event handlers. If you don't need an event, then clean or remove the event handler, or your framework should remove the event handlers, and the event handlers are the callbacks for the event handlers will be cleaned from the memory. Closures are another place that can cause a memory leak. What is a closure? When you have a function and it declares a variable and it finishes, but it returns an object that references that variable, then JavaScript runtime will create a closure on top of the inner variable, and we keep it alive even though the function finished. So if you are not removing closures from memory by doing undefined or things like that, then they stay in memory up until they might cause a memory leak. Something that happens only in the front end is out-of-DOM references. What are out-of-DOM references? When you are fetching some DOM element, for example, get element by ID, and you keep it in a variable, later on you detach that element from the DOM, that element keeps staying in memory, even though it was detached from the DOM. Why is that? Because you have a reference to it. So you can create out-of-DOM references, and they can enable or create memory leak later on. So one thing to notice is clean after yourself if you can. Now that we understand the pitfalls of memory that can cause a memory leak, let's talk about the profiling process. Whenever you think that you have a memory leak, or whenever your application crashes because of memory consumption, then you need to run a profiling process. And that process includes a few steps. One, establish baseline. What is establish baseline? You will run in incognito mode the application if you are in the front end, or you will run your server. You will create a branch or a label that says that you are currently solving a memory leak, and this will be the baseline of your application in order to try to detect or figure out the memory leak. Once you did that, you will need to collect data. Later on we'll see how we collect data in order to later on analyze the data and try to figure out if there is a memory leak, and if there is a memory leak, to try to figure out how to solve that memory leak. I can assure you that finding memory leaks and solving them, it's a hard thing. It's a cumbersome thing. But once you do that, you should be very proud about yourself. Now, after we analyze the result and you think that we try to figure out where is the memory leak, we will tune up the application. Once you tune up the application, you will test and measure again whether you have a memory leak. And if you still have a memory leak, then you will repeat that process of profiling again and again and again up until you solve the memory leak. Okay, so now that we understand the process, let's talk about how to detect memory leaks in the browser. So the main tool that you will probably want to use is the browser developer tools, either Chrome developer tools or Edge developer tools or Firefox developer tools. Each and every browser dev tools enables you to the tools to find and detect memory leaks. Another place that you might use is window.performance. On window.performance object, there is a memory object. I won't count on that, and I won't try to create my own solution using Windows.performance, but remember that you might want to look at that object later on if you are figuring out or you want to find memory leaks. So with that, let's jump into the first demo and let's see it in action. So I have an application here, a small app that will simulate a memory leak. Before I'm starting to find the memory leak, I want to show you a few things. First of all, I opened the developer tools. And one place that you should be noticed or notify about is this, the performance monitor. Some people don't know about it. It's a hidden gem in DevTools, in Chrome DevTools. But what it gives you is the ability to look at the application when it's running. And what you can see here is the CPU usage, the heap size, which is 4.2 megabytes, and the amount of DOM nodes that we have, 34. And below, you can see here these lines, the green line and the purple line, that indicates the heap and the amount of nodes. So now I will press the button leak, and let's take a look at what is going to happen right now. So I will stop the leakage. And what you can see here that happened is the memory usage went higher and higher and higher, and there are no things that falls. This line isn't falling down. That means that there is no garbage collection right now, and there are a lot of objects running in my memory. Another thing to notice here is this. You can see the green line of the amount of node also got higher and higher. We have 3,000 nodes right now, and from 4 megabytes, we are currently in 12 megabytes. Okay, so Performance Monitor can help you to see if something might indicate that you have a memory leak. The memory here getting higher, no garbage collection, no falling down, and that might indicate that we have a memory leak. Another place to look at when we are trying to figure out whether we have a memory leak in the front end is the Performance tab. The Performance tab enables you to record the current performance of my application, including the memory usage. So I will press the leak button right now and stop the leak and stop the profiling of the performance. And what you can see here, let's start with this thing here. Okay, you can see here that we have a memory usage blue line, the amount of heap in my application, that indicates that we have something that goes up higher and higher, higher and higher. Okay, indicating probably that we have a memory leak. Another place that you can look at is this place, okay, which is giving you the amount of nodes and which are the green lines, and the amount of memory usage, which is the blue line here. And this is happening over time. So I can record my usage of the application, and later on stop the recording and try to figure out whether we have a memory leak, meaning that these blue lines aren't going down at all, or going down but getting higher and higher and higher over time. The first, the last option that we have in order to detect memory leaks is the memory tab. The memory tab enables you to take heap snapshots. So I can take a snapshot right now, and in each and every snapshot, I can look at all the memory usage that we have. And you can see here that we have an array that takes something like 10 megabytes, indication that we have a problem with some array. But let's try to figure out if we have a memory leak using another snapshot. So I will press the leak button. I will stop the leak, and I will take another snapshot. Now the snapshot will consume more megabyte. The memory usage is 15 megabytes, and I can compare the snapshots using the comparison option. And what we can see here is, first of all, we have an array that was getting 3 megabytes allocation, which is exactly the difference between the first and the second snapshot. Another thing to notice here is that we have 3,000 more div elements and 3,000 more text elements in our application. So that that might indicate that we have something that creates a div element and some array that is allocated somewhere in my application. And I can start to drill down into the data here and try to figure out which things are causing that. If I'll go to the application itself, let's take a look at the scripts here. So the button lick here, which is this event handler, let's jump into it, is doing set interval. And as you suspected, it is pushing a new array in each and every interval, each and every 500 milliseconds. And it is also creating nodes. Okay, it creates a document fragment and a div element, 100 div elements each and every time. So while this is not a real memory leak, it simulates the idea of a memory leak where we are consuming a lot of memory in the front end, in our front end, and creating more and more elements, which will later on consume memory and crash my application in the end. So now we know a little bit about how to detect memory leaks in the front end. Let's talk about memory leaks in the backend, in Node. So in Node, you can use Chrome developer tools like I did in the front end, but in a different way. How do you do that? You run Node in inspect mode, and then you open the tab, the inspect tab, and you can use the memory tab later on. We will see that in a moment. Other options are, for example, Node memwatch, which is a module that you can add to your application, and whenever a lot of memory is being used, it will dump some memory dump into files, and you will be able to use those files in order to see if you have a memory leak or not. Another option is heap dump, which we will see in a demo in a second. So let's take a look at how we can detect memory leaks in our backend. So I have a backend, a Node backend here, and what I'm going to do is run it in inspect mode. How do you do that? Node inspect index.js, which is the file that runs my server, and voila, my server is up. And now I can go to Chrome inspect devices. I will have to wait a little bit up until Chrome will catch my my Node application, and it caught it. And now I can press inspect, and voila, I can take snapshot from my current server, my current application. So I took one snapshot. Okay. Now I can go back to my server, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use autocannon. There is another option which is called Siege, and a lot of other options. The autocannon idea is in 30 seconds I'm going to blast localhost 3003 with a lot of HTTP requests. My server is listening on 3003, so let's run it. And now we are blasting the Node server. And I can go to the tab here, the memory tab, and take a second snapshot. And a third one. And you can see that we have increase in memory between those snapshots. Now I can go and do the comparison again. And what we can see here, when we are comparing snapshot 3 and 2, or with 1, snapshot 3 and 1, is that we have 20,000 new date objects, 20,000 objects that were created, and they consumed most of the memory that we have here, which is probably causing the memory leak. So let's take a look at the application, and you can see here that the application is very simple. Whenever we run the server, we have an array here that is created, and every HTTP request we're pushing to that array, request date and its URL, another object. So we are pushing a lot of objects into memory. It's not a good idea, of course, to log things inside an array that stays in memory, but rather to log it to file or to other places like database or whatever. And This is just a simulation that shows you how to detect memory leak in Node. As I said, I will show you also heap dump, which is a module that enables you to record dumps of memory usage. So for example, I can run heap dump write snapshot and do it in this folder, which is this folder, and give it the current date. Okay. Now, once we have these heap dumps that are written in my file system, I can go to this memory tab, and you can see here that we have a load button, and we can load those heap snapshots into memory and then take a look at what is happening in our application at the time that we took the snapshot. So we can use heap dump in order to dump some memory and then investigate things. So you can add heap dump into your application, and if you're thinking that you have a memory leak, and it will help you to monitor your problems later on. So I explained a little bit about how you can detect memory leaks in the backend using the inspect mode in Node. And let's summarize this talk. JavaScript memory can and will leak. You should monitor your production environment and not get to those problems of customers shouting at you because the application is crashing. A crucial application is crashing because you have a memory leak. So you should monitor your production and expect that you will have memory leaks in your application, and try to and be prepared to solve those leak problems. Thank you very much. If you want to follow me, I'm at Gil Fink in Twitter. You can also ask me questions there if you're not if I didn't answer a question, or you want to ask me a question later on.
Great. Thank you so much. That was a really great talk. I really appreciated all of your insights. Ashnita, do you have any questions or?
Yeah, no, I just want to say to Gil, what a brilliant content. Really, I love the energy with how you presented it. Just so engaging and filled with information. So I'm definitely going to be referring back to your video to get those little details. And yeah, just really great talk to end the day with. Thank you for that, Gil.
Thank you, Ashnita. It was very. I'm very happy to meet you again. Not unfortunately not in person, but you know, COVID and all those things that are happening all over the world.
Yeah, and there's all this time difference, etc. So really appreciate you getting. I think it's quite late by now at your time in Israel.
No, it's 8 in the evening, so it's fine. I'm just going, when I'm finishing, to eat my dinner without my kids. They ate 20 minutes ago.
Hopefully they would have left you some and keeping it warm for you.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
If there are any questions, I will be very happy to answer.
Do we have any questions?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, so if you listen to my talk and you want to ask me later on, I will be at Gil Fink in Twitter. You can DM me. I will try to answer your question. I'm trying to be very responsive to questions on Twitterland.
That's great.
Great. And thank you so much again for joining us. It was really great.
Thank you for hosting me. It was very nice to be here.
All right. And thanks to all of you for attending and joining us and listening to these talks. I hope you had a good time. I hope you learned something new. And yeah, it was really wonderful to participate in this event and to see all of you join us. However, it does not have to end. As of now, you can join the after party at the link on this slide if you wish. It's a meet call, so you'll be able to engage with other attendees, some speakers, some organizers. So yeah, please do join and say hi. Additionally, the prizes will be given out at this event. So if you tweeted about DevFest, please do show up. And also, there is a feedback form. So please fill it out. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you liked. Let us know what we should do differently, because we want to run these events in a way that is beneficial to you and that, you know, gives you as everything that you want from them. So yeah, thank you again. I'll leave this up for a little while so that you can access it. Ashnita, do you have anything to say to close?
Yeah, just I want to say it's been a great day. I loved all the talks. I hope everybody has enjoyed the talks. If you've missed out things from one track while you were listening to another, the videos will be are on YouTube, so you can always go back and listen to the talks again. And do tweet us. And yeah, join us at the after party. Thank you very much for joining.